Profesa Kisali Palangio, makamu mkuu wa kwanza wa chuo mstaafu. Profesa Bruno Sunguya, kaimu naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo anayeshughulikia tafiti na ushauri wa kitaalamu. Profesa Rafael Sangeda, mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maandalizi ya kongamano hili la kisayansi la 12. Profesa Erasto Mbugi, naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo anayeshughulikia mipango, fedha na utawala. Viongozi wa taasisi mbalimbali za serikali na binafsi mliopo na mliowakilishwa. Kamati ya maandalizi ya kongamano hili la 12. Wana taaluma na wana sayansi mbalimbali mtakaowasilisha machapisho katika kongamano hili. Watendaji wa serikali na taasisi mbalimbali mliopo na mliowakilishwa. Wadau wa maendeleo na wafadhili wa kongamano hili la 12 la kisayansi. Wanahabari, mabibi na mabwana, itifaki imezingatiwa. Habarini za asubuhi. Kazi yangu ni ndogo, ni kumkaribisha mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maandalizi ya kongamano hili la 12, Profesa Rafael Sangeda, ili aweze kutoa salamu za ukaribisho na kisha aweze kumkaribisha makamu mkuu wa chuo ambaye atatoa salamu za ukaribisho. Karibu.
Asante MC. Profesa Caroline Nombo, katibu mkuu Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia. Dr. Harrison Mwakiembe, mwenyekiti wa baraza la chuo kikuu MUHAS. Profesa Kennedy Osea, mkurugenzi wa elimu ya juu. Profesa Kisali Palangio, VC. Profesa Polinali Kamuaga, mkuu Vice Chancellor MUHAS. Viongozi kutoka wizara na taasisi za serikali na zisizo za kiserikali. Manaibu makamu wakuu wa chuo kikuu MUHAS. Waandaaji na washiriki wa kongamano hili la kisayansi la 12, wanahabari, wageni waalikwa, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 12th MUHAS conference and all protocols observed. Nina furaha sana kuwakaribisha nyote hapa ukumbini, mnaohudhuria hapa na wengine mlioko mtandaoni kufuatilia na kushiriki katika kongamano la 12 la kisayansi la MUHAS. Na tunawashukuru sana kwa kusafiri kutoka mbali, ikitokea ndani ya Dar es Salaam, nje ya Dar es Salaam hapa Tanzania, and our guests from abroad, you are all welcome to the 12th MUHAS conference. Ndugu wageni waalikwa, kongamano la mwaka huu ni la kumwenzi mkuu wa chuo wa kwanza na rais wa pili wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, hayati Dr. Ali Hassan Mwinyi. Hayati Ali Hassan Mwinyi aliteuliwa kuwa mkuu wa chuo wa kwanza wa chuo cha afya na sayansi shirikishi Muhimbili cha MUHAS mwaka 2007, mara baada ya chuo kupata hadhi ya kuwa chuo kamili. Akitumikia nafasi hiyo kwa muda wa miaka 17 kama mkuu wa chuo. Hivyo kichuo hiki kilinufaika sana katika mchango wake, hasa mchango wa kuijenga kampasi ya Mloganzila ambayo leo tuko hapa tumekaa. Kwa hivyo hatuna budi kumwenzi. Hivyo kauli mbiu ya kongamano hili inasema sayansi kama hadithi ya maisha, nguvu ya tafiti, bunifu na ushirikiano kwa kuimarisha mifumo thabiti ya afya. In English, science is a story of life with the power of research, innovation and collaboration in improving resilient health system. Kauli mbiu hiyo imetengewa kumwenzi mkuu wetu wa chuo, lakini nafasi ya sayansi hasa ya sayansi za afya kwenye mifumo ya afya, kama ambavyo hayati Dr. Ali Hassan Mwinyi aliishi, ambapo alisisitiza sana kuwa na afya nzuri. Lakini pia tukumbuke usemi wake wa kusema maisha ni hadithi, ambao alisisitiza kwamba aliuona mahali Unguja ukiwa umeandikwa kwenye kwa Kiarabu, maisha ni hadithi. Kwa hivyo anasisitiza kila mmoja wetu, ukiwa mwanasayansi, mwanataaluma, basi ishi taaluma yako, fanya afya yako hiyo hadithi, ambayo itakuwa kitabu ambacho watu watakisoma na kukusimulia. Tuna mada ndogo ndogo mbalimbali kuhusu magonjwa ya kuambukiza, afya ya akili, upasuaji na lishe, magonjwa ya kuambukiza na usugu wa vimelea dhidi ya dawa, afya ya mama, mtoto na vijana, mtoto mchanga, mtoto na vijana, utunzaji wa afya za kinywa, jicho, sikio, pua na koo, viunzi vya kijamii kwa afya au afya moja, utafiti wa mfumo wa afya, tiba mbadala na asili, uvumbuzi na dawa za maendeleo ya chanjo, na pia kutakuwa na masuala mtambuka ambayo yanahusu maadili ya taaluma, akili bandia, teknolojia na afya kazini. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, tunategemea kwenye kongamano hili wamejiandikisha watu wapatao zaidi ya 400 wakiwa wanatokea ndani na nje ya nchi. Tumepokea maandiko 177, 80 yatawasilishwa kama posta na mengine yatawasilishwa kwa njia ya oral presentation. Katika siku mbili za kongamano kutakuwa na hotuba kuu mbili, keynote speech, kutakuwa na satellite 5 na vikao mbalimbali vitaendeshwa kwa pamoja katika ukumbi wa Majira ya Zamani, ukumbi wa Ali Hassan Mwinyi, ambapo ndio hapa tumekaa. Kutakuwa na ukumbi wa Kikwete kwa Magufuli, na timu yetu itawapokea na kuongoza kuonyesha katika sehemu mbalimbali. Kuna vijana mtaona wamevaa t-shirt nyeupe, msisite kuwauliza ili waonyeshe sehemu za kukaa. Naomba nitoe shukrani kwa Wizara ya uongozi wa MUHAS kwa maandalizi na mafanikio ya makongamano 11 yaliyopita na sasa hivi hili la 12 ambalo tunalishuhudia. Niwashukuru sana management ya chuo pamoja na kamati ya maandalizi kwa mambo yote mliyofanya. Wizara ya Afya wamekuwa ndio mfano wetu ya mambo yetu ya afya tunafanya. Tunawashukuru sana wakili kutoka taasisi mbalimbali, taasisi zetu sister institutions, OSRI, MNH, MOE, KCI. Tunawashukuru wawakilishi kutoka NIMRI na taasisi nyingine za tafiti, the government of Sweden. Mwisho kabisa nisiwasahau kamati ya maandalizi, mmefanya wageni waalikwa na wote mlioweza kuleta kazi zenu. Tunawashukuru sana. Tunatazamia mjadala huu utakuwa na mafanikio makubwa na tija. Karibuni sana ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And now let me take this opportunity to welcome the Vice Chancellor to give the remark for inviting the guests of honor. Karibu sana PC.
Profesa Caroline Mbo, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, Dr. Alison Makembe, Mwenyekiti Baraza la Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, Dr. Kenneth Osea, mwakilishi wa mkurugenzi wa elimu ya juu, Profesa Kisari Paranjo, makamu mkuu wa chuo kwanza MUHAS, viongozi wa wizara mbalimbali mlioko hapa. Najua tunaye mwakilishi kutoka Wizara ya Afya na wizara nyingine, lakini nitambue uwepo wa naibu wakuu wa chuo MUHAS ambao mko hapa, kamati ya maandalizi ya kongamano hili, wanataaluma, watumishi waendeshaji wa MUHAS, wanafunzi wetu ambao mko hapa, wanahabari, wageni waalika, mabibi na mabwana. Naomba niwasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Cha kwanza, mgeni rasmi, ni kwa niaba yangu na jumuiya ya wanataaluma, wanafunzi, wafanyakazi, waendeshaji, napenda kuchukua fursa hii kukukaribisha na washiriki wote kwa kujumuika nasi siku ya leo. Tumefurahi kumejaa Nimewaambia vile vile wengine wako kwenye kumbi nyingine wanafuatilia mjadala hii kwenye jengo hili. Kwa kweli tunakushukuru sana mgeni rasmi kwa kutuheshimisha na kuja kutufungulia kongamano leo. Tunasema asante sana. Mgeni rasmi, napenda pia kuwakaribisha na kuwashukuru wageni waalikwa na viongozi wa serikali wengine na taasisi mbalimbali ambao wamekuja leo. Nao ni mwendelezo wa ushirikiano ambao tumekuwa nao sasa katika maandalizi haya makongamano ya kisayansi, na hili ni kongamano la 12. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, mabibi na mabwana, chuo chetu cha MUHAS kupitia msaada kutoka serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, washirika maendeleo na kwa mapato yetu ya ndani, tumeendelea kukuza kupanua mafunzo tafiti, huku ukichukua nafasi kubwa katika kutoa ushauri wa kitaalamu kwa serikali yetu, mashirika yasiyo ya serikali na jumuiya ya kimataifa. Naomba nichukue fursa hii kuishukuru serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa msaada mkubwa unaotoa kwa chuo chetu cha MUHAS, ambao umewezesha taasisi hii kutekeleza majukumu yake kikamilifu. Na ni kwa msaada huu MUHAS imeendelea kung'ara kitaifa na kimataifa, na kwa hilo tunashukuru sana. Ndugu mgeni bwana, hii ni siku ya kipekee kwetu hapa MUHAS. Kwanza kwa sababu ni siku ambayo tumeweza kuleta pamoja watafiti wa afya na elimu ya juu nchini na kwingineko ili kutafakari maendeleo tuliyofikia kupitia tafiti katika kupunguza changamoto za kiafya katika jamii yetu na kujadili njia za kusonga mbele. Makongamano haya ya kisayansi yana lengo la kusambaza matokeo ya tafiti za afya nchini, na hivyo ni wakati wa kutafakari mafanikio mengi yaliyopatikana kupitia tafiti hizi kwa ajili ya kuboresha jamii yetu. Kama nilivyosema, hili ni kongamano la 12. Kwa hiyo tafiti nyingi zimefanyika, zimewasilishwa. Baadhi ya tafiti hizi matokeo yake tunayojua yamebadilisha sera, yameweka miongozo ya matibabu ya magonjwa, yameimarisha mifumo ya afya. Kwa hiyo hili ni kongamano muhimu sana katika kuendelea kutafakari sisi kama nchi, kama jumuiya ya kimataifa, tunakabilije matatizo ya afya, magonjwa yanayokuja na yatakuja baadaye. Lakini pili ni kwa sababu kongamano la mwaka huu kumwenzi mkuu wetu wa chuo wa kwanza, wa pili wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, hayati Dr. Ali Hassan Mwinyi. Dr. Ali Hassan Mwinyi aliteuliwa kuwa mkuu wa kwanza wa MUHAS tarehe 11 Septemba 2007 mara baada ya chuo kupata kuu kamili. Hivyo alitumikia chuo hiki kwa miaka 16 na mpaka alipoaga dunia tarehe 29 Februari mwaka 2024. Katika 17 alipokuwa mkuu wa chuo kimefaidika moja kwa moja kwa mchango wake katika upanuaji wa miundombinu, kufundishia, kutoa huduma na tafiti kampasi ya Mloganzila ambayo inajumuisha hospitali ya Mloganzila, lakini na hiki kituo cha umahiri cha magonjwa ya damu ambao kongamano hili linafanyika hivi. Kwa hiyo tuna kila sababu ya kumwenzi mzee Mwinyi kwa uongozi wake thabiti. Saba nitamkumbuka, lakini vile vile kuchukua asasa namna bora ya kuishi na kuepuka magonjwa sasa yale ambayo sio ya kuambukiza. Ndugu rasmi, mabibi na mabwana, hiki kilianza mwaka 1963 kama shule ya tiba ya Dar es Salaam. Katika chuo eneo yote katika majarida ya ndani na nje ya nchi. Kiwa chuo kikuu kikongwe zaidi cha afya na sayansi shirikisho hapa nchini, tunajivunia maendeleo yaliyofikiwa hasa katika nyanja ya mafunzo na tafiti. Kwa miaka yote hiyo, MUHAS imeendelea kuwa kitovu cha kutegemewa cha kitaifa kwa matokeo ya tafiti za afya, kusaidia mwongozo na kusaidia taasisi nyingine nchini. Hadi sasa chuo kina miradi ya tafiti 150, na hii ni miradi ambayo imefadhiliwa na washirika mbalimbali. Na hiki kiwango cha miradi hii ndio kiwango ambayo kia mwaka huu. Hii inafanya miradi tunafanya kazi na sisi zaidi ya 100 ya ndani ya nchi na kimataifa. na tunaweza kuzalisha machapisho. These are publication ni regional international journals 450 mpaka 500 kwa mwaka. Mgeni rasmi unaendelea kukua na kupanua mazingira ya kufundishia na utafiti. Utekelezaji wa ndoto ya kuwa na vituo vya umahiri katika maeneo mbalimbali ya umuhimu wa kimataifa na wa ndani unaanza kuchukua sura. Niseme awamu ya kwanza ya ujenzi wa kituo cha Afrika Mashariki cha umahiri wa magonjwa ya moyo na mishipa ya damu, ambao ni mwendelezo wa ambao ni hapa Mloganzila, maandalizi yamekamilika. Kama unaona leo hii tumeanza kufaidika na matunda ya jengo hili. Mipango ya kuanzisha hospitali ya moyo katika kampasi hii kama awamu ya pili ya hiki kituo tayari yameanza. Aidha, mapendekezo ya kuanzisha kituo cha Afrika Mashariki cha afya ya kinywa na meno hapa katika kampasi ya Mloganzila yametolewa na serikali kupitia Wizara ya Afya kwenye baraza la mawaziri wa sekta wa afya wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ni matumaini yetu kwamba kutokana na wataalamu tulionao wa afya ya kinywa na meno pamoja na vifaa vya kisasa tulivyonavyo, kituo hiki kitaanzishwa MUHAS katika kampasi ya Mloganzila kwa siku za karibuni. Ombi letu ni kwamba miradi hii ya kimkakati kwa nchi yetu katika sekta ya elimu ya juu na afya ipanuliwe zaidi ili kuwezesha kuanzishwa kwa vituo vingine vya umahiri katika kampasi hii ya Mloganzila ambalo kwa bahati nzuri tunalo eneo la kutosha. Mgeni rasmi, kupitia mradi wa elimu ya juu kwa mageuzi ya kiuchumi, the higher education and economic transformation, ambao MUHAS inanufaika nao, mwaka huu tunaanza ujenzi wa ndaki ya tiba, this campus college of medicine, katika kampasi ya Mloganzila. Hii sio tu itaimarisha uwezo wa chuo kutekeleza majukumu yake ya msingi ya mafunzo, tafiti na ushauri wa kitaaluma, lakini itashughulikia mataifa na mabadiliko ya mazingira ya magonjwa, afya na mahitaji ya maendeleo. Vile vile kupitia mradi huu wa HIT, MUHAS inaanzisha kampasi mkoani Kigoma. Ujenzi wa miundombinu wa ndaki ya tiba katika kampasi ya Mloganzila na ile ya kampasi ya Kigoma unatarajiwa kuanza mwaka huu wa 2024. Sisi kama chuo tunatoa shukrani za dhati kwa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa ufadhili wa miradi hii muhimu kwa chuo na taifa. Na tunaona kwamba ujenzi wa miundo hii utaboresha sana mafunzo, tafiti, huduma za afya na ushauri wa kitaalamu hapa nchini na katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, mabibi na mabwana, kauli mbiu ya kongamano hili inasema sayansi kama hadithi ya maisha, nguvu ya tafiti, bunifu na ushirikiano kwenye kuimarisha mifumo thabiti ya afya. Kauli mbiu hii imechaguliwa kumwenzi mkuu wetu wa chuo wa kwanza, lakini pia katika mkazo nafasi ya sayansi hasa za afya kwenye mifumo ya afya katika maisha yetu ya kila siku. Kama alivyoeleza mwenyekiti wa maandalizi ya kongamano hili, tafiti zitakazowasilishwa zimeainishwa katika vipengele 8 ambavyo ameshavitaja. Ndugu rasmi, mabibi na mabwana, kabla sijahitimisha hotuba yangu, nitoe tena shukrani zetu za dhati kwa serikali ya Sweden kupitia shirika la maendeleo la nchi hiyo SIDA. SIDA imekuwa mfadhili mkuu wa makongamano yetu kwa miaka yote 12. Na niseme sisi kama chuo tuna ushirikiano na hii taasisi ya SIDA ya Sweden zaidi ya miaka 40. Kwa hiyo ni ushirikiano wa siku nyingi na kupitia ushirikiano huu tumeweza kusomesha wanataaluma, tumejenga miundombinu ya mafunzo, lakini vile vile imetusaidia katika makongamano kama haya, na kwa kweli tunatoa shukrani sana kwa wenzetu wa Sweden. Usambazaji wa tafiti wenye matokeo umewezekana kupitia makongamano haya kutokana na msaada wao. Na ni matumaini yangu kuwa Sweden itaendelea kushirikiana nasi vile vile na wadau wengine, taasisi na nchi mbalimbali, hasa katika kuendeleza miundombinu ya tafiti inayohitajika sana, ambayo itachangia uendelevu na uwekezaji katika maendeleo ya rasilimali watu na matokeo ya tafiti. Niseme serikali imewekeza sana katika chuo hiki, washirika maendeleo wanasaidia. Kwa hiyo ni shukrani tunazitoa kwa serikali, lakini vile vile kwa washirika wetu ambao tunaendelea kushirikiana nao. Napenda pia kuwashukuru kwa dhati watumishi na wanafunzi wa chuo chetu cha MUHAS pamoja na wadau mbalimbali waliotuma tafiti zao na kufanikisha kongamano hili. Shukrani zangu za pekee kwa kurugenzi ya tafiti, machapisho na ubunifu na waandaaji wa kongamano hili kwa juhudi zao kubwa ambazo zimefanikisha kongamano hili la 12. Niseme makongamano 11 yote tuliyofanya tumeyafanyia katika kampasi ya Muhimbili. Hili ni kongamano la kwanza ambalo tunalifanyia hapa Mloganzila, na tunatarajia kongamano la mwaka kesho tayari tutafanyia hapa, lakini tutakuwa tayari na miundo ambayo itakuwa imejengwa hapa. Mgeni rasmi, mimi na mabwana, nikushukuru tena kwa kuja kutufuria kongamano hili. Sasa nichukue nafasi hii nimkaribishe mwenyekiti wa baraza la MUHAS Dr. Alison Mwakembe aje atoe salamu zake za ufunguzi na aweze kukaribisha mgeni rasmi. Nawashukuru sana.
Mheshimiwa teknolojia hapa ni hatari. Sasa subiri moja wapi natumia hii hapa. Aha. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, Profesa Caroline Nombo, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, Profesa Apolinari Kamuhabwa, Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, viongozi kutoka wizara na taasisi za serikali na zisizo za kiserikali. Nimeona Profesa Kennedy Osea hapa, mkurugenzi msaidizi elimu ya juu, manaibu makamu wa mkuu wa chuo. Natambua vile vile uwepo wa Dr. Mweselage, nafikiri ameingia muda huu, mtendaji mkuu wa taasisi yetu ya saratani Ocean Road. Makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu mstaafu Profesa Palangio. I hope sijasahau kumtaja VC mwingine mstaafu ambaye yupo hapa nasi. Kwa macho yangu sioni mwingine. Waandaaji na washiriki wa kongamano hili la kisayansi, wanahabari, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Asalamu alaikum. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwa kuwa kongamano hili la 12 ni la kwanza kufanyika baada ya mkuu wa kwanza wa chuo chetu kikuu cha afya na sayansi shirikishi Muhimbili na rais wa awamu ya pili wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mzee wetu Alhaji Dr. Ali Hassan Mwinyi afariki dunia, na kuomba kwa heshima na taadhima, wewe na taadhira iliyopo hapa, tusimame kwa dakika moja kumkumbuka na kumwombea marehemu. Asante sana. Naomba sasa niungane na makamu mkuu wa chuo kuwakaribisheni nyote katika kongamano hili la 12 la kisayansi la MUHAS. Makongamano haya tunayoyafanya kila mwaka hapa MUHAS ni majukwaa adhimu ya wanasayansi wetu kukutana, kupokea, kujadili na kudadavua matokeo ya tafiti mbalimbali za fani za afya na sayansi shirikishi zilizofanywa na watafiti wetu, na vile vile watafiti wetu kwa kushirikiana na vyuo vikuu na taasisi mbalimbali za utafiti ndani na nje ya nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naomba vile vile nitumie fursa hii ya mapema kukushukuru wewe mgeni rasmi kwa kukubali kuja kutufungulia kongamano hili. Kwa kweli kama alivyosema makamu mkuu wa chuo, umetuheshimisha sana. Napenda kukushukuru wewe binafsi na Wizara ya Elimu kwa ujumla kwa kuendelea kuwa pamoja na MUHAS bega kwa bega katika jitihada mbalimbali za kutimiza malengo ya chuo na ya taifa kwa ujumla. Hii ikiwa ni pamoja na maendeleo ya ujenzi wa miundombinu katika kampasi hii ya Mloganzila. Ni imani yetu kwamba uwekezaji huu katika maendeleo ya rasilimali watu na miundombinu ni mambo muhimu ya kuimarisha utafiti hapa MUHAS, utafiti ambao unachangia sehemu kubwa significant portion ya mapato yetu ya ndani na ambayo katika miaka 5 ya fedha iliyopita ni wastani wa 36% mapato yote kila mwaka. Ni wazi kuwa ujuzi, weledi na uzoefu wa mabingwa wetu katika masuala ya afya unatambuliwa na dunia. Hivyo mgeni rasmi, tukisaidiwa hasa kuboresha fursa za ufadhili wa ndani for purposes of research, kuendeleza ubunifu na uvumbuzi mbalimbali, hakika mchango wa research kwenye mapato ya ndani ya chuo utaongezeka kwa kiasi kikubwa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, mabibi na mabwana, mwelekeo wa magonjwa hapa nchini kama walivyosema watangulizi wangu umekuwa ukibadilika kwa jinsi muda unavyokwenda. Kwa miaka ilikuwa ni dhidi ya magonjwa ya kuambukiza, lakini kwa sasa changamoto kubwa ni kwenye magonjwa yasiyoambukiza. Ukiangalia pia magonjwa yanayowakabili watoto ni tofauti na magonjwa yanayowakabili watu wazima. Ni katika hali hiyo watafiti wetu watatudhihirishia nafasi ya sayansi katika kukabiliana na changamoto hizi, na hili ndio lengo kuu la kongamano la mwaka huu. Nampongeza makamu mkuu wa chuo na manaibu wake kwa maandalizi mazuri ya kongamano hili. Naungana na makamu mkuu wa chuo kuwashukuru wanataaluma, wanasayansi na wanafunzi na watu wote kwa jumla kwa kuhudhuria kongamano hili. Kwa kweli hapa pamejaa. Nilikuwa najaribu kunong'ona kuulizia hivi ukumbi unajaa watu wangapi, sijapata jibu. Nafikiri baadaye nitamuuliza VC, lakini kwa kweli mko wengi. Naomba mjipongeze wenyewe hasa vijana wetu hapa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, mabibi na mabwana, na watakia wana kongamano wote majadiliano yenye manufaa yatakayokwenda kuimarisha mapambano yetu dhidi ya wimbi hili jipya la magonjwa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwa heshima taadhima, naomba sasa nikunyanyue utupe nasaha zako na kutufungulia rasmi kongamano la 12 la kisayansi la MUHAS. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kabla sijaanza kutoa hotuba yangu rasmi, nimefurahi kwanza leo kuwa MUHAS sehemu hii ya Mloganzila. Last time I was here, this building was in the making. Yani kila kitu kilikuwa, lakini leo nimefurahi kuona kwamba jengo hili limekamilika na tunalitumia kwa matumizi mahususi kama haya. Kwa hiyo napenda niwapongeze sana MUHAS kwa uratibu mzuri na usimamizi mzuri wa rasilimali fedha, hata watu wakisha kwamba majengo haya yanakamilika na yanatumika kwa makusudi yaliyotarajiwa. Nilikuwa najiuliza tunakwenda Mloganzila hivi tutatumia lile jengo, lakini nimefurahi sana kuona kwamba tumetumia jengo hili na tutalitunza na kulifanyia matumizi sahihi, sio tu kwa ajili yetu sisi MUHAS, lakini katika jamii ya Tanzania ambao watakuwa wanahitaji kutumia jengo kama hili. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa baraza na jumuiya yetu ya MUHAS, ninawapongeza sana. Vile vile nimefurahi nimekuja MUHAS katika jumuiya kubwa kwa mara ya kwanza kama katibu mkuu. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi kwamba tumekutana na jamii yote ya MUHAS, kuanzia viongozi wakubwa sana Dr. Mwakembe na timu yote ya management, wahadhiri wenzangu, na mimi ni mhadhiri, lakini watafiti, vile vile wanafunzi ambao ndio hasa wadau wakuu ambao wanatufanya sisi tuwepo hapa. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli nimefurahi kukutana na jamii kwa ujumla wake. Dr. Harrison Mwakembe, mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Dr. Kenneth Hosea, mkurugenzi msaidizi wa elimu ya juu, Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia. Profesa Apolinari Kamuhabwa, makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Manaibu makamu wakuu wa chuo wa MUHAS. Lakini pia naomba nitambue uwepo wa wajumbe wa baraza la MUHAS kama wapo, naamini wapo. Lakini kwa ujumla wake nitambue pia uwepo wa management yote ya chuo hiki cha MUHAS. Vile vile viongozi kutoka wizara na taasisi za serikali na zisizo za kiserikali. Na nimefurahi sana kuona kwamba tuna viongozi wenzetu kutoka Wizara ya Afya, nao wakiwa ni Dr. Felix Bundala, Assistant Director Maternal and Child Health. Asante mkurugenzi. Lakini pia tuna mkurugenzi wa hospitali ya On Road. Kwa tunawashukuru kuwa pamoja na sisi, lakini pia viongozi wengine kutoka wizara mbalimbali serikalini. Waandaaji na washiriki wa kongamano hili la kisayansi, walimu, wakufunzi na watafiti, wanafunzi wote mlioko hapa, wadau wa maendeleo, niliambiwa wao wameendelea kushika mkono kila wakati na wanaendelea kutumia matokeo ya tafiti zetu, wanahabari, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Napenda kuanza kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kukutanisha hapa siku ya leo. Nichukue fursa hii pia kushukuru uongozi wa MUHAS kwa kunialika na kuja kuwa mgeni rasmi katika kongamano hili muhimu la 12 la kisayansi la MUHAS, ambalo pia ni muhimu na maalum kwa ajili ya kumwenzi ya aliyekuwa mkuu wa kwanza wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili na rais wa pili wa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, hayati Mzee Ali Hassan Mwinyi. Kwa kweli ninawapongeza kwa kuona umuhimu wa kumuenzi mzee wetu katika namna hii. Hakika najisikia heshima kubwa kushiriki nanyi katika mkusanyiko huu ambapo umejumuisha wadau mbalimbali wakiwepo watunga sera, watekelezaji, wasomi, watafiti, viongozi mbalimbali kutoka serikalini ambao wanatoka katika mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali na mashirika ya kimaendeleo, wa ndani ya nchi na walioko nje ya nchi. Ndugu wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, ninapenda pia kukipongeza chuo kwa kuendeleza utamaduni wa kufanya makongamano haya ya kisayansi kila mwaka, na vile vile kuona umuhimu wa kumwenzi aliyekuwa mkuu wa kwanza wa chuo hiki. Vyuo vikuu bila utafiti vinakuwa ni vyuo kama vyuo mfu. Vyuo vikuu yanaendelezwa na utafiti, na tunajua vyuo vikuu ndio vinatoa solutions kwa changamoto mbalimbali ambazo jamii yetu inazikumba. Kwa hiyo makongamano kama haya ni muhimu sana kuja kuonyesha nini tumetafiti na matokeo yake yanaweza yakatumika namna gani katika maisha ya kila siku ya Tanzania, lakini dunia kwa ujumla. Natambua makongamano haya yanaleta wadau mbalimbali, na hivyo tunaomba kuendeleza ushiriki wa wadau hao mwaka hadi mwaka, na hii inaashiria kuwa makongamano haya ni muhimu sana kwa wadau wa afya na elimu ya juu. Kama serikali tunaelewa umuhimu wa wanasayansi kuja pamoja na kujadili, kushiriki na kuhabarishana maarifa ya kisayansi ambayo hatimaye yanaboresha hali ya afya ya jamii, lakini pia yanapelekea kukuza maendeleo ya kijamii na kiuchumi kwa taifa. Kubadilisha maarifa na uzoefu wa kisayansi katika mikusanyiko kama hii inasaidia pia serikali kuboresha miongozo ya matibabu kwa wagonjwa, kuandaa taratibu za kinga dhidi ya magonjwa na kusaidia kupunguza mateso kwa wale wanaougua. Vile vile, mijadala na mawasilisho husaidia watunga sera kuwasiliana na wanasayansi na kushirikishana changamoto zinazohitaji ujuzi wenu wa kisayansi katika kuzishughulikia. Ndio maana nimefurahi kuona kwamba tuna wenzetu kutoka Wizara ya Afya watasikia kile ambacho tafiti imeibua na tatumia matokeo haya kuboresha masuala mbalimbali ya kisera na ya kiutendaji. Hatuna shaka kuwa makongamano haya yanatupa nafasi ya kushirikishana masuala ya kisayansi kutoka Tanzania na jumuiya ya kimataifa, na pia inasaidia kuweka nchi yetu katika ramani ya dunia ya kisayansi, na hivyo tunaweza pia kujifunza na kupitia watu wengine, na hivyo kuboresha mbinu zetu mbalimbali za kufanya kazi. Serikali inajivunia sana mafanikio ambayo MUHAS imepata toka chuo hiki kilipoanzishwa mwaka 1963 kama chuo tiba cha Dar es Salaam, ambapo kilianzishwa miaka miwili tu baada ya kupata uhuru. Kwa hiyo ni chuo kongwe, na tujivunie ukongwe. Unajua, mtu anapoelekea utu uzima huwa anaanza kuona kwamba thamani yake inapungua, lakini naomba niwatie heshima kwamba sisi tuone thamani yetu ndipo inavyoendelea kuongezeka kwa kadiri tunavyoongeza kuwa na umri mkubwa, na nafikiri tunajipigia makofi hapo. Kwa kipindi chote hiki tumeshuhudia mafanikio makubwa ya chuo katika kutekeleza majukumu yake ya msingi ambayo ni kufundisha, kufanya utafiti na kutoa ushauri wa kitaalamu. Chuo pia kimekuwa mstari wa mbele katika kufanya tafiti za afya zenye tija kisera na kwa wenye kutoa huduma. Chuo kimeongoza katika tafiti nyingi za afya hapa nchini na kimewezesha kuleta mapinduzi makubwa kwenye sera na miongozo inayotumika ndani na nje ya nchi katika kuboresha huduma za afya, kutoa matibabu sahihi na kuzuia magonjwa mengine mengi. Tafiti hizi pia zimechangia katika kuweka chuo chetu katika nafasi nzuri katika ukilinganisha na vyuo vingine kidunia. Ranking ya MUHAS nafikiri wote tunaijua, yani huwa siku zote huwa iko juu. Kwa hiyo ni kwa sababu ya tafiti tunazozifanya na tunapozichapisha ndio inafanya tuonekane kuwa katika ranki za juu. Kwa hiyo tunawapongeza sana watafiti wote wa chuo hiki, na kama mtakumbuka, serikali kupitia Wizara ya Elimu tulianzisha tuzo ya watafiti wanaochapisha katika majarida ya hadhi ya juu. Napenda niwataarifu kwamba wengi wa waliopata tuzo hizo walitoka MUHAS. Na tarehe 31 pale Tanga, watafiti hao, namwona Dr. Eneka, you are one of them. Sikumbuki mwingine ni nani, lakini nakumbuka jina lako. Could you just recognize those who were awarded as best researchers in our Tanga event. Can we please recognize them? No, leo nawaona wachache, lakini there were many more during that event. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli tunawapa pongezi sana chuo na hata watafiti kama mtu mmoja mmoja. Tuna zitaleta makubwa, lakini mna inspire pia vijana na watafiti wengine wachanga kujitahidi na kutoa matokeo yao katika journals ambayo zina high impact. Kwa hiyo ninawapongeza. Wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, serikali yetu chini ya Mheshimiwa Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, imeendelea kuhakikisha inajenga mazingira mazuri na rafiki ya kufundishia na kujifunzia katika ngazi zote za elimu, ikiwepo elimu ya juu. Mathalan, kupitia mradi wetu wa HIT, serikali imejenga na kukarabati majengo zaidi ya 130 kote nchini kwa ajili ya kuwezesha ufundishaji na ujifunzaji katika elimu ya juu. Miongoni mwa miundombinu hiyo ni pamoja na kujenga kampasi kubwa ya MUHAS mkoani Kigoma na hapa Mloganzila, kama ambavyo tumesikia kutoka kwa makamu wa mkuu wa chuo. Lengo la serikali kuwa mji wa mafunzo ya academic medical city. Wafadhili mbalimbali wamekuwa wakishirikiana nasi katika kutekeleza hayo yote, na kwa namna ya pekee sana napenda kuchukua fursa hii kushukuru sana wadau wa maendeleo ambao wameendelea kushirikiana nasi katika kuhakikisha tunajenga mazingira stahiki kwa ajili ya kujifunza na kufundishia. Ninaamini ushirikiano huu na wadau wenzetu wa maendeleo umechangia kwa kiasi kikubwa kwa MUHAS kufanya vizuri pia katika tafiti. Hivyo bado tunaendelea, kwa sababu tunaendelea kujijenga na kukuza kituo chetu. Tunategemea tutaendelea kuattract mbali. Pekee kabisa kwa niaba ya serikali, napenda pia nitoe shukrani za dhati kwa wadau wote wa maendeleo kama nilivyosema, ambao wanaendelea kushirikiana na serikali kuboresha sekta yetu ya elimu, lakini pia sekta ya afya kupitia chuo chetu cha MUHAS. Kwa namna ya pekee nishukuru serikali ya Uswidi kupitia shirika lake la SIDA kwa mchango mkubwa na endelevu katika masuala ya tafiti kwa miaka mingi, lakini pia wafadhili wa kongamano hili kwa miaka 12 mfululizo, na ninaamini wataendelea kushirikiana nasi. Vile vile napenda nishukuru serikali ya Korea Kusini kwa kutoa mkopo wa riba nafuu kwa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na kuwezesha ujenzi na kuweka vifaa katika hospitali ya Mloganzila katika kampasi hii. Vile vile Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika kwa kushirikiana nasi katika kujenga kituo cha umahiri wa magonjwa ya moyo na mishipa ya damu hapa Mloganzila. Vile vile Benki ya Dunia kwa ufadhili wake kwenye mradi wetu wa HIT, na ambapo tumeshaelezwa wanajenga miundombinu hapa na Kigoma, lakini pia wanasomesha wataalamu mbalimbali kupitia mradi wetu ule wa HIT. Serikali kwamba wadau hawa wataendelea kushirikiana nasi katika kuinua uwezo wa kitafiti, kujenga rasilimali watu ambayo ina weledi, lakini pia kuhakikisha tunakuwa na miundombinu ambayo italeta maendeleo na kuwezesha ustawi wa sekta ya afya, lakini pia elimu ya juu. Ndugu wageni waalikwa, kwa vile nimetaja baadhi ya shughuli zinazotekelezwa na mradi wa elimu ya juu kwa mageuzi ya kiuchumi katika chuo hiki, ni vema pia mkafahamu kuwa mradi huu wa HIT unajenga campus katika vyuo vingine vikiwemo University of Dar es Salaam, Taasisi ya Afrika ya Nelson Mandela ya Sayansi na Teknolojia, Chuo Kikuu cha Ushirika Moshi, Chuo Kikuu cha Taifa Zanzibar, Chuo Kikuu cha Sayansi na Teknolojia Mbeya na Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma kwa uchache. Upanuzi wa miundombinu hii umelenga kuongeza nafasi za masomo kwa vijana wa Kitanzania wale wanaohitimu elimu ya msingi. Vile vile najenga cha Mwalimu Julius Nyerere cha kilimo na teknolojia huko Butiama mkoani Mara. Ni nia ya serikali kuandaa mazingira mazuri na rafiki kwa ajili ya vijana wetu kusoma na kufanya shughuli mbalimbali za kiubunifu ili kuleta tafiti na solutions ambazo zitatatua matatizo ya jamii ya Kitanzania. Katika nyakati tofauti pia, serikali yetu imetoa vibali vya ajira na hata uhamisho kwa watumishi wanaohitajika ili kuhakikisha utoaji wa elimu bora hauathiriwi na uhaba wa wanataaluma. Tunajua ni eneo, namuona profesa yuko pale, alifanya kazi kwenye lakini serikali inakwenda na jitihada mbalimbali kuhakikisha kwamba tunapunguza uhaba huo. Vile vile uhaba huo utapungua kupitia umataifishaji, kualika walimu na wataalamu wengine kutoka nchi mbalimbali kuweza kuja kushirikiana nasi katika utoaji wa elimu, lakini pia katika ufanyaji wa utafiti. Kwa hiyo tunatambua uhaba upo na tunawapongeza walimu na watafiti ambao mmekuwa mnaendelea kufanya kazi zenu kama vile uhaba haupo. Na tumeona mafanikio makubwa. Kwa hiyo tunawapongeza, lakini tunatambua kama serikali tunahitaji kuhakikisha kwamba uhaba huo unapungua ili usiathiri elimu inayotolewa, lakini pia usiathiri utafiti ambao unakwenda kufanyika. Ndugu wageni waalikwa, ninapenda mfahamu pia kuwa MUHAS kwa kushirikiana na serikali yetu ipo katika mkakati wa kuanzisha vituo vingine vya umahiri katika kampasi hii ya Mloganzila, ikiwemo awamu ya pili ya ujenzi wa kituo cha umahiri wa magonjwa ya moyo na mishipa ya damu, yani Center of Excellence for Cardiovascular Sciences Phase 2, na kituo cha umahiri cha magonjwa ya afya ya kinywa, yani Center of Excellence in Oral Health. Miundombinu hii pamoja na mingine itakayojengwa baadaye itawezesha kampasi hii kuwa kitovu cha mafunzo ya ubobezi ya afya na sayansi shirikishi, tafiti, ubunifu na huduma za kibingwa na bobezi hapa nchini na katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki, na hivyo kuchangia kukuza utalii tiba, yani medical tourism. Hakika chuo hiki kimefanya kazi kubwa, hivyo nipende kupongeza tena management ya chuo kwa kubuni na kutekeleza kwa vitendo kongamano na masuala mengine yote katika kumwenzi kiongozi mashuhuri aliyeipenda nchi yake na kuitumikia kwa moyo wake wote, mzee wetu hayati Ali Hassan Mwinyi. Nimefurahi pia kauli mbiu ya kongamano hili inasema sayansi kama hadithi ya maisha, nguvu ya tafiti, bunifu na ushirikiano kwenye kuimarisha mifumo thabiti ya afya. Kauli mbiu hii inaendana vema sana na maneno ya busara aliyotuachia mzee wetu Ali Hassan Mwinyi kwamba maisha ni hadithi, na hayati mzee Mwinyi alitoa mchango mkubwa katika kuboresha sekta ya afya nchini, na kwa namna hiyo yeye alishaandika hadithi yake. Yeye alishaandika hadithi yake. Sisi tunaandika hadithi gani? Kupitia kazi zetu za kisayansi, kupitia kumenta vijana, kupitia uzalendo wetu ambao tunaonyesha kwenye nchi yetu. Sisi tunaandika hadithi gani? Science is a story of life. Tunatambua kuwa mifumo ya afya ndio inashikilia na kubeba maisha yetu, kuanzia utotoni, ujanani, utu uzima na hata uzeeni. Mifumo thabiti inajengwa na sayansi madhubuti na kuendeshwa na watendaji mahiri wa afya, wakiwemo viongozi, wataalamu na watoa huduma pamoja na wanajamii kwa ujumla. Pia mifumo thabiti inajengwa na tafiti mahiri zenye maudhui na majibu ya matatizo yanayogusa jamii moja kwa moja, sera na miongozo sahihi, pamoja na matumizi sahihi ya rasilimali kukidhi mahitaji hayo kuendana na hali halisi ya maisha. Hata hivyo, hivi karibuni mfumo wetu wa afya umeendelea kupata changamoto kutokana na kutokea kwa magonjwa ya mlipuko, mabadiliko ya idadi ya watu na mwenendo wa magonjwa katika mazingira yetu. Hivyo, nimefurahi kusikia kwamba kongamano hili linalenga pia kutathmini ushahidi wa kisayansi na ubunifu katika kufanya mifumo yetu ya afya kukabiliana na mabadiliko hayo. Ni dhahiri kwamba hatuwezi kuwa na maendeleo ya kiuchumi bila kuwa na afya bora, na kwamba bila kuboresha afya hatutaweza kuleta maendeleo ya kawaida kama mtu mmoja mmoja, lakini kama taifa. Na hivyo tunahitaji utafiti katika sekta ya afya. Natambua kuwa katika kongamano hili changamoto mbalimbali katika mifumo yetu ya afya zitajadiliwa, ikiwa ni pamoja na afya ya mama na mtoto, huduma za dawa za dharura, magonjwa yasiyoambukiza, magonjwa ya uzeeni, usugu na vidudu dhidi ya madawa na mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa. Baadhi ya changamoto hizi zimekuwepo kwa muda mrefu na nyingine zimejitokeza hivi karibuni. Hivyo, ni imani yangu kuwa kongamano hili litatoa majibu kwa changamoto hizi zinazotukabili kama nchi, lakini ambazo zinakabili dunia kwa ujumla wake. Ni matumaini yangu pia kuwa pamoja na mapendekezo mbalimbali mtakayotoa mwisho wa kongamano hili, mtaweza kujadili na kutoa mapendekezo kwenye maeneo yafuatayo. Mosi, njia mpya ya kushughulikia magonjwa yasiyoambukiza, ikiwemo magonjwa ya afya ya akili, magonjwa ya uzeeni, ajali, kisukari, magonjwa ya moyo, saratani na mengineyo. Pili, namna ya kujenga na kuimarisha maadili kwa watoa huduma za afya zinazotolewa nchini. Na mwisho, matumizi ya teknolojia kwenye afya, hasa kwenye upande wa matumizi ya akili bandia, yani artificial intelligence. Ninaamini haya ni masuala ambayo kwa kweli ni nyeti kwetu kama nchi kwa wakati huu, na sote tunafahamu nchi yetu ipo katika hatua ya kuandaa dira ya maendeleo 2050. Na hizi changamoto tunazoziongelea hapa huenda zikaathiri maendeleo tunatarajia kuyapata katika miaka 25 ijayo. Kwa ninaamini kabisa matokeo ya majadiliano haya yatakuwa ni mchango kwenye uandaaji wa dira ya maendeleo 2050. Naomba mwenyekiti wa baraza, kongamano hili liandae dozia ambayo itawasilishwa kwenye kamati au hata wizara ile yetu ya mipango na uwekezaji, ambayo ndio waratibu wakubwa wa zoezi la maandalizi ya dira ya taifa. Hatutamani makongamano yafanyike na matokeo yake yasi-inform process za maandalizi ya dira ya maendeleo. Kwa nitaomba mwenyekiti wa baraza tuhakikishe kwamba masuala yote muhimu ambayo tunajua yatachangia na yataleta utofauti katika maandalizi ya ile dira ya maendeleo ya nchi, basi yaweze kuwasilishwa na yawe considered katika maandalizi hayo. Ninapokwenda kuhitimisha hotuba yangu, napenda niwashukuru tena washiriki wote wa kongamano hili. Nimeambiwa kuna wengine wako kwenye vyumba vingine na wengine wako online. Wote kwa pamoja ninawashukuru sana. Pia ninawashukuru watafiti wote watakaowasilisha matokeo ya utafiti wao na ubunifu katika kongamano hili. Tunafahamu bila watafiti hao kuandaa na kufanya utafiti, hatusingeweza kuwa na kongamano hili. Kwa hiyo kongamano hili limewezekana sababu ya nyinyi watafiti na washiriki wengine wote ambao mmepanga kuja kusikiliza na hata kuchangia katika yale ambayo yatajadiliwa katika kongamano hili. Kwa kuwa kongamano hili ni tukio la kila mwaka, mafanikio ya baadaye yatategemea matokeo makubwa ya utafiti ili kuendelea kuwa na makongamano mengine zaidi. Ni matumaini yangu ya dhati kwamba mtaendelea kufanya utafiti kwa nguvu na bidii ili matokeo ya utafiti hayo yawe chachu katika kutatua matatizo ya afya ya watu na hatimaye kuboresha maisha yao. Mwisho kabisa, lakini sio kwa umuhimu, natoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa kamati ya maandalizi kwa kufanikisha kongamano hili. Pia niwashukuru na kuwapongeza tena MUHAS kwa kujitolea kusambaza matokeo ya tafiti za afya kupitia makongamano kama haya na njia nyingine ambazo tunajua imenufaisha nchi yetu, lakini pia hata dunia kwa ujumla. Serikali yetu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania itaendelea kuunga mkono kikamilifu na kuhakikisha kuwa vyuo vya elimu ya juu vinajengewa uwezo wa kutoa elimu yenye ubora wa hali ya juu na wezeshi iliyosheheni ujuzi na maarifa yenye ushindani katika soko la ajira ndani na nje ya nchi. Baada ya maboresho ya sera, mwelekeo wa elimu sasa ni kutoa elimu ujuzi. Na sote tunajua dunia nzima inahitaji mtu mwenye ujuzi. Unaweza kuwa na certificate yako nzuri sana, lakini kama huna ujuzi hautaweza kufaa katika soko la ajira la sasa. Kwa mwelekeo mpya wa sera ya elimu ni kuhakikisha kwamba Mtanzania yeyote aelimike akiwa na ujuzi utakao kumwezesha kutengeneza ajira au hata kuajiriwa. Hatusemi Tanzania tu, tunaandaa Mtanzania ambaye sasa ataajirika kimataifa. Kwa hiyo tuelewe sasa elimu yetu inaenda kuwa very competitive. Kwa maana hiyo ni lazima tu uphold standards za namna tunavyotoa elimu yetu ili wahitimu wetu waweze kulinganishwa na wahitimu wengine katika dunia hii. Kwa hiyo tunaomba mtambue mabadiliko makubwa yanatokea kwenye sekta, na wadau wote walioko katika chumba hiki ni muhimu katika kuhakikisha tunapata matokeo yanayotarajiwa na hata yanayotarajiwa na serikali na dunia kupitia sekta ya elimu. Baada ya kusema hayo, sasa nipende kutangaza rasmi kuwa kongamano la 12 la kisayansi la Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili MUHAS limefunguliwa rasmi. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza na nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asante, natakia majadiliano mema.
Asante sana mgeni rasmi.
Nashukuru kutoa zawadi. Zawadi za kina nani?
Zoezi linalofuata sasa ni utoaji wa tuzo kuwatambua baadhi ya watu. Naomba high table mkae. Zoezi hilo litaongozwa na mgeni rasmi na mwenyekiti wa baraza la chuo na makamu mkuu wa chuo. Nimwombe sasa kaimu naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo anayeshughulikia utafiti na ushauri wa kitaalamu aweze kutuongoza katika kutoa maelezo ya zawadi hizo. Baada ya zoezi hilo, nitaomba mgeni rasmi pamoja na mwenyekiti wa baraza na makamu mkuu wa chuo mrudi tena high table kwa ajili ya picha za kumbukumbu. Karibu.
Asante sana. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, Profesa Caroline Ndombo, viongozi wote mliofika, wawakilishi wa vyuo vingine vyote ambavyo umetunga mkono, wakuu wa taasisi tunazotumia kwa ajili ya kufundishia, mahospitali na viongozi wenzangu, habarini za asubuhi. Tuna zawadi mbili ambazo ni kumbukumbu ya wenzetu wawili ambao tungependa ziendelee kuwakumbusha kuhusu chuo chetu cha Muhimbili au cha MUHAS. Naomba ni mtaje Profesa Anna Kesi. Profesa Kesi amekuwa na sisi, amehudumu katika kamati za maandalizi takribani 8 au 9 za kongamano hili. Ameshiriki katika namna ya kipekee sana, ametupa nguvu, ametuongoza katika maandalizi hata ya kongamano hili, na wiki hii amestaafu. Naomba kwa namna ya kipekee kamati na management ya chuo inakushukuru kwa mchango wako mkubwa sana, lakini tunaamini sasa ndo unapata nguvu zaidi ya kuendelea kuwa na sisi na kutusaidia. Naomba basi usogee mbele ili uweze kupata tuzo yako ya heshima na zawadi kutoka katika Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Asante sana Profesa Kesi. Hongera sana. Tuzo inayofuata ni nzito hata mimi kuitaja, lakini naomba nimtangaze Profesa Kisali Palanjo. Huyu ni naibu makamu mkuu wa kwanza wa chuo chetu, ambaye ndoto yake, maono yake yametuwezesha kukaa katika ukumbi huu tuliokaa leo. Uanzilishi wa kampasi yetu ni maono na ndoto yake, pamoja na viongozi wengine ambao walianza nao. Lakini katika conferences zetu za MUHAS, ambayo ndio ilikuwa conference ya kwanza, chuo cha kwanza kuanza conferences za kisayansi, ilikuwa ni ndoto pia ya kwake, na alianza nayo miaka 12 iliyopita. Kwa conference ya kwanza alihost na alianzisha, na ametuheshimisha kitaifa na kimataifa. Tupo hapa kwa sababu tuko juu ya mabega ya walioona mbali. One of them, the first and foremost, ni Profesa Kisali Palanjo. Tunaomba kwa niaba ya management, wafanyakazi wenzangu, wanasayansi wenzangu na wote tuliomo humu ukumbini, tukukabidhi tuzo hii ya heshima, ikukumbushe kazi nzito uliyoifanya, na tunakupenda sana sasa. Tunakushukuru sana baba yetu, profesa wetu Kisali Palanjo. Basi baada ya zoezi hilo, naomba niwakaribishe tena viongozi wangu katika meza kuu kwa ajili ya zoezi la mwisho la upigaji wa picha kabla tujamsindikiza mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi kwa sababu ya majukumu mengine aliyonayo. Asante.
Asante sana mgeni rasmi pamoja na msafara wako kwa zoezi hilo jema kabisa. Sasa tunaenda kwenye zoezi la picha, na kuwa mgeni rasmi ana majukumu mengine. Baada ya zoezi hilo la picha, atasindikizwa na meza kuu kupitia mlango mkuu ambao uko katikati ya ukumbi, ambapo tunaamini itampendeza kupata dakika moja hata ya kuzungumza na waandishi wa habari ambao ni wadau muhimu katika zoezi hili. Niombe sasa kutangaza kundi la kwanza la picha. Ni kama ambavyo limekaa, ni high table, ndio itakayokuwa picha ya kwanza, picha ya kumbukumbu. Lakini baada ya hapo, niwaombe kwa haraka kabisa wakurugenzi na maamidi kwa maana ya deans and directors kuja kwa ajili ya picha itakayofuata. Kwa kuzingatia kwamba high table ni hao ambao tayari wako hapo, naomba deans and directors mkiongozwa na naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo anayeshughulikia mipango, fedha na utawala muweze kusogea kwa ajili ya picha ya kumbukumbu. Picha hiyo itafuatiwa na wawakilishi na viongozi wa taasisi za serikali na binafsi waliopo popote pale walipo, naomba mjiandae. Naomba popote pale wawakilishi na viongozi wa taasisi za serikali na binafsi mliopo humu asanteni sana. Naomba viongozi wa taasisi na wawakilishi wa viongozi wa taasisi mbalimbali, naona Ocean Road, MNH, JKCI, Wizara ya Afya na wengine wote ambao pengine macho yangu hawajawafikia pale mlipokaa. Dr. Heri Marwa, nafikiri ninakufahamu vizuri tu, naomba usogee pale mbele. Picha hiyo itafuatiwa na wenye viti wa mada mbalimbali zitakazowasilishwa leo katika kumbi mbalimbali, yani chairpersons of the scientific parallel sessions, na wenye naomba wajiandae. Naomba chapu kwa haraka kwa sababu mgeni rasmi ana majukumu mengine. Ndio maana makamu mkuu wa chuo akisema ametuheshimisha, vile ni wazi kwamba ametuheshimisha kweli. Karibuni sana wenye viti wa session, na picha hiyo itafuatiwa na kamati ya maandalizi. Kamati ya maandalizi na yenyewe wajiandae. Wenye viti wa session, naamini tuko wengi kabisa, na mimi ninakumbushwa hapa na ubongo wangu kwamba ni mmojawapo. Sana, naomba kamati ya maandalizi na yenyewe isogee. Sio kwamba watu wengine walioko humu ndani sio muhimu, lakini kwa sababu ya uhaba wa muda tulionao, hiyo itakuwa ni picha ya mwisho katika zoezi ya picha kwa asubuhi hii, na baada ya hapo meza kuu itamsindikiza mgeni rasmi kupitia mlango mkuu ambao uko kaskazini mashariki mwa ukumbi huu ambao ni hapa katikati. Asante sana. Kwa heshima na taadhima, niombe meza kuu sasa iweze kumsindikiza mgeni rasmi, mkishukia upande ule wa kushoto kwa kutumia njia hii ya katikati, na kama itakupendeza mgeni rasmi, kwa dakika moja pale nje kuzungumza na waandishi wa habari ambao ni wadau muhimu katika kutoa taarifa hizi za kongamano la kisayansi. Kwa hiyo baada ya zoezi hili, wakati mgeni rasmi anapoondoka hapa ukumbini. Kushangilia mgeni rasmi kwa kutuheshimisha na kwa hotuba iliyoshiba. Asanteni sana, tunaweza kupata a healthy break kwa sababu keynote itaanza baada ya zoezi la mgeni rasmi kuzungumza kidogo na waandishi wa habari. Kwa hiyo unaweza ukasimama ukajistretch kidogo.
Hello Farida.
Naomba kurudi ndani kwa ajili ya keynote. Rudi ndani kwa ajili ya keynote. Tunaomba kuchukua nafasi zetu ili kusudi tuweze kuendelea na programu yetu ya kongamano.
Wete anafuata nini huyu?
Kuchukua nafasi zetu ili tuweze kuendelea na programu yetu ya kongamano. Hello, Mariam. How are you? Yesaya Msangi, unaomba kufika nyuma ya ukumbi huu. Where should I be standing? Okay. Sawa. Yeah. Ni sawa. Kwa wale ambao bado wako nje ya ukumbi huu, wanaombwa kuingia na kuchukua nafasi ili kusudi tuweze kuanza keynote speech. Kwa wale mnaona skrini, keynote speech inaenda kutolewa na makamu mkuu wa kwanza wa chuo. So we are learning from the past to the future. Inawezekana kabisa baadhi yetu ndio tukaifahamu MUHAS leo, kutoka kwenye ndoto yake mpaka tulipo leo na tunapotaka kuelekea. Kwa ni waombe wale kule mlangoni muweze kuchukua nafasi zenu, mkae. Kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. And now we are going back to scientific sessions, and the language of communication now will switch to English instead of Kiswahili that we used in the opening ceremony. Yeah. Okay. For those who wish to access internet through the Wi-Fi, in any of the portal that has MUHAS in it, the password is MUHAS, capital M, lowercase the rest, 2024. Nimeambiwa ati nimeambiwa 2024, ngoja niulize. Nasema ngoja niulize nijulishe kama nimetamka basi ni sawa. The password is MUHAS at 2024 with the capital M. MUHAS at 2024. For those who wish to access our high speed, high quality internet connection in this Al Hassan Mwinyi auditorium and anywhere around this building. We have adequate, reliable, strong internet connectivity. Please enjoy it. For anyone who thinks it is not strong, please observe my first statement. The internet is very strong. MUHAS at 2024 is the password.
Sawa, kabisa.
Good morning once again. It is my singular honor to welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Kisali Palangio, who joined Muhimbili University by then in Faculty of Medicine in 1972. And he has grown with the institution as the head of Internal Medicine Department, later on as the Dean School of Medicine, and as the principal college of Muhimbili University College of Health Sciences, and in 2007 as the first Vice Chancellor of the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. But with reference to this conference, he also engineered and hosted the first MUHAS scientific conference in 2011, which happened at Muhimbili University Upanga campus. So with those few remarks, I know I cannot explain his biography because it is longer than my age. I wish to invite him now to give the keynote address. Karibu, Professor Palangio.
Thank you very much for those nice words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be given the opportunity to deliver a keynote address. I do hope it will be a keynote. It may not be. So if it falls short of our expectations, I take full responsibility. Let me start by saying, and I'm saying this before I forget, because this occasion is also marking our remembrance of our first Chancellor, of whom I was his Vice Chancellor. And to me, he was not only my boss, but he was, what's the right word to use? He was my guardian. He was my father. When I had issues, it did happen quite a few times. I ran to him, and not for one day he did not receive me well. He received me always with open arms. He listened to what I had to say. And when I got out of his house, I was a few kilos lighter than when I had gone in, because he had removed the baggage on my shoulders. Now, I'm saying the next thing in that vein. The first scientific conference we had, as the organizer said, was at Muhimbili. It was on a Friday, and we had invited people from outside, mainly our main scientific research supporters. The Swedish embassy was represented by their Chancellor Minister, and we had somebody from the European Union, We had people from Karolinska. And guess what happened? There was a strike by the students. And the students were demanding 3 things, I think. Members of parliament had just elevated their pay rise. So the students were saying, no, this is not right. But they were also saying that it's not right because patients in the hospital have no drugs. And the third thing, they did not want Kisali Palangi as vice chancellor. That was the demand from the students. And the next day was our graduation day on a Saturday. And the students from the intelligentsia were told that they had planned to create havoc on the graduation day. And so you can imagine, as a vice chancellor, how I felt. It was really, really a very sad day for me. So I asked for an appointment to see my chancellor, of whom he was so happy to see me. And when he saw me, I think he realized that this is not the guy I know every day. And he asked me, what's the problem? And I told him. He said, you know what? We are together. Those words kept on reverberating into my ears the whole weekend. And indeed, the graduation ceremony went on smoothly, nothing disrupted it. So that's one thing I can tell you about my chancellor. He was that kind of a man. The second reason why I wanted to see him many times was because alikuwa na miti ya maembe pale kwake. And very good mangoes, actually. And every time I went there, if it was the season, I got a few fruits. And so I enjoy going there for that reason. But the most important thing, which I learned from late President Mwinyi, he was always a man who listened to what you had to convey to him. And he gave me full mandate to run the institution. He was not the kind of person who was looking over my shoulder, what's going on. And so when you have a boss who trusts you, who gives you all the confidence, why can't you do what has to be done? And so this dream of Mloganzila, yes, it was a dream that came from the universities, I'm going to share so shortly, but without the chancellor giving its blessing, and without the chancellor having to, to take us up when we fell down, it may not have resulted. So for those 3 things, I would immensely remember him. And I think what you are seeing would not have been done had it not been for the kind of man we had as a chancellor, trusting those who are at the institution, supporting them. I remember many times went to see him and he said, so what is the problem? And he will ask his assistant, can you get the president on the line? Immediately. He would telephone State House, you'll ask for audience with the president, and things usually will then start moving. So if I don't have to say anything else, that's the end of my speech, and I'm done. Now, MUHAS did not come from heaven. MUHAS has got a long history, and all these years, it has been a public institution, primarily funded by the government. It was started in 1963 as a school, Dar es Salaam Medical School, which was to train assistant medical officers. It was not a university institution. And it had to do that because there was no university in the country. Even the University of Dar es Salaam, which had started in 1961 as a college of the University of London, which was also a college of Makerere, it could not train doctors. So Nyerere had these three words as is a major obstacles to development: ujinga, maradhi, and umaskini. Unfortunately, 63 years on, we still have the same problems as our main challenges. So the government of the day had to devise strategies to address these prime obstacles to development. And in that process, and coupled with the fact that many foreign skilled people left the country, they could not be ruled by the new African government, they had to start putting down things that can create human resource to run the government. And as I said, at the church, a building, Ushirika building at Mnazi Mmoja, that is where the Faculty of Law started. This is the Faculty of Law of the University of Dar es Salaam. And then in 1963, the University of Dar es Salaam became an affiliate college of the University of East Africa. Because at that time, Makerere, which was a college of University of London, had to give in for Nairobi and Dar es Salaam to form colleges. And Dar es Salaam was to train mainly lawyers. It was for arts, law, and science. And Makerere remained with medicine, and University of Nairobi was mainly engineering. So the main objective of starting the Dar es Salaam School of Medicine at Muhimbili Hospital was to graduate, as I said, assistant medical officers. And if I'm to go back a little bit, at Muhimbili at that time, they were training clinical officers. So they wanted to upgrade the clinical officer school into an AMO school for the first time. But these clinical officers had started their training at Sewahaji Hospital near the Central Police Station. That is where Sewahaji Hospital was built. And this was a hospital built in 1893 by a donation of 12,000 rupees from an Indian merchant called Sewahaji. So the building called Sewahaji at Muhimbili, the Sewahaji block, is named after that merchant, Indian merchant, who was actually, at that time, he was operating from Zanzibar. But he donated 12,000 rupees to build a hospital for Africans. This Sewahaji later on had problems in Zanzibar and he moved to Bagamoyo. And for those of you who are familiar with Bagamoyo Hospital, it's also called Sewahaji. That's the other name for Bagamoyo District Hospital. So the students who were studying at Sewahaji were actually staying at Salvation Army in Kurasini, and they had to walk every day to and back. The student of today, I don't know how many of them will be willing to do that, to walk that distance every day in the morning and go back in the evening. Now, so the objectives of establishing the Dar es Salaam School of Medicine, I've already stated that one. But in 1968, it was upgraded to a faculty. Now, this is a faculty of medicine under Makerere, because there was no medical school in the country. And then in 1976, and this is an important milestone, in 1976-77, because of operational problems then, the Faculty of Medicine was merged with Muhimbili Hospital to form Muhimbili Medical Center. This is a marriage that lasted 24 years. It was a marriage with lots of difficulties. excuse me. So when it was met with Muhimbili Hospital, the problems of that day were resolved by and large. But then, in spite of the fact that the leaders of the Muhimbili Medical Center, and again, this is an important fact to take into account. The first Director General of Muhimbili Medical Center came from the university. He was the Dean, Professor Nonoli. The second one, Professor Mankemo. The third one was Professor Maluko. The fifth one, or the fourth one, was Professor Mbaga. And then Professor Mbaga was followed by Professor Masele. All these came from the university. They were running the Muhimbili Medical Center. In spite of that, the running of academic activities suffered immensely. There was no development because the funding to the Muhimbili Medical Center, which came from the Ministry of Health, could barely suffice to run medical services. And anybody in their normal mind would be seen as insane if they said, okay, we are going to take this amount of money, these million shillings, to go and repair the roof of the library when people are suffering, when people are dying for lack of drugs. And so this union, much as it looks rosy from outside, it had very serious operational problems. This is why in 2000, now my slides have, now these slides should have come earlier. This is the class of 1963. Those people were first to be enrolled into the AMO schools. Sad to say that all of these are no more. They are all dead. The last one died one month ago, Frederick Kigadi. The rest are not with us. Now, this is the class of 1968. This is the class that was enrolled for the first time for the MD program. And those are the names. Some of you may remember, some may pick up any name here that you know. Yes, you may remember Dr. Jahazi. You may remember certainly Dr. Pius Magesa, number 13. You may remember Dr. Augustine Masawe, number 14. I doubt if you know any one of the others there. Which one? Yes, Karugende. Okay, so this was the class that was enrolled for the first time into medical school for the MD program. And you notice there were very few compared to the class of today. The class of today is how many times more? Now, those are the pictures of the class of 68. I put on the names because you may not be able to pick them up from the pictures. Can you? Maybe Professor Lamuya can do that, but I doubt if many of you can do that. But that is the class of 68. Now, the numbers were small, in spite of the need for the country, which was huge. But in order to maintain quality, they needed to taught well and impacted their skills for doing what they were supposed to do. Now, that is a class of 1972. This is my class. It was the biggest class, 50 students. And the university then said they cannot increase the number of students on annual increment until and unless the multi-purpose laboratory had been built. The multi-purpose laboratory was conceived in 1968 by the first dean, Professor Monekoso, but it was built, I think, in the mid-1990s. So you can see the time there, 68 to 96, that's almost how many years? You give me your mathematics, but this is the class. Don't look for me because you will not see me there. So then the university started growing slowly. And I want to put this into the perspective of what you're doing today, the numbers. MD program officially started 1968, although those people who were enrolled as AMO, and I think 89 DDS, 91, the BSN program. But today, I'm told you have 101 degree programs. So you can see the leap. It's really impressive. And most of this occurred after 2007. Because in 2007, we only had about 22 degree programs. But once we got our independence, once we became free and we could make our own decisions, we were able to expand, including expanding, looking for land like in Mloganzila. We could not do that before because we were not a legal entity. This is very important. We were not a legal entity. We were a faculty under the University of Dar es Salaam. We were a college under the University of Dar es Salaam. And let me say this in just passing. The University of Dar es Salaam was established in 1970. That's when it became a university. It had 5 faculties. Do you know what these faculties were? It was law, science, arts, agriculture, and medicine. So we were one of the 5 founding members of the University of Dar es Salaam. Then in 1985, Sokoine said, we don't want to continue being part of this. And they broke away in a very unceremonious way. They just got away. They got their independence and they started growing. In the meantime, the Faculty of Medicine had been cushioned with the hospital and they were being handled very tightly. They could not grow. Now, 1991, in an attempt to grow, the faculty went to the parent, the parent owner. That's the Council of the University of Dar es Salaam. And they said, we want to be a full-fledged university. They were told, no way, we can't be. You only have, how many programs do you have? Degree programs, nothing. And what kind of land do you have? You do not meet the minimum requirements of meetings. If you want to read the meeting, the minutes of the meeting of 1991, come back to us. We'll consider whether you can be elevated into. So when I took office, I found that my predecessors had done a number of things to try to get additional land. I think there was a talk about getting Azania and Jangwani removed from there so that we annexed that land, and a bit of Upanga, but those were just brushed aside as non-entities. Then there was an attempt to get land at Tanganyika Packers, but that did not come to fruition. But then, 2006, we acquired this piece of land. We got a title deed for where we are now. And in 2007, we were granted a charter. We became a full-fledged university. Now, there are many things I'm jumping, but I'm sure you'll be able to cover up, but I'm ready to give answers to that. That is Mzee Mwinyi visiting this piece of land for the first time. Perhaps you can recognize some people in that picture, can you? Yes, there are some of them. Kuna mwingine ameng'ata mdomo hapo na tai yake, I don't know what he was thinking, but this was the first time the chancellor visited this part of the university campus. Now, between the time the chancellor visited Mloganzila and the time construction work started here, there's a lot of things that happened or did not happen. Don't forget, we already had a title deed at this time, but a lot of things happened. I'll be able to mention some of them to you later on, not now. Now, this is then the next state, President Kikwete laying the foundation, or indicating that construction work is about to start, and you can see the pictures there. You may be able to pick some of the people. I think the guy there with Kikwete is the ambassador for South Korea, and on his left was the former regional commissioner for Dar es Salaam. This is a very important person to this project. His name may not be mentioned anywhere, but I think without him, perhaps it might have taken us much longer to have been able to access the land and start the construction works. Because I would like to tell you that for years, maybe 3-4 years, we are just in the window, in the bush. We did not know where we are going, because we had a district commissioner for this area and the Diwani who were resolutely against Muhimbili coming here. Diwani kila weekend walikuwa wanachinja mbuzi wa kafara. Sasa bahati mbaya yule diwani, au bahati nzuri ya diwani, alikuwa Mhehe. Sasa Profesa Ngasapa alikuwa na rafiki zake wa Kihehe, kwa hiyo anamwambia diwani amesema yeye on his dead body Muhimbili hawaji. The DC alikuwa na eneo lake naye hapa. Kwa hiyo kwa Muhimbili ukabidhiwa, maana yake ni kwamba na yeye he will lose his peace. So he was removed. I was sent somewhere else. Diwani aliambiwa wewe kaa tu hapa, watashughulika na wewe. But it was, mambo ya maudhi tu, vitu vya chini chini tu ambavyo havina msingi, havina nini, but things don't move. Very, very frustrating. And this is the many times we had to go to Mzee Mwinyi. Mwambie Mzee Mwinyi, tumekwama. Mmekwama wapi? Tunamweleza, I think alikuwa anapata taarifa from other sources as well. And so things were changing. Kuna wakati wakazi wa hapa wakasema wanahamishwa kutoka Dar es Salaam wanapelekwa Kisarawe. It took 2 years to resolve mpaka wa Dar es Salaam na Dar es Salaam region and Pwani region. 2 years. Kuna waziri mmoja alikuja akawaambia watu kwamba sasa huku ni Dar es Salaam, huku ni Kisarawe. Akawaambia, wewe waziri, huwezi kutuhamishia Dar es Salaam kwa nguvu, sisi kutuhamishia Kisarawe kwa nguvu, sisi tuko Dar es Salaam, when geographically they were on the other side. Now, so that is Kikwete putting on the foundation stone with then construction work started. The chancellor is there, Mzee Mwinyi. You can see him with I think this is Kamhabwa, and the former vice chancellor is there. The building is almost ready. They are being given a tour in the building. I think this is the X-ray department. You can see that the vice chancellor then showing his pride. This is all nice to see these things, but let me shortly, I'll tell you the nasty things which are not written anywhere, You won't find them. They're showing they're touring the property. And now that is the main hospital, complete. Looks beautiful. Everybody likes it. Everybody is happy. Okay? And this is reward, really. After people have spent years and months and days of painful engagements, finally you have a facility like this one. There you are. And then finally, President Magufuli initiating the opening ceremony of the property. And this is the building where we are. Again, the story about this building was conceived in 2012 or 2011. I remember the Vice Chancellor and myself going to a meeting with the African Development Bank to get a loan for, I think it was about $45 million to build a cardiovascular center. And then later on, that money was chopped off and we ended up with this one. Now that Muhimbili is a fully fledged university, what next? Do we, as Napoleon said, a goal is a dream with a deadline. Maybe difficult to put a deadline to the institution, but you must have goals which have got deadline. If the goals have no time frame, inakuwa ni hadithi tu, because they may never come to fruition. Do we? And when I say do we, I don't mean the administration of the university. Does everybody, a student, a faculty, a leader, the top leadership of the university, do we have clear goals of where we are going? If you set your goals, then you can choose your path. But let me tell you, you may choose a path, expect obstacles in between. They're gonna come. And the worst thing that can happen is for you to give up. As I think, as an institution, somewhere in between here, we lost our passion, we lost our dream, became a bit hazy. But maybe now it is becoming clearer. But what consolation everybody should get is that the Lord did not do it all in one day. Okay? So this is a consolation. I would have wished this structure was put in here 20 years ago, but it wasn't. But today, there. So as long as, but if you don't have clear goals, you don't have passion, you don't have a roadmap, and then your days will be up, and that's it. You know, my mind is jumpy, and this is food for thought for everybody. It's happy to say that we are a fully fledged university. Although I remember in 2006, we had students who did not want to graduate from MUHAS. Wapo. Labda wako hapa sijui. Muhimbili, you know, we don't want to do this. And I think the staff said, okay, you want to graduate from the University of Dar es Salaam? Basi ninyi neneni huko, sisi si wazazi wenu tena. Sisi tumewalea, tumewafundisha, alafu mnasema hamtaki kujihusisha na sisi. Vipi? But you know, this is life. Those challenges are part of life and they make one, you know, stronger. if you don't get challenges, and I do see my colleague Professor Lemuya here, hizo nywele hizo sidhani nimekuwa nyeupe hivyo kwa sababu ya nani. Hapana, amepitia magumu. Amepitia magumu. Tumepelekwa mahakamani na wanafunzi. Mimi si walaumu wanafunzi, wanadai haki yao. They believe in that. But that's life. If you can't just have it smooth. So that is an important thing to bear in mind. But in addition to having goals and plans, there's something called passion. If that is not there, things won't go. And this is not only for an institution, even for your own life, even for your own development. You must have things that you're passionate about, that if they don't happen, you don't sleep well. If you have those, and God willing, you get where you want to go. Now, this is what I'm saying. This is not written anywhere. Or maybe it's not as clearly written as I would want to say. As I said, in 1976, the Faculty of Medicine and Muhimbili Hospital were merged into one corporate body under the Ministry of Health. That was a major nail to the coffin of the growth of the faculty. But even if we were to go back today, not much might change. Because, as I said earlier on, the heads of MMC, virtually all of them up to 2000, they came from the faculty. But they could not help the faculty grow. Yes, we had a few more additional programs that, like the BSc nursing and I think TDS. But that's about all. That's about all. For 24 years, not more than 3-4 programs. And just look at between 2007 and 2024, we've gone up from 22 programs to 101 programs. So the structure in which you are matters. It's very important the structure must be enabling. If the structure is not enabling, so I want here to give credit to the people who really struggled and made their argument over and over again for the Muhimbili Medical Center to be disestablished, because it was killing the university. Nor was it, promoting the hospital. It wasn't. The hospital was not growing. The university was not growing. It was just, an entity that was famous, but for which there was no development. But the moment this was disestablished, we became a legal entity. Even before we became a university, we became a legal entity in 2000. By becoming a legal entity, it means unaweza kukopa na kukopeshwa. You can now have access to the highest office of the land. Before then, you couldn't. I, as a principal of books, I could not seek an appointment with the head of state, or maybe even with the minister. I had to go through the vice chancellor. Now, the vice chancellor happened to be also located at the University of Dar es Salaam, and he was a very nice man. Matthew Luhanga, excellent human being, very visionary guy, very helpful. But he always used to say, mimi ndio principal wa Mlimani hapa. Yes, I'm a VC, but I'm also the principal of the, the main campus pale. So if I'm going to ask for help or look for, aid, unadhani nitaomba aid ya Muhimbili? I won't do that. You will ask for aid for the where he is. And that is why SUA grew very fast after it disengaged from the University of Dar es Salaam. It grew very fast because now they had access to areas that they could not get into before. Now, the search for more land, I think I've said before, had many angles, but in 2004, in a meeting of the Committee of Deans, and some of you will be here, some of you are here, were there, two people told the Committee of Deans that there is land which may be available. This was Dr. Chambuso and Professor Cyril Masawe. But they did not know anything more about that. But what is also important is that both of them had a piece of land here of their own. But they were ready to see it taken by the university. So this is the level of commitment people need. Now, then we had to confirm whether it was legally available. And so I used my connections. I saw the then Minister for Water and I think it was Water and Livestock, late Edward Lowassa. He was the minister, and the principal secretary was one Vincent Mrisho. So I had to go and seek an appointment to see these two gentlemen and to ask them whether this land was available and what advice they would give us. We wanted it. They were very supportive, both of them. But they think, we have to return the land to Arvi, the Ministry of Lands. We cannot just say, oh, we have changed it now, we don't want this piece of land, we are giving it to Muhimbili. What's your alternative? And so we had to go to the Ministry of Lands. But before we did that, I knew it's going to be difficult. The moment they know kuna land iko available, grabbers of all sorts will be up in their arms. Some of them with their money. We had no money. And so I knew a personal friend of President Mkapa, one Ferdinand Ruhinda. But he was laid to rest about a week ago. I gave him a personal letter to President Mkapa to ask him to assist the university to, actually then the college, to acquire land for expansion. Ile barua ilifika, ikateremshwa chini kwenye wizara. Nikaita wizarani. Ambia wewe, how dare you, do this? Huu sio taratibu. Wewe unaruka katibu mkuu, unaruka waziri, unakwenda kwa rais. But I was ready for it. They could do anything they wanted to do to me, but I knew the message had been delivered. And so from there, things started happening, but at a slow speed. Mkapa was coming to his end of office. And so there were other candidates lining up to be nominated for presidential candidate. One of the candidates, we were classmates, so knew him well. He asked us to write for him a health policy that his government, if he's elected, will follow. And in that health policy, we did, and I think I saw Professor Daud Simba here. Daud yupo? Huyo alikuwa mjumbe, sio? Alikuwa mjumbe. I think there was a late Professor Lembariti. There was Professor Masawe, Cyril. There was Dina Gasarasi. And who was the other person? Kappa is in public twice at our graduation ceremony mentioned this story, that these people helped him to write the health policy. And in that, we put up them Loganzila Hospital. So it was in that policy. So much as you think everybody will take it and with open arms, it's not easy. Things are not easy. You have to really have all kind of imaginations and all kind of connections. And what I forgot to say here, actually, and maybe I'm going to say it later on, maybe I will. We had to touch as many buttons as we could. And I'm immensely grateful to the team I had at that time. I had a very committed team. People who will do anything and everything to make this dream become at least a reality of some kind. So after the Minister of Water and Livestock had said, we don't need this land, we went to Ardhi. Ardhi wakasema, okay, yes, we have received a letter from the Minister of Water but we need you to pay, we want you to pay 7 million shillings for the survey work. 7 million at the time was a lot of money for the university. But somehow we said, okay, we'll pay. So the university paid. Or rather, the college paid. Gasapa spent 2 weeks hapa na surveyor wakijaribu to map out the land that we got a title deed to. But before they could have access to this place, wizara kienda mtakamatwa na wanajeshi. Because Charles Kenja, who was director of the city council before, alileta surveyors huko wakakamatwa na MP. Walilala ndani. So we had to find a way of accessing the land. So even the Minister of Lands could not access the land. They couldn't. Because our surveyor walikuja huko walitoka Ardhi wakakamatwa. And so we were wondering, how do we do this? Finally, somebody said, oh, Chief of Defense Forces ni rafiki na one of the faculty, Professor Kisase. And so we went to Kisase. Kamwambia Kisase, can you link us to the CDF? Nimesema haya yaandikwe mahali popote kwa sababu hayasemwi. Lakini leo nitayasema. So Gesase alikuwa professor wa anatomy hapa na sasa yuko UDOM nadhani. Akatulink na CDF George Waitara. Tukapewa appointment pale Upanga. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Mimi na Ngasapa tumekwenda pale. 18 tukaulizwa mnakwenda wapi? Tunakwenda kumuona CDF. Nini? Mnakwenda kumuona CDF? You bloody raia. Akasema ndio. Mna appointment? Yes, tuna appointment. That guy was a captain. Akasema subiri hapa. Kaingia ndani. Akaja na a colonel, lieutenant colonel, who asked us a few questions, tukamwambia. Then he went to see the CDF. CDF akamwambia yes, na hadi na wao. So we were allowed in. These bloody civilians are going into the army corridors. And we got in there, and he was very, very pleasant guy. We told him what he wanted to do. And we told him that, that land, yes, the army is using it because there's kuna bwawa somewhere hapa. The amphibian nani ilikuwa inatumia ile bwawa. Akasema, okay. Tukamwambia, unajua tukipimiwa sisi, na ninyi mnaweza mkapimiwa sehemu ya kwenu ile. So we did a deal. Wakaandika barua pale ikarushwa huku wanaita nini, this camp is called what? Tondoroni. Tondoroni is the name of the place. So then we were able to access this piece of land kwa ajili ya kupima. If it wasn't for Gesase, perhaps we would never have done that. Because jeshi halina mzaha. Now, after they had surveyed 3,800, because this land, ile eneo ambalo tupo, lilikuwa ni eneo la Tanganyika Packers tangu July 1, 1946. And it was 14,000 hectares from Pugu Station to Kimara Baruti. And then a corridor mpaka Tanganyika Packers kule. But by the time we came here, it had been invaded. All sorts of things had happened. Hata vijiji vya jamaa viwili vilikuwa vimekuwa established huku, lakini vilikuwa havina ile title deed ya 1946 had not been revoked. So they were illegal occupants, if you like it. Now, after they had done that, tukadhani tutapewa title deed ya 3,800 acres, tukaletewa barua kama mtapewa eka 500. Nalipa shilingi milioni 7, tunapewa eka 500. Jamani, kuna nini? Hiyo barua ilijibiwa siku hiyo hiyo kwamba hatukubali. Then I was summoned to go to the ministry. The minister wanted to talk to me. And I went there. And I was kept there waiting for an hour and a half. And finally, when I saw the minister, he was up in arms. Who are you? Ninyi tunawaambia eka 500, mnasema hamtaki. Sema tumefika huko. So we negotiated. It went up to 2,000 acres. I said, no, that's not enough. Why don't you just give us what we were able to secure? He said, no, you're not going to get it. Okay, so I walked out. And then I had to appeal to a high authority. I sought an appointment and I was asked, what do you want to see the big man for? I said, I told them about it. They said, okay, no, you don't have to. Then after, I think a couple of days, Professor Ngasapa, and unfortunately he's not here today. Oh, is he? Akapigiwa simu from somebody who doesn't know. Akaambiwa, within 2 weeks, kama mjapata hati, piga hii simu. And within 2 weeks, tulikuwa na hati ya ekari 3,800. If you think that was the end of the story, you're wrong. Because a couple of months later, or maybe a year later, I was asked to attend a meeting of 4 ministers. Minister of Lands, Education, Health, and local government. Nini, ili eneo linagawanywa into 4 pieces. So they are giving us the priority to chague tunataka PCP. This is after we have a title deed. Professor Kamhabo, is he here? Professor Kamhabo na Professor Ngasapa nikaomba watuwakilishe kwenye hicho kikao. Because nilijua nikienda mimi nitakosa adabu. I would have said no. And then ukishakwenda kwenye kikao, maamuzi ya kikao yale, it's binding to you. You cannot say, oh yeah, but ni kikao kimeamua. So I said, I'm not going there. The story of what happened, kama hapo ataeleza siku nyingine, mimi siwezi kueleza. But the decision was, ilo eneo linagawanywa. Kwa hiyo nikarudi kwa mnyonge wangu. What happened thereafter was a directive kwenda wizara husika na wakaambiwa wanakiuka maagizo ya bwana mkubwa, and it was not an easy situation, I can tell you. So that's what happened. Haya ni yale ya madiwani nilikuwa nimewaambia, diwani alikuwa anachinja mbuzi wa kafara. But then we had a loan agreement signed in 2010. Actually before that. To build a new campus. Kwenye budget ya serikali hamwezi kupata hiyo. Tafuteni wafadhili. And so we started knocking the doors of different people we thought they could fund. And I can tell you, we went to the US Embassy, we went to the British High Commissioner, and I had an audience with the ambassador, and she was very sympathetic. And she said, oh, you know, my husband is an architect, you know, he can help you to think out. I said, thank you very much, but what we need is money. We went to Irish Embassy, we went to the Italian Embassy, and then we went to Tokushukai. Tokushukai is a Japanese philanthropist who has many hospitals in Japan, top-class hospitals. I went to Japan. I saw this man. He's paralyzed from the neck downwards. He cannot talk, but a very industrious guy. We contacted our embassy in South Africa, and I remember Ambassador Mambulukutu did write to someone who said he was able to fund. We had a Swiss company which was coming in through a very senior politician, but these were all fake guys. But when we were about to give up, somebody told us, why don't you try South Korean embassy? So we went to South Korean embassy. We sought an appointment with the responsible person. We were given an appointment. On the day of the appointment, Professor Nkasapa and I went there with our laptop and our vision of this Mloganzila. And they listened to us. They said, but why are you going so far outside the city? We said, the city is growing. Then they said, okay, give us 2 weeks. We touch base with the Seoul, and we see whether Seoul is interested in this. If they are not interested, too bad. But, you know, within 2 weeks, we got a phone call. Come. And so we went to the embassy, and we are told that the government of South Korea has agreed to sponsor the project. They will construct the hospital on these conditions. One, that the consultant and the contractor, main contractor, must come from Korea. Two, this loan is for 40 years, but there is a 15-year grace period. I hope I'm not mixing up things. So you have 15 years, you don't need to pay us. You start paying us after 15 years have elapsed. And the interest rate, you can't believe it. Is it 2%? 0.1%. Mungu akupe nini tena? But they told us, you know, you guys, ninyi hatuwezi kuingia mkataba na ninyi. You're not, hamna hiyo maso. We go to your government now. Take this offer to your government. If your government agrees, then we sign a contract. I mean, sisi kama kidogo kumepewa pipi, tunakimbia, tumefurahi. Wenye nchi wakasema, ninyi mmetoa wapi? Since when did doctors become, you know, financial people who can negotiate the contracts? Nasema, sasa hii ngumu. Anyway, he said, fine. Tukarudi kwa mnyonga yetu. Then things started moving. So the contract was signed in 2010. Lakini between 2010 and 2015, nothing tangible happened. So during that time, gharama za ujenzi zikapanda. And so when the construction started here, it had gone up by almost $10 million because of dilly-dallying. And that $10 million, the government of Tanzania had to pay. And I'm immensely grateful to President Kikwete because his government paid money so that that hospital project could start. Now, there are many other things I dare not say in this public. Lakini I just want to say that the road was not a smooth one. Ilikuwa na miiba, michongoma, and everything. But because we had people, and it's not me only, we had a team. Your current VC, sijui alipotoka kwenye kile kikao cha ugawa hili eneo, he came to my office. I think his tears were almost on his cheeks. It was so painful to him. Because he thought that's the end of the story. But thank God, as much as we had people who were not helpful, we had people who were very helpful. We had people who were very supportive. People who saw what we are saying, thankful to them. But above all, Mzee Mwinyi, he was always there with us. Tukienda hivi, tukishuka. And one other thing I learned from Mzee Mwinyi, go there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kisali Palangio. I think I was corrected to say that we are going to learn about MUHAS today, how it started. Nimevimbiwa kiasi kwamba siwezi kutoa neno la shukrani kwake. I have requested our very own Vice Chancellor, Professor Apolinari Kamhabwa, to come and at least say a word of thanks to Professor Kisali Palangio.
Professor Palangio, tunakushukuru sana for that very interesting story, written and unwritten. But I think what you meant to show is the road that MUHAS has gone through kufika hapa tulipofika. Na nafikiri we are getting a lesson. Ameongelea passion, perseverance and resolve. Kwamba kama if you believe kwamba taasisi tunataka tuende mahali fulani, inawezekana. But it's not easy. Ametoa mifano. When I joined Professor Palangio in 2006, I was still young. Ndio nilikuwa nimetoka postgraduate na nimefanya postdoc. I remember Professor Palangio, na kilichoniponza ni publications. I think in 2004 I had produced 60 papers in international journal. In 2005 I have produced 5 publications in international journal. Ambacho Professor Palangio hakujua ile kazi nilifanyia Ubelgiji. So I came with the data. Nilikuwa sifanyi pale. Afi Professor Palangio akauliza, huyu mtu ambaye anaweza kufanya publication zote hizi kwenye international journals anaweza kanisaidia office. lakini otherwise it was because nilifanyia nje. Nikamwomba Profesa Palanjo, mimi sijai kuwa mkuu wa idara, kwa hiyo naomba uniache. Akasema, kwa hiyo nikakabidhiwa hiyo kazi ya Mloganzila, na imagine 2006 ndo tuna transform from MUHAS to MUHAS. So I became director of planning at that time. Kama alivyoonyesha ilikuwa ni kazi ngumu sana, na mimi nikiwa kijana nilikuwa nakasirika, lakini nilitunza adabu. Wale wazee wanne walioniita, I was so upset. Alinisaidia sana, otherwise nafikiri ningetoka pale nimemisbehave. I think it's a lesson ambayo Profesa Palanjo ametuletea. It's a story as it commemorate maisha ya Mzee Mwinyi. Tunatafakari where did we come from, lakini tunaenda wapi. I think those are lessons that we need to take, kwamba hiki chuo we can do better than what we are now. We can do better. Na as Profesa Palanjo said, it will never be easy. The advantage Profesa Palanjo alikuwa nayo kubwa, ambayo alikuwa na connections. Connections matters. Kuna kiongozi mmoja wa siasa alikuwa anasema kwenye mitandao, kuna msemo kwamba sijui sio kwamba umesoma kiasi gani, ni kwamba unajua kina nani. Yule mganga wetu alitusaidia sana. Alitusaidia sana. Nafikiri tumefika mahali pazuri. As a university, we are moving forward. This is a testimony of the research that we are conducting. The campus ujenzi ambao unaanza mwaka huu, I think we are going well. Ile miradi ya HIT tukipata ya centers of excellence, I think Profesa Palanjo, ile ndoto yako ya to see hii campus ikiwa mji wa mafunzo na tiba itakamilika. Itakamilika. Itakamilika kwa sababu unavyoona watumishi wa MUHAS and the students, people are committed. People want excellence. The people I talk to, they want excellence. So I think with the support that we have, our development partners, the government, I think we shall reach where we want to reach. Otherwise, Professor Palanjo, thank you very much for first accepting to be with us on several occasions. Now we shall request you to continue with us, continue mentoring us, guide us. This is your baby, this is your institution. I believe you want the best of MUHAS. Na sisi ambao tuko kwenye uongozi, we shall do our best. Tumejifunza mengi kutoka kwako, na tuta make sure kwamba institution inaenda ambako ungetaka iende. Niwashukuru sana Professor Palanjo, nikushukuru tena, asante sana, na tuombe uendelee na sisi. I believe tutaendelea na other presentations to join. We are here today and tomorrow, and I believe this conference will be a success. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Vice Chancellor, and thank you very much, all of us, for attending this very enlightening session. As per the schedule, now we are supposed to go to the parallel sessions. But allow me to give the geography of the place, especially for people who are coming for the first time to this station. We'll be having our parallel sessions in 4 different venues. The first venue is where we are sitting now, the Al-Hassan Mwinyi Auditorium. The second venue will be the Benjamin Mkapa Hall, which is in the 2nd floor, to the right side, 2nd floor, right. And the third one will be John Magufuli Hall, which is in the 3rd floor, the same right wing. And the last venue for these sessions will be in the 4th floor, which is on the left wing, which is Jakaya Kikwete Hall. However, in each of the pathways, there are signage that will direct you to the venue for the conference. Having said so, kibarua changu cha UMC kinafika mwisho. Naomba tumshukuru Profesa Palanjo kwa makofi mazito. Tuishukuru organizing committee kwa makofi mpaka walikofikia hivi sasa. Mtakuwa wachoyo wa fadhila msiposhukuru ni nini msingi kwa makofi. Having said so, I kindly now request that we go to the parallel sessions as per the program. Thank you very much, and that's become the end of my employment for the MC services this morning. Professor Joseph Otieno, Professor Joseph Otieno, tunaomba ujongee mbele kuchukua mic kwa maana wewe wa session katika auditorium hii. Professor Francis Furia ataelekea Mkapa Hall, Dr. Jesse Mbwambo ataelekea Kikwete na Professor Daudi Simba ataelekea Magufuli Hall. Naomba mhakikishe wenye vitabu vya program. Naomba kitabu cha program kiletwe hapa mbele kwa mwenyekiti wa session, na katika zingine zote vitabu vya programu ya kongamano vipelekwe tafadhali.
Thank you very much. Where is it? The people who are presenting Zagi is on evaluation of constructive activity. Meditation 1. It's not meditation 1. Unless I'm calculating. Okay. Alphonse Mariana. Therapeutic potential of Africana. Let me know the next stage. Can you mention the name? I mean, I have now again, on the Flavian Franga, Benedicto, Parquan, Perucha. Italy has some way. What is in two? Two different times. Yeah, for now. Can you use this?
Good afternoon. We have the presenters who are presenting in this room. If you're in the room, please identify yourself. We have Nzagi Nyakilangani. If you're around, please move forward. Alphonse Mariale. Flavian Sanga. Cleopatra Shonyela, Joel Ruta. If any of you is here, can you please move forward? Thank you.
And okay, can I see? Can I see the presenters? So I've just been mentioned. If you can come forward. None of them is here. Are you one of them? Okay. So we start with Nzagi Nyakirangani.
Can you show us which one is yours? Can you send it by email right now? Yes.
Okay, we are still doing some logistics here to ensure they are well registered. We don't see some. Where is Alphonse Mariale? Alphonse Mariale is not here. Oh.
You're the only one.
And, really?
Is there any of the presenters still seated? Please come.
Yeah, Flavian Sanga is here. Come with your presentation. So we only have two of them.
What's your name? Joel.
Oh, Joel, okay.
For Kingdom something. So you're
Benedicto Mwampashi.
Maybe others will start.
The time was supposed to be 7 minutes for the presentation. 7 minutes and the discussion. And we suggested that we have all of them present first, then they can have the question.
Okay. So we have 3 presentations, and hopefully there are some who are still moving out and some are coming. I will prefer to see you all settled to make us start. And on the spot, the presentation is for 7 minutes. 7 minutes presentation. Then we'll have, we are suggesting that we have presentation. Then we will have questions at the end of 3 presentations. So to kick off, may I call Nzagi? Is Nzagi with us here? Where is Nzagi? So Nzagi is not here, and Mariale is not here as well. Okay, now Cleopatra. Cleopatra, the floor is yours. You'll spend 7 minutes for presentation. Then after you will be followed by Joel Ruta, and lastly, it will be Flavian Sanga. And maybe one of us will be the timekeeper. So should I give you the microphone? Oh, it's not yet set. Okay. Okay, I heard our expert is. Yes, you can just start greeting them. At least they know who you are. Welcome.
Thank you so much. So good morning. It's afternoon already. So my good name is Cleopatra Justin. I feel privileged naweza kujitambulisha before the presentation. So I'm so glad to be here and I welcome you all to this session. Okay, so this morning I'm going to present to you about sun protecting factor, antioxidant activity, and phytochemical composition of Wentada. So this was my MPharm dissertation, and today I'll be presenting to you my findings. So from this presentation, expect to know about what is Wentada and the rest of the findings from my study. As I say, this Wentada is a
don't speaking આવે છે safe driving mode left scroll કરો તો કઈ આવું left
ongea kwa sauti. Okay, so I'm sorry for the inconvenience. As I was just saying, this is my research finding whereby we looked on sun protecting antioxidant activity and phytochemical composition of Wentada abyssinica. From this presentation, expect to know what is Wentada abyssinica and the rest of the study. So this Wentada abyssinica, as you can see from the picture, it's a very common tree. It's a climbing shrub, which can grow up to 30 meters. And not only that, it's a flowering plant which comes from family Fabaceae, and it's distributed in tropical areas like Tanzania. And its features, you can just appreciate the presence of this big pod that you see and the other features. This plant has been used traditionally to treat different diseases like gastrointestinal issues, antidote for snake bites, but also for rheumatism. Not only that, there have been so many studies which reported biological activity of Wentada abyssinica, such as antimicrobial activity, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory activity. So as you've seen from the title, we were focusing on antioxidants, so it's good to know what is it. So this is its ability of any substance to be able to neutralize a free radical or reactive oxygen species. And this free radical, the unstable molecule that can damage your cell, most important DNA cells, which can lead to aging and what you can see from the skin. And we have different antioxidants which are naturally occurring, but also we have synthetic one. We are going to appreciate more. Again, also we have seen a term sun protection. This refers to method or product that can be used to protect the skin from harmful effects of the sun. As I say, those reactive oxygen species, they might cause aging or DNA damage. So also this UV radiation from the sun are the one or among the mechanisms that cause this radioactive oxygen species. And as I've said, there's so many different methods, like the one which you have now. All of us are wearing clothes. We are trying to protect ourselves from the sun. But not only that, some of people here, they might have applied sunscreen. So sunscreen, this topical product that can be applied so that you can protect yourself from the sun. And that's why it brought to us the importance of this study, why we wanted to look upon Wentada abyssinica. So as I've said, from the traditional use of this plant, like skin healing properties, antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, all these properties suggest that Entada abyssinica can be a very good sun protecting agent that can use to block UV rays. But not only that, as I said, now there's increased trend of using sunscreen. So having a alternative to synthetic chemicals which are available in the market, most of them, they are not environmental friendly. So having a botanical alternative will be of importance. So the plant material were collected from Morogoro, and all the procedure were done in the PG laboratory plus other laboratories, TMD and so forth, to check for analysis, extraction, phytochemical screening, antioxidant and sun protecting factors. So these are some of the results. As we have seen, the phytochemical profile revealed the presence of phenols, flavonoids, saponin, and tannins. And again, we focus more on total phenolic and total flavonoid content. We are going to see why, but as you have seen, in a stem back, it yielded more. It had more phenolic content compared to the rest of plant parts. So I forgot to mention that we screened all plant parts, leaves, roots, and stem to see which part will have more activity on what we are looking for. And again, antioxidant activity was done qualitative and quantitatively. Again, the result was very marvelous and promising. And other stem showed to have a very good antioxidant activity, which was compared to the standard one, which we use, which was ascorbic acid. Again, in sun protecting factor, the SPF was found to be higher in stem and roots compared to leaves. So also, I forgot to mention this. You might be wondering what is sun protecting factor, but as I've said, sunscreen are one of the mechanisms that we use to protect ourselves from sunscreen. How can you measure the effectiveness of sunscreen? It's by measuring this sun protecting factor. So from the discussion, we saw that Entada abyssinica has revealed the composition, as I've shown, flavonoids and phenols. And we know this compound, they are very known for the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and also UV absorbing properties, as we were anticipating before the study. Again, as I've said, SPF number is a measure of how well your sunscreen protects a person from UV rays. So the higher the SPF, the effective the sunscreen. So we did in vitro determination of SPF by using UV spectrophotometry, but also it's advisable to do further studies or by using in vivo, not only in vitro. But this is the easiest method that we can do in our setting, and it can give you a primary data on what you want to do more. And as you have seen from our results, we got SPF of about 35, and according to FDA, you can see the way they categorize the SPF, and ours was falling to this category, ultra, because it had more than 15 value. Again, why is it important to have a sunscreen which has antioxidant properties? Because it will be providing. Yeah, so as I was saying, it is very important to have a sunscreen which has antioxidant activity in it from the previous benefit of antioxidant that I've said, especially into our skin. But again, there is increasing concern of the safety and environmental impact of synthetic sunscreen that we see in the market. And most of them which are available, they are very expensive and they have allergic issues to most people. So having a botanical one might have a very good solution to the trend. I would recommend further research. Actually, I'm doing one of it myself because I want to formulate the product. We have a prototype. I hope next year I'll be presenting about the product now. And again, as I've said, further investigation on compatibility and stability of Entrada extract should be done to make sure we have a very good botanical product. So if I still have time, I'd like to thank you. Okay, thank you for 1 minute. I would like to thank God so much because this, as I said, was my MPharm dissertation. And I was supposed to present this 2 years ago, but I didn't because I got an accident the very last day that I was doing this analysis. So standing in front of you today is a miracle, and I thank God for this. Thank you so much.
So hold your questions, and after the third presentation is when we will have all the questions together. May I now ask Joel to come? Thank you for utilizing your time well. As he's setting that, this I prefer and I like that. That is most like that by the next year you'll have a product. That's very, very something potential. I'm not expert in that area, but I know that albino people will really prefer to have this product. It's not only them, but even ourselves. Okay, welcome. So the second presentation before you is introducing him, Joel Ruta, with the title, please. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to you all. I'm very glad to be here since it is my first conference presentation. And today I'm here to present on analysis of expression of cross-kingdom miRNA male 1260A in cooked and uncooked rice strain. This is Shreyas rice, which it is found in India. In my dissertation during my master research and under supervision of Dr. Vekantesh. So I start with an introduction. Edible derived exosomes, because this we are going to look where we try to extract the miRNA from the exosome, mostly from the edible plant exosomes. These are like nanoparticle structures, nanoparticles, edible, these thin vesicles released by multivesicular bodies from that primary cell to communicate between cells and elongated immune unit response to pathogen attack. Also, exosomes have specialized different functions such as nucleic acids, lipids, protein, other signal molecules to regulate intercellular communications. Also, exosomes, these are small nanoparticles that, like I said before, range from 30 to 150 nanometer, all contain specific membrane protein biomarkers, that is CD9, CD81, and the CD63. These are the biomarkers which are mostly found in the exosomes layers. Then in miRNA, which it is microRNA, is a small, high conserved non-encoding RNA, which are involved in the regulation of gene expressions, in the programming plant response to abiotic stress, such as drought, cold, acidity, and the nutrient deficiency, and the biotic stress, such as antibacterial resistance. In front of you, this is the biogenesis of exosomes. As you can see, the whole exosome is being generated from the nucleus, endosomes, then multivesicular bodies, and the next picture, it shows the structure of exosomes, which contain miRNA inside, protein, and also you can see the biomarkers, which, as I mentioned, and the other lipid raptors, cell-specific receptors, and also major histocompatibility complex, MHC1 and H2 antigens. All these are the composition and component of the exosome. Objective of this study was to analyze of expression of conskindom mRNA and to examine if cooking productivity degraded mRNA 1260A. Material and methodology. The first was isolate exosomes by using PEG 6000. Then we isolate RNA from the exosome. This is by using a specialized kit, which it is already customized and made available. After that, after isolation of RNA, I did the cDNA synthesis, which it is reverse transcription of the RNA, which I isolated. Then I performed gel electrophoresis, then qualitative RT-PCR test. As I mentioned, this is the slide in front of you. It is how I isolated the RNA. It is shown in the two different parts, the total RNA, and below it is shown the enrichment of small RNA. So through these procedures, I managed to isolate the miRNA. Isolation of miRNA is done by total exosome RNA kit, cDNA synthesis, that endogenous control cooked rice and the uncooked rice, target control. So I was having endogenous control, which was targeted from my sample. And the another one, it is the control which I use RT-mir short hang, which it is 1260A. In the thermocircular, the reaction was carried out to 25 centigrade for 5 minutes, one circular 42 centigrade. And below it is how it is from the Sherhat which shows the overall procedures and the overall reverse transcription, which I use RT6-mil-X. And then I perform quantitative real-time PCR, which is endogenous, which it is my sample, and this is a specific genes, which it is act as a control or target. As you can see, I have 18 years, if that is universal primer, 18S forward reverse, and 18S, which is reverse. In specific gene, I use universal primer also, which is forward, and MPR. And then I perform, that is the procedure of quantity RNA time PCR. Then the result of isolation of RNA, I did this quantification of test the quality of RNA by using nano drop technique. Which I found the 1.87 and 1.77. In cDNA also, I perform a nano drop technique, which is I found 1.85 and 1.67, which it is absorbance of 600 over 280 nanometer. It is the most quantity of appreciable quantities, I mean qualities, which are found in RNA as far as other literature review have commented. Then I perform agarose gel. So the results, what I found in is that, as I illustrated, a cooking productivity has no effect on expression of miRNA 1260A in red rice. Furthermore, despite of being subjected to a stress environment, shows the stability of miRNA, the stress environment such that heat, which it is cooked one. Our find also raise the possibility of cross-talking between miRNA and human cell via food-derived exosome. This is the future of the gene therapy technique by using these food-derived exosome miRNAs, how we can integrate the specific drugs into miRNA and then to exosome and deliver target direct to the disease. Recommendation: due to the stability of miRNA in cooked and uncooked condition, we can direct use the exosome miRNA from unprocessed rice or other food materials which represent a potential approach to drug delivery. These are the site of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our last presentation for today is from Flavian Sanga. He was the rapporteur and now he is climbing up here to give a presentation. Could someone somewhere do that job as he is coming here? Okay, you will. Thank you. 7 minutes, please, Sanga. Later, before we start discussing the presentations, we'd like to know who they are, where they are coming from in 1 minute. We'll do that later.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to present on ethnomedical, phytochemistry, and pharmacology of Coleus barbatus, Andrew, which is in family Laminaceae. So these are going to be my outline, introduction, methodology, results, and conclusion. Basically, this is a research review article which was conducted by colleagues from Institute of Traditional Medicine, MUHAS. So we all know traditional medicine dates back to back in 3,000 years BC, and it's a vital health resource globally. WHO has encouraged the use of integration of healthcare of traditional medicine in healthcare systems, as long as safety and efficacy is well assured. So Coleus barbatus is one among the 301 species of Coleus genus found in family Laminaceae, and it's distributed in tropical regions. Ethnically, it has been found to be used by a majority of ethnicity in stomachache, respiratory issues, cardiac problems, female reproductive fever, health and fever, these to mention few. And also, we are going to discuss one from a phytochemical analysis where there are alkaloids, glycosides, saponin, steroids, tannin, and terpenoids. And also, we'll discuss on pharmacological studies or finding which was found to have activity on antibacterial and convergent activity, antioxidant, inhibition of HIV, anti-inflammatory, cardiovascular, and alcohol intoxication. So the aim of this study basically is to assess the ethnobotanical and therapeutic information of this species, which will aid on developing standardized herbal drugs for various ailments. This is a methodology basically we conducted comprehensive review from 2011 to 2023. Building from the previous review, which was conducted back in 2010 by Al-Sabahi and Mazin. Excluded non-peer reviews, and the research was conducted by Google Scholar, PubMed, and Scopus. And keywords which were used are Coleus barbatus, Picanthus barbatus, and Foscoli. UPubMed verified by PubChem, and drawings were done by ChemDraw. So I'll go direct to results due to time. So anatomical medical findings, I wanted to go make this thing clear. There's a lot of adulteration ethnomedically due to the information which are found in the system, like in Google. The small drawing which is crossed in red, that is the wrong picture which is normally kept in the system. But the right information is it has woody stem, green out leaves, dark blue, purple flowers and fibers. The other picture which is enlarged. So that is the Coleus barbatus. So to avoid adulteration, I decided to illustrate this in ethnomedical findings. And this is the graphical representation of ethnomedical uses. It is highly used for gastrointestinal disorders. and this will be accounted for its antioxidant activity. And also it's used in liver diseases, most of the ethnicity, female reproductive, fever, and other, as you can see in this graph representation. To most of the ethnic groups, they utilize leaves of this plant. So the leaves of Colaus barbatus, followed by roots, stem bark, and then few use the whole plant, and others use oil, the ones who have the techniques of isolation of the essential oils. But as we know, the isolation process takes time, and majority of the community don't have the ideas of isolating, so they normally use just the general leaves. A country which highly utilizes, based on our research, we came to find there are a lot of studies which are conducted in Brazil and in East African countries. And as you can remember, I said it's highly found in tropical regions. So in Kenya and Uganda, there are a lot of studies which showed a representation, but also in Tanzania and other countries in tropical regions have been conducted. The research have been conducted on Colaus barbatus. So I'll go to phytochemical composition. There are major class of secondary metabolites which were studied, including terpenoids, which are majority of them, saponin, tannins. I've mentioned few which have been isolated in pharmacological studies have been conducted. That is phoscolinic, barbatucin, and
available here, still I can use the strain which it is available here and do the research which it is. Thank you.
Thank you for a next question. Okay, you asked about the Coles barbatus to be used for other effect apart from hangover. So I would say that basically it was a review article. So one researcher performed on hangover to a prevention of hangover and was conducted on dehydrogenase enzyme, and the results showed potential to inhibit that particular enzyme which causes hangover. But as you can see on my results, there are other researchers who performed anti-tumor activity, which is alcohol is one of the factors for cancer cases. So I believe further studies which, if conducted by the use of this Coles barbatus extract, they may show potential effect on that angle. Or also, we can account the fact that herbal medicines have a wide range of activity. So someone can decide to stress on a particular angle, but the same product can have 2 to 3 activity at once. So that is the advantage. Again, also it has a challenge that how to control the mechanism of action. So standardization of the particular product will aid to aim on a particular result. But so far, one researcher performed that particular research, and I believe others may take it into different angle. Thank you.
Maybe in connection with that, some do not take, or some abstain from taking alcohol because of the hangover effect. Now you are coming with a product that will quench hangover. Will this not promote more drinking?
Yes, I believe everything has a cons and pros. So yes, it may be used like even the other essential medicines are misused. I can take a case of Viagra. For pharmacists doctors, I think will understand. It's a drug which has a potential to some, but others are misusing it. So it's the same thing for Coles barbatus. It can help others who have the issue with hangover, but again, it can lead to misuse of alcohol because someone may use alcohol and believe that I'll take the product which will give my hangover and I'll use alcohol again. So it has a cons and pros. I believe that is also the issue to be checked while progressing on the particular direction. Thank you.
Okay, more questions. How many hands? I can see 3 hands here. I'll go here, then to Prof, then we'll continue as long as we still have time.
Okay, thank you all presenters for the nice presentations. My questions are 2, going straight to Flavian. I saw in one table you separated colic pain from gastrointestinal ones. So you have colic pain up there, and below there you have gastrointestinal issues, which this plant is used to manage. So does it mean that the gastrointestinal issues were only related to infectious conditions, or colic pain could also be brought down there to add into that bar? Another question is on the, I saw Kenya and Uganda and Burundi in that graph, which is showing countries in our region, sub-equatorial region, which are using this plant, or they have. So there you say countries which are using. So is it countries which are using or which have published about this particular plant? Because this means that maybe we are not using this plant in Tanzania. And also another question on that, why haven't we published enough for us to feature into that graph? What do you think is the reason? Thanks.
Prof?
Let me also take this opportunity to thank you all 3 presenters for giving us a high-tech science. I will begin with the sunscreen business. Sunscreen, the plant you are talking about, it contains saponin, phenols, flavonoids, etc., etc. I was wondering which among the 4 has got a sunscreen activity, and yet you are saying synthetic sunscreens are toxic, regardless that they contain these same compounds. Now my question is, if the sunscreen that are synthetic also contain the same compounds, what makes the plant-derived contents be safer than the synthetic ones? Coming to the cooked and uncooked rice, I don't know why uncooked rice and the essence of mRNA. What are you trying to introduce here? Are you trying to say what in terms of should we do what? I did not get you well. With your plants, looks like it treats a lot of things, including HIV. Now it's like the Aspro, which treats 20 diseases, if you recall. Now, which area of therapeutic concern that you think it would be relevant for this plant to be given more muscles so that it can become of therapeutic value? Otherwise, it's a very nice presentation.
Okay, we are picking the last question because the time is over. And if we have some more questions, we'll find out if we can have time to answer them.
Thank you, the presenters. My question is going to Mr. Joel. So I wanted to know, how did you check your quality apart from using the nano drop? How did you check the quality of your RNA? Because I know the way I know the RNA is mostly usually not stable. So did you only use the nano drop or did you have other means? And also basing on the conditions that you projected for the PCR conditions, I also wanted to know your input RNA before the cDNA. Did you have a certain input amount of material that, I mean the RNA materials that you had to put in your cDNA incubation? And why did you use the 16S primers? Couldn't you design the primers or?
Okay, who is ready to start? If you're ready, look at me. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I'll start with a question from Dr. Masota. Why colic and gastro were separated? Okay, actually, that was a graphical presentation error because due to time, I had to compile the words into graphs so that it is easy to show that they are supposed to be in the same category, actually. So I saw it, but it was short notice. I could not change because of the issues with the presentation. And on countries, why actually it is the research were conducted, not they're used on only those two countries. The majority of researches were conducted in East Africa, was in Kenya and Uganda. Also in Tanzania, there are some researches, but because of the presentation, the graph, they had very few numbers. And even in Tanzania, they were collected samples from Tanzania, but majority of the research were from Kenya and Uganda. So we counted them as in Kenya and Uganda, but there are samples from Tanga region in which were collected and performed the researches. The third question on publication, why we have not published. Actually, this was the aim, as I said, was to consolidate the viable information which can help us to cite the particular angles one by one. And when you take one section, for instance, you cannot, as I'll go to the question from Prof, that these plants have a lot of activities. And you have to take one side and you go with it, and then you'll end up publishing, and then you go to you take the other angle, and also you may find, you may come up with the result and you publish. That will be easier to reach the target. And that is the underlying for the answer for the question from Professor, that there are a lot of therapeutic action which were discussed, and that is account for herbal medicines. Actually, one plant can have the same plant can have saponin, can have terpenoids, can have alkaloids. So, and each compound, and that is just the major group, but they might have subcompounds. Like this plant has around 128 compounds which have been isolated. I did not discuss much on phytochemistry, and all those compounds may have one action. So the aim was to consolidate that this plant has 1, 2, 3, and then as the researcher who are around in this group, they may take one side, and like you see, I need to go to the antioxidant as what Madam there has decided to take one activity, and then you go for it. Or you said, I'm interested in anti-cancer, and you just deal with the particular section of pharmacological activity. I think I've answered it. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I start with the question from the doctor. My research was based on the gene therapy or drug delivery, how we can use these natural exosomes from the plant, from the other derived edible exosomes. So I used the cooked rice and the uncooked rice to test for the stability, whether if we can extract cooking RNA, I mean this microRNA from the cooked rice, how much stability it will be. It will be able to still be in that good condition to carry a drug for maybe targeting a specific gene, such as cancer, if it is degraded. And for uncooked rice, we are looking for the stability to see if this mRNA is stable and it can be useful to take it without cooking and can also be deliverable. This is the main of the objective of this research. Moving to the second question from Mr. Apart from nanodrop, yes, we use nanodrop to check for the quality of RNA, but also after checking the quality of RNA, we did the reverse transcriptors. Yeah, that's DNA. In my presentation, I showed the picture of agarose gel, and it shows that the band was appeared by corresponding to the DNA ladder which I used. So that also gives a hope that the mRNA which I isolated, it was in a good quality, since the cDNA the band was appearing in a PCR. Why are using 18 years? This was a universal primer, and which it was available by that time. I could be able to design due to the shortage of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your good question. Just to answer you, phenolic and flavonoids are the ones which are responsible for UV protecting. And again, you asked about synthetic, if they contain the similar compound, will they be safer? My answer to that is synthetic ones, they contain chemical filters like oxybenzone, which is known to be endocrine disruptor, but there's so many other chemical filters. So I don't know a synthetic sunscreen that contain these phenols, especially if it's coming from natural source, not synthetic phenols. So botanical ones are still safe because they're environmental friendly. Yeah, thank you.
I hope there are some more who wanted to ask questions, but the time is up. So what we can do is to give a big clap to all of them. At least we can give 3 of them. Can we try to do that? Thank you very much, and hope we are looking forward to see you coming with something out of your research. I hope now we are the organizing committee here. I hope it's the time for food. Okay, now let's move out for lunch.
Ile story bwana. Hakuna. Kuna mtu yote? Hapana. Tupo tunaendelea kufanya. Karibu sana. Eh. Hata kwa kweli simjui, simfahamu yoyote. Baraka. Baraka ninayemjua kuna Sajo ni mmoja mtu mzima, sio atakuwa ndo yeye huyo. Sio mwalimu. Ndiye niliyepo.
Naomba unishikilie. Hatari. Anyway, basi.
Yeah. Yeah, healthcare financing. Healthcare financing, you know. Kwa hiyo naipata. Au kama vipi naweza nikaiweka ni hapa hapa. Kama tutaacha pale. Basi iache itabidi na iache hivi. Tunaona inavyofanya, nimeelewa kuna hapo ndio swali. Sasa naona no, niseme lakini kuna baadhi na wewe sema ni mpya, ndio mpya. Okay. Kama mambo ameshakuwa anasema anaangalia presentation za wanafunzi hazielewi ile kitunguu ya kwamba. Nao nimepata interest. Wewe ipo wazi. Mbona haikumbuki? Imefanya hivi government. Alihamisi hapa. Yako ndio iko open. Kwa maana utamwambia basi. Sawa. Lakini session zinaanza baada ya satellite. Sasa tunaingia satellite. Satellite ndio hivi sasa. Transitioning, healthcare financing, health system, mambo ya mental health, nini, critical, na disability. Bona bidi na sauna mpaka ni push. Vipi hapo sasa kutaka. Sawa. Watiba boss. Uko na kutafuta.
with a strong passion in nutrition research, I started looking for causes that can actually improve capacity in that. So I did a number of courses, capacity building courses, whatever I could find, I'll just apply. Before time, I started to really define my career, henceforth. So I did courses in various universities, in Tel Aviv, University of Tokyo, in Makerere University, in University of Pennsylvania, and Harvard. They also kept on shaping my career. One course alone could not make a change. So you need a number of experiences, a lot of them really. And they're available. You just need to look around. There are plenty of them. We always share them. So keep your eyes open. Just apply, go. You are not wasting your time. Through the process, again, because of the challenges that we have, one will definitely be a leader. You cannot just get away with it. So that's a bad news for a researcher. You have to take some leadership roles. It can be a dead end to a researcher, but it can also motivate you because you no longer have time of your own. You do not have an independence to do anything. Your time is being held by someone else. With some resistance, I had to take leadership role at the university. I think at a young age, and I thought it was a dead end for me. But with counseling from my elders, I had to accept the role. And the first person who told me really that you have to take this role is Dr. Ubuguyu, kwamba ndio uliingiza kwenye matatizo makubwa sana kwa kuniconvince nichukue tu hiyo leadership role. He's my friend. When I was told that you're now supposed to be acting director of research and publications, I thought it's the dead end. And the first person I met was Ubuguyu. He's a psychiatrist. I was not mentally ill, but I thought I needed one. I started working as the director of research and publications, but then it also inspired me now to, if I am director of research and publications, then whatever I do must matter, must be in line with publications. It upped my game. With little time I have to devise some ways to mitigate with the time. So through the process, since I came back from my PhD, this is my 9th year, and leadership had not stopped me from ascending in academic ladder. I came in 2015 as a lecturer. 2018, I was promoted to senior lecturer. 2021, associate professor, and inshallah this year to full professor position. But then, in terms of the management, I was appointed as acting director of research and publications 2017. 2018 took the role of director of research and publications until 2022. That was again asked to assume the roles of acting deputy vice chancellor responsible for research. So that has also been the trajectory. Still missing time, but then the milestones were also still checking. Again, when you are appointed as the head of department, don't complain. Use the opportunity and the challenge of lack of time, which can also be a resource to you. I've also served in a number of boards, committees, which again is essential. With these committees, you get to meet people, you get to learn, you get to talk to people, you get to share your experiences with others, but also learn from others who equally do not have time. That is very, very important. If you think you don't have time, talk to people who do not have time. You can also consult with people who have stuck because of time, but also those who have been successful because of lack of time. It's you who can define your time. But then, of course, like my former boss who used to say, kila kitu lazima kiende, in life, in social life, in your career, as well as the leadership. Internationally, I'm also working with a number of groups. I'm a technical expert committee member of WHO Technical Expert Committee for Nutrition Guidance, but also a member in the regional committees and editor in some reputable journals including our own Tanzania Medical Journal, American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, and the Journal of Nutrition, BMC. All this helped me to learn more about the ideas of others before even they go to publications. It feels weird to reject the paper of a very renowned professor, for example, but it gives you power that you are the first person to actually critique and say that, you know, this is crap, or this is a very good research. To also see some of the very novel ideas, and this is a power to researchers. When you have an invitation to review a paper, don't think that you don't have time. It is a lesson. But if you are invited to be an editor of a journal, which is a community role, really, some of them don't pay. Of course, some of this pays me and pays me very well, but some of them don't pay. It's a community role. It's a way that researchers give back to the community. Well, at the end of the day, also you need reviewers for your work, right? So someone is taking up their time for free to review your work and to help you. So when you are given those roles, it adds on your career. It helps you. It shapes your thinking, but also gives you an opportunity to first read things that the world has never seen before. It's also an opportunity that you should not let it go. Currently, I'm an associate professor working at the university, MUHAS, but also I'm working in various other universities as an associate visiting professor in Kumamoto University in Japan, but also senior international research fellow at the University of Pennsylvania, senior research fellow at Oxford, and liaison professor at Kumamoto University. That also formed one of my research groups. Areas of interest, really, when I wake up and someone tells me, talk about nutrition, it makes me feel good. So I think that is my most preferred areas. But it comes with many other research interests because of your work, but also because of the work that has been inspired by some of my elders. HIV, maternal and child health, but also non-communicable diseases. I started having interest in non-communicable diseases because of Dr. Obuguyu, when he assumed the role of the manager NCD program, and he did not know what to do. So it inspired me to learn more about non-communicable disease. And of course, together we made some progress, right? So it was also a way of adding me some of the research interest in me. These are some of the research work that I have now currently as research grants. These are selected few, but all of them are ongoing. A lot others have been finished, but some of these are capacity building programs or grants. They help me to grow as well, but also they help me to contribute to capacity building of my colleagues at the university, but also across the university, across other universities in Tanzania. They also help add some cash in my pocket. You know, when you're when you're a university leader, you don't have time, right? So at least you need something else. Research can actually be one of the very important income generating activity. I love money, for those who know me, and I encourage you also to love money. If science does not drive you, then let money drive you to do science. Makofi basi. Msiogope hela. Sawa. Some are inspired just because of science. Some are inspired because they've seen someone excelling in research. Others are inspired by money. So just be in one of those groups. Choose your toxin and swallow it with pride. Right. I also working with various entities and institutions as a consultant. And these are some of the ongoing consultancies that I do. Consultancies also help you to network with others, whether locally or internationally. It also helps you, they help you to network with other people, to learn and give back your knowledge to others. But again, they also add money into your pocket. So for the sake of those who helping is not a vocabulary, money should. And consultancy could actually be one of them. Teresia yesterday asked me whether research, grants research or consultancy, which one is better. It really depends. I go for everything that is inspired by science. be consultancy or research projects or anything else. So these are some of the ongoing consultancies that I do. And you may think that these are a lot until you find someone with 10 times what you are doing, then you will stop complaining of time. I can do all this, whether it's research projects, consultancies, management, teaching, etc., because of the people that I work with. If you don't have time, just think of a modality that can earn time of others into your portfolio. One thing that I do is mentoring others, young people, mid-level career, and also my senior colleagues into forming research groups. With research groups, you have 10 times your time because you are working with other people. So I have a number of research groups, some within the country, others outside the country, others only for students, but others I learn from them. So one is the Kumamoto Research Collaboration Group. Doreen and others are part of this group. It has helped to transform HIV research landscape, but also it has also built capacity of various colleagues, including in this room. We have currently about 13 families in Japan pursuing their PhDs and their spouses, but also about 7 others that have graduated, a number of research that have been done in Tanzania, and some are ongoing. But also I have my own small research group with 14, 15 people. Most of them are young, from second year to, I don't know, PhDs. And these are the driving force of most of the work that I do. I'm at that point that I'm no longer writing the first draft of anything because I have the force behind me to help me doing so. So for my colleagues who do not have time, you can multiply your time by adding people into the work that you do, by inspiring them into things that you like. Because for students, most of them, they don't really know what to do until you start printing those words into their brain. Use them, multiply your time, end their time, but also help them to build their capacity. I also work with University of Pennsylvania, and through this, a number of my colleagues have also built capacity outside the country. GRONAT is another research group that I'm part of, and it has helped to build a new program at MUHAS, Nutrition Epidemiology, but also a number of capacity building courses for master's and PhD level. ARISE Network for adolescents, Professor Bakari is also, you are aware of this, and part of this, most of the colleagues are part of this, is adolescents, research on nutrition, HIV, behavior, and non-communicable diseases, but also many, but non-specific. Any opportunity that you have to build capacity of others or to build a research group can be useful in terms of building some of the work that have been done by these groups. Yeah, so some of the work that have been done by this group, really there are countless, I may say, not only publications, but also training. This is the Kumamoto University and MUHAS Research Group, a number of colleagues that have benefited from exchange, but also training, but also capacity building for the people on the ground through the work that we do. And faculty exchange, some of us are also faculties in other universities, and they also help us to shape the way we think. Some of the grants that have came out of this collaboration. This is the GRONAT Research Group that is also focusing only on nutrition research because of the interest, but also because of the work that we do. We have MSc Nutrition Epidemiology that is running now with 17 students, but also counting in the second year. PhD Nutrition Epidemiology, but also faculty and student exchange, and trying to really dream, like Professor Palanjo mentioned in the morning. Let's just dream. We hope one day we can reach to a center of excellence in nutrition research in Tanzania through this group, but also working with other colleagues. This is an interested research group. It's only 14, but as I said earlier, it is formed by students, and the students are working, are doing most of the work. You may be surprised that some students or recently graduates may publish up to 10 papers a year. They belong to this kind of groups. As a result of all this, and I think through the career, from the first time that I published my first paper in 2006 to date, I have 129 publications. But it's not only about publications, it's the impact of these publications. I'm happy to have more than 70,000 citations of this work. But it's not only about citation index, which actually can make you a distinguished researcher, but it's the way some of your research can help to transform the lives of the people, or at least being used by others to improve lives of other people in terms of guidelines, or even being referred to. That is the most rewarding point by being a researcher. Target the journals with wider reach, target the journals that can actually help to make impact, but also target the journals that can be read by many people, many of your colleagues. The best way you can do that is also to work with teams. Don't work alone. I'll be surprised to find a paper in medicine or in health and allied sciences with 1 or 2 authors. It means you are denying others to collaborate with others, with you. So try as much as possible to work with others, and it will improve your work, the quality, but also the reach of your papers or the reach of your work. I've bragged a lot about myself. I think now I should tell you a bit more of opportunities that we have at the institution. As a student, you may not see or you may not know what's happening, but your university is one of the leading institutions in Africa as far as research is concerned. There is plenty of opportunities. With 60 years of its history, the university has transformed both in training, but mostly in research. The research that comes out of your university, they are unique, impactful, but also making changes in people's lives, not only in Tanzania. Some of the work that the university has produced, they've actually formed the global guidelines, and we know them. We have our mentors and our senior professors at the university that have worked developing these national and international guidelines through research that they do at MUHAS. So there's a lot of things, and research is a strong pillar that should be among your songs, not only in the training, but research and consultancies as well. We are working and guided by the priority areas that the university always make and update. But these are based on the national priorities first to start with, and also taking a look or benchmarking the global perspectives and the needs. And these are the areas that I think each and every one of you belong to certain group or certain kind of an area of interest or research. Use this, but also try to belong to a group that is doing one of these. I said that we have a unique environment at the university because of the results like this. Because of the work that you guys, students and faculties alike, are doing. We currently have 142 unique collaborations. Most of these are actually from outside the country. And these are actually bringing us the expertise and capacity that we have. D43, which is sponsored this very satellite session, is one of the results of this kind of collaborations that we have. And I believe that leveraging these existing collaborations, we can somehow leapfrog to the future with a strong capacity in research. Because of these capacities that are built by this project and collaborations, MUHAS now has 159 sponsored projects. And these are the data of the previous quarter. And I'm sure we have added 10 more in this quarter. So we are progressing fast. But it is meaningless to you if we are progressing and they are leaving you behind. Be part of that bandwagon. Be part of those research groups. Be part of those teams that are making things happening. And the doors are usually open. You can reach out to any senior, any person with any kind of competencies at MUHAS to work together, and therefore we can actually reach there. These are some of the collaborators and funders that we are working with. It's almost everyone around the world. So we are sort of a global institution, and so be part of that global movement to strengthen your research career, but also capacity as a strong global researcher from MUHAS. You have that capacity, and you live in that environment for you to do that. MUHAS for transformative research, we're trying our best at the management level to build friendly policies that can actually help you to do research freely, but also to earn. We are not restrictive in how much you can earn as a researcher, as long as the funding requirement allows. Very few universities have this open kind of policy. Many of the universities will add a cap. I don't know when we are adding a cap, but before we add a cap, be in that team that enjoy the freedom of finances in research. The environment is keeping on improving, and we work together. There are a lot of challenges that we still have, but we are working in progress as the university. The people, your mentors, your supervisors, your teachers, your colleagues, your peers are the most instrumental weapon that you have to leapfrog in your research career. Collaborators, plenty of them. You need a collaborator in any country, reach out to us. You need a collaborator in any idea that you have. The university will support you to find a suitable collaborator internationally and nationally to help you through that process. But as the university, we have an army of young people, 4,400 students at the university. All of this needs to learn something. Let's use them as faculties, but also build their capacity so that they can actually be the next generation of strong researchers. But among ourselves, I think we're around 500 now as faculties, let alone the PhD students who are actually the force behind the research that we do. And the atmosphere, the freedom that we enjoy at the university should be utilized to further your research career. Use them adequately. Before that freedom goes, use this freedom to expand your research horizon and capacity. Now, the opportunities for juniors, and I'll go later for mid-level and finalize with general terms. So there are a number of capacity building courses. You need to learn, you need to improve your capacity. You need to learn, just like what I did. I had to learn to write English sentences when I went to Japan. You can do it. There are a number of courses, 20 plus short courses for capacity building on research alone at the university. These courses are free of charge for any person who is affiliated to the university. What an opportunity for you to use. Use them. We do not restrict students or faculties alike. We have manuscript boot camps. Join them. That's I almost say a bad word. That bad manuscript that you think is derailing you from being published, take it to the manuscript boot camp. Use the opportunity to take it out and publish it. I have seen a number of students' publications that are increasing, and this is a strong army that we need to capacitate them, but also to use them, to lead them. We get promoted, for most of us, not because of our work, not because we wrote that first draft of the paper. It is because the student that we mentored wrote that paper. So let's improve the capacity of the students so that we can also secondarily benefit out of that. Also, there are a number of seed funding opportunities. 6 years ago, we started CEDA, sort of a revised CEDA funding opportunity, and we made it sort of a competitive opportunity for many, for faculties only. Because it was limited to junior faculty, the competition was fierce. And through that, we improved the capacity, their capacity to manage funds, but also the output started to increase among the junior faculty. I'm happy to say that when this seed fund was utilized, most of these junior faculties that we call them junior, when they applied, they went ahead and compete internationally and got their own research be it small or mid-size. So money can be an incentive, but also the kind of capacity that this small grant can actually do to a faculty. Because of this success, many other projects, sponsored projects, started the same thing. Sparkle, led by Professor Julie and Professor Balandia, also started the same scheme on sickle cell disease. The results are astonishing in terms of publications and the capacity that is being built on sickle cell research. Other D43s are doing the same. HIS is doing the same. There's another one by Cyril and others. Another D43 is also doing the same. So seed funding are available. Competitive, of course, but they are available for junior faculties and colleagues. But also, there are sponsored projects that have used the same pathway. Please use these opportunities. There are small other competitive international grants. One of them is Royal Society for Tropical Medicine grants. I think I got it correctly, Dr. Mariam, right? This has helped a lot of faculty. It's a small amount of money, but it is prestigious global award that many of MUHAS faculty and students won. And it is amazing how many proposals that we have. I think we've submitted close to 10 this year. Yeah? And majority of them actually from students, MD4, MD3, DDS4, environmental health sciences, and they are winning these grants. So this is another opportunities for a junior scientist. And junior scientist by definition is just a feeling. I'm a junior or I'm a senior. As I said earlier, I don't even know myself which band I belong. But start with something. Start with the small grant, start with seed funding and something like that and move forward. But there are other national awards. Please take a look around. Innovation awards from COSTECH. Unfortunately, MUHAS do not apply. I don't know why. We try to encourage you. There are other regional grants and mentorship awards from the region as well as others. Transitioning, I know Dr. Siana will talk about it. I will not spend time talking about K43. It is lucrative for junior faculty, and Dr. Siana will testify to that. It is good money. The salary alone, I think, is 10 million a month for 5 years if you win that grant. Other grants from UK, like Wellcome Trust, UK MRC, and NIHR are also awarding a lot of junior faculties or junior scientists like you guys. Take a look and then go through their websites, time them, prepare, apply. It's okay to miss 10 times, but you get it on the 11th one. It's okay to miss, but also you get to learn. And of course, it is inspiring you. If you miss, you can recycle the same proposal with improvement, if you are lucky to get the comment, to another grant that you can actually use. But also Canadian grants, like DRC, we are also offering a lot of seed funding for junior faculties, but also capacity building like that. Mid-levels, there are NIH, plenty of them, D43, 1/3 of MUHAS grants actually are NIH funded. But apart from that, they also build capacity. If you have that, then you have a chance to bring back or to give back whatever knowledge you have to build capacity of others. They are long-term, they assure you of the time to do research. 5 years is quite some time to do research. We have a number of collaborators. You need a collaborator from any kind of a discipline, mention it. We can support you to build that grant. Our Office of Sponsored Projects is really struggling to improve its own capacity so that it can improve you, but use that office for information and support. But also, there are a number of grants that colleagues you can apply. NORAD and NOPAT, these are Norwegian grants. We have at least 6 of these grants at the university, which means it's doable, it's possible. Your university is reputable. If you talk to colleagues in Norway, use this faith that others have on us to also excel your research career. NHR, as I said earlier, in the UK, but EU Horizon, this is for big people. it needs a big CV, but a huge collaboration, multi-institutions. But we have 5 going 6 of these big grants at the university, which means it's possible. Be part of the team and don't shy away from attempting these grants. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we have been having a good collaborations with them, testified by the grants that we have. Now we have 1, I think, going 2 soon from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And these are also good money with little restrictions that you can actually help yourself to build your career, financial muscles, but also build capacity of others. Now, research grants or consultancies, which direction should you go? I said earlier, go for both. Whichever opportunities that fall in front of you, take it, run with it. Don't say, oh, you know, consultancies is for those people in School of Public Health. The answer is no. You are equally strong enough to apply for these consultancies. And there are plenty. Because you guys are not applying, then other people in the streets are applying. And they come to the university and employ you to do those work for peanuts. So be the ones to apply them so that you can equally benefit from the full capacity of the funding that is being awarded. Both can be very competitive, so you're also equally competitive. That's why you're here. Publications is also one's effort. I've also made a number of publications from consultancies, and the opportunities are endless. When you're negotiating with the funder, especially in consultancies, make sure that the data belongs to you so that you can use the data for publications, among others. But also it helps you to build reputation in the country and outside the country. MUHAS has strong and growing links with a number of funders, USAID, DOD, CDC, and other national and international organizations, UN, WHO, UNICEF, among others, and ministries and non-government organizations. All these have potential for consultancies. When there is a call, you see it in The Guardian, assume that that is aiming at you. Look at it, apply, build a team, you will win. If you don't know how to win, come to our offices, we'll help you to show you how you can win that kind of a grant. Having said that, I think I've spent most of the time, right? So we are available for mentorship. We like to mentor colleagues, but also you have to be trainable and accept to be mentored. You also you need to have your own goals. What do you need from the mentorship? You may have 10, 20 mentors or 1 or 0. It's up to you really, but you have to be focused on what you want. Opportunities in research in Tanzania, they may seem limited or few. Believe me, they are more than what we can do or we can even take up as a university or colleagues in this room, or even 4,400 students that we have. Opportunities in Tanzania, there are plenty. Just look around, team up, build your capacity, make your case, and may God help you. Thank you so much.
Makofi tafadhali kwa so thank you very much once again, Professor Sunguya, for a very comprehensive talk. I think there are a lot of takeaways, but if there's anything I think you cannot emphasize on the importance of working with teams. I mean, you cannot do it by yourself. And if there's one takeaway that I take from this is I should strive as much as possible to make sure that I mentor others, but I also work in teams. So without wasting much of your time, I would like to welcome the second presenter, Dr. Siana Ankia. So Dr. Siana is with over 10 years of experience in working in sickle cell disease research. And she was very much instrumental in establishing the newborn screening program for sickle cell disease at MUHAS. But in addition to that, she's a recipient of K43 Emerging Global Award, and she'll give us
high experience of how do you navigate those grants, and perhaps what should you do to become, what should you do to actually get it. So as Bora has said, it's a competitive process, but anyone can do it with good mentoring. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity to come and talk to you about the K43 and how it has assisted my career in terms of transitioning to an independent researcher. Whenever I receive a call to talk about K43, I receive it with a lot of humility and appreciation, and I feel like I'm obliged to actually share this information with as many people as possible, because I've seen the potential that it carries in terms of really advancing someone's research career. So thank you again to the organizers. Okay, so K43 is also known as Emerging Global Leader Award. And I put this slide to show that there are two schemes to this. So there is one which is focused on clinical trial. So if you are taking that discipline or research area involved in clinical trial, there is one option to go with for K43. And the other one, which is the one that I applied, is the one that you don't need to be doing a clinical trial. Again, just to show that this is a good opportunity for us because it is focused on low and middle income countries. So when we are applying for grants, usually you try to get a grant that is less competitive in a manner that you're not competing with everybody in the world. So this one is one of those schemes because it is focused on low and middle income countries. And then, again, another important information for K43s and any other NIH grants for that matter is you need to know your area of interest and then look at the participating organizations. So NIH is a unity of different institutes. So it's national institutes, not one institute. So there are many institutes. So you have to look and see which one is more relevant to the kind of research you are doing. And then for K43 and other NIH grants, you check if that particular institute is participating in that award or in that grant. And if not, maybe you look at one that is closer to what you are doing, or you try to twist a little bit your research to fit in to one of the institutes that are participating. So the K43 purpose really is to provide a low middle income country early career in any health-related discipline. Please mark the words any health-related discipline. So don't limit yourself. As long as your topic is health-related, this is for you, okay? And it gives us research support, protected time, yeah? So you have up to 5 years. And I think talking after Professor Bruno, who has a lot of grants and a lot of experience, he can testify that sometimes in research you need sufficient time. Sometimes if you are doing a research for 1 year, you need to be very careful on what you want to achieve. So 5 years is really a good time for doing research. And then because it's a career development kind of a grant, you receive mentorship. So that's one of the requirements, and I will talk about that a little bit later. So you need to receive research mentorship. And then the whole purpose is to assist you to transition to an independent researcher. So usually I receive this question. People ask, who is an early career? And I just took this from NIH because sometimes the definitions for early career may differ from one funder to another. But at least because we are talking of K43, this is what the NIH defines as an early career. So I will not read everything, but someone who is looking to transition to become independent investigator or researcher, someone who, from the time they received their primary graduate degree, it's still within 10 years, and the like. Yeah, so if you are any in those, please think about the K43. So some more eligibility criteria. So you need to have a master's degree. Myself, I applied when I already had a PhD because my background is biomedical science. For someone who is doing MD, you can apply even with your master's degree. And then you need to have an academic junior faculty position or a research scientist appointment. Okay? And then you need to have mentors. You need to have one mentor whom we call the local mentor, who must be coming to within your country, and if possible, from within your institution. And then you must have another mentor who is based in the USA. So for myself, I was very lucky to have two great mentors, Professor Julie Makani, who was once my PhD supervisor, and then she became my mentor for the local fellowship, and then for the K43. And I'm saying this on purpose because sometimes it's a challenge to get mentors. So if you're thinking about applying for K43, start thinking now. And again, the lesson from this is, as Prof. Bruno says, start small, attach yourself to whoever is doing research in your field, even if you're volunteering. Because sometimes to get a mentor out of the blue is difficult. Another lesson is keep your connections with your supervisors, who may later become your mentors. Okay? And the other mentor I also got from a network with my local mentor, who was based in the US, Professor Solomon Oforiakwa. Both vested researchers, international renowned researchers in sickle cell disease. And again, another thing on mentors, you try to balance. So for example, one of my mentors, because my passion is to do genomics of sickle cell disease. So one mentor should be good in that area. So one of them was really good in genomics, and the other one is really good in terms of clinical research in sickle cell disease. So again, you try to balance. You are also allowed to have an additional mentor, whom we sometimes call a transitional or transient mentor. Myself, I again was linked up to one of my supervisors at King's College of London, where I did most of my PhD work. Okay, going back to Professor Bruno's point. I don't want to say what he said, but yeah, the funds are good. So the K43 is a career development award. So what they try to do is to give you a good salary so that you will focus on your research. Okay, so they give you very good salary. They in fact give you more money for your salary than the research. So you will see here, the salary goes up to 75,000 USD dollars compared to the research fund, which is 30,000 USD. So for me, that was the challenge, how to do my research with this little money, but the salary was good. Okay, so again, if you are attached to a particular group with a lot of existing resources, which we have a good platform at MUHAS, you are able to conduct whatever you want to do because there are also existing resources. Okay, so going to the content, I'm just showing this because just to give you a snapshot, and then I want to highlight the most important parts of this application. So of course, you will have to write your budget. For some reason, they put this first, but this comes later after you have developed your specific aims, you have developed your activities, and you have budgeted for your activity. But the most important and critical parts of K43 are three. One, you start developing your specific aims page. So for most NIH grants, you develop one page with your specific aims, not more than one page. So my mentors and people who assisted me when I was writing, they told me that every word counts because it's only one page. So I've had the experience of getting the first draft, and then I will have like, I don't know, maybe 5 iteration of that page. It goes out, it comes back with comments, just one page. So it may take even a month for you to get to the end of saying, okay, this is what I want to do. Well, at least that has been my experience. My point is you start early. And I will show later, but maybe I say that now. I hope that by the end of this talk, you are encouraged to apply for a K43. And the good thing is that the cycle for this year, the coming cycle is in October. And we are in June. So you have 4 months to prepare. So there's no reason why you should not prepare if you are eligible. You have sufficient time. Okay, so specific aims page. And number 2 is career development plan, because this is a career development award. So they want to see very well how you want to transition to become an independent researcher. It is equally scored, equal graded with your research strategy, which is the third main part of this application. The research strategy, where now you say what you want to do and how you plan to do it. I wanted to also show this. So this is available. If you follow that link, you will find all the list of all K43s. And this is important because you see the distribution of topics, you see the distribution of countries. So I encourage you to go and look at that. And then recent K43 awards at MUHAS to encourage you again. So I know that Dr. Lidenge and myself got K43s. I think it was the same year. And I'm glad to say that we potentially have the third one this year, which we are really proud of. And this is just to show it's possible. I don't think we are any special. It's just your determination that you want to progress in all levels of career. So how has K43 assisted me in terms of transitioning to become an independent researcher? So 1, grantsmanship. So I've learned a lot. It's 5 years. So managing what I wanted to do. So delivering on the research that I wanted to do. How do I get to the goals that I want to actually achieve? What are the funders' expectations? Very important. There are reports every year, progress reports. I have learned to actually prepare these reports in a timely manner. Managing research team. Yeah, you have heard Prof, and I can't agree more. You can't do anything alone. You need people. Always you will need people. Managing time, managing research funds, okay? Initiating and maintaining research collaborations. These are some of key lessons that I have learned throughout the 5 years. And then I also consider this as very important part of the K43 career path for me, that I've been able to utilize the K43 to actually give people an opportunity to train in this project. So 2 master's students. I've also utilized the same platform to actually mentor my colleagues at different levels. We have also been able to establish research resources. So biological samples that I believe we will use in the future, data that I believe we will also use in the future, research outputs. So here I can't compete with Prof. Bruno, but this, at least I'm so inspired by him all the time. But at least from the K43, this is what we have. I think I could have more. I think I was talking to one of my colleagues. She was telling me that she has, I think, about 10 papers of her K award. I think it is possible. You just have to plan better. But then research outputs, innovations. So for me, I said I'm interested in genomics. And I'm really interested to actually identify genetic variants that we can develop interventions from for people with sickle cell disease. That's my passion. So we have some results that I think are hopeful that will lead to where we want to go in terms of discovery. And then promotions, new positions, additional grants, because this is the base. It's like mtaji, yeah? So you have this platform and then you continue to build on it. So those are my current position. I was promoted to a senior lecturer, which was actually one of my goals when I was writing my K, that I will transition from a lecturer to a senior lecturer. So at least that one goal I managed to do timely, and the rest. But also because of using it as a platform, I also got some of other additional grants, and I'm continuing to writing. I'm actually writing a D43 as I'm speaking now, and we hope that it's a resubmission. We hope that this time we will get it. So you continue writing and build on the skills that you have acquired. When is the next K43 cycle? So may I see hands for those who will apply this year? I'm also coming from the Office of Sponsored Projects. So may I see hands so that we prepare ourselves to support you accordingly? Okay, so identify your research questions. We still have 4 months to go. Identify your research questions. Identify potential mentors. And we are, MUHAS. MUHAS is an asset. Yeah, you can use this asset. Even if they will tell you who to link with the USA and they're like, so for the young people, please attach yourself to people who are doing research. Write your specific aims page, okay? And then start developing the application now. It's really important. We are not English speaking, so Prof said he learned. I used to sit down with someone and then she asked me, what did you mean when you were writing this? And I would speak. And then when I speak, she will tell me, okay, so that's not exactly what is presented here. So if you mean that, write it this way. That means you need a lot of time also to prepare, get inputs from your mentors, from your peers, from the people that you work with. So start now. And lastly, I would like to really say a big thank to different people who have really made this possible for me to have first even apply for the K43, get it, and actually implementing it. So the fund, of course, NIH, and these are 2 institutes. So the Fogarty Institute and the National Health, Lung and Blood Institute, NHLBI. The MUHAS community, as I said, MUHAS is an asset, is a big platform that we are standing on. It's really up to us. So the sickle cell program, these are people that I work with every day. The 2 departments, my 2 mentors, the research team that I worked with, and patients and families. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much once again, Dr. Siana Nkia. And if you can give a round of applause, please. I know she was saying that we have to do a lot to manage time. And I've just been informed that I'm also supposed to manage my time. So we don't have a lot of time. As I think, as most of you are aware, the introduction was a little bit lengthy and ate away much of our time. So we may have to shorten up in the time allocated to the next presenters. So if you can please give your presentation in 15 minutes, I would truly appreciate. So our next presenter is Dr. Mariam Amo. She needs no introduction. So Mariam is a physician scientist and a social media influencer. So I knew Mariam through social media even before I met her in person. but I think she's also a good scientist as well. So Mariam has done a lot of work, and one of the things is she's also a recipient of R21 award, and she'll give us experience of applying for the early career awards and what should you prepare for. So Mariam, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wakubwa shikamoni. I'm a bit overwhelmed to speak after Professor Bruno and Siana, but I'll try. So I'll talk to you about my journey in research and with specific focus on NIH research. So this is how it started. So from 2010 till now. In 2010, I was a fourth-year medical student, and I applied for an elective research position at Dartmouth through Professor Bakari and colleagues from Dartmouth, and they accepted me, and I had an opportunity to go to Dartmouth to do an elective research. So my elective research when I was in fourth year was a comparative study between Tanzania and Dartmouth. Later on, I did my internship, and during the internship period and after, I volunteered at the Medical Women Association of Tanzania, MEWATA, as a program officer. And later on, I was employed at MNH and then moved to the US to do a master in public health for 1 year. I came back to MUHAS as an assistant lecturer. And during that time, I worked in a clinical trial. And after that, I did a 1 year program, blended program with Harvard Medical School on clinical trials training. And then I embarked into a residency in internal medicine. And later on, that's where I started doing research writing, grants training, and conducted the independent research. So to start with, 2010, so this was my elective research. I was looking at breastfeeding practices between Tanzania and Vermont in the US. I was supervised by Dr. Helga Naburi, and this was presented at the American Pediatric Society conference. And then I came back in 2011 to 2013, where I was a volunteer at the Medical Women Association of Tanzania as a program officer. So I stayed here for about 2 years. And I was responsible for developing grants within the organization. So one of the grants I was working on is getting funding to conduct breast and cervical cancer screening, establishment of one-stop centers for gender-based violence in the country. So this was back in 2011, where we received funding from UNFPA to establish one-stop center for gender violence. And we did a lot of studies on GBV throughout the country. Research on sexual reproductive health and rights in schools and among young people. So we had some funding from AMREF and other organizations, and also work on NCDs plus prostate cancer and TB. So that was my work while I was at MEWATA. Then I went to the US to pursue a 1 year program in public health, and this was funded through TRIM-TB. This was a D43 between MUHAS and Dartmouth. So it was, and the PI here was Professor Kisali, and I was selected to go to Dartmouth for 1 year. So while at Dartmouth, my supervisor was Dr. Von Ryan, who was also a collaborator in this D43. And so in my training, so in some master's program, you have to do research, collect data, etc. But where I trained, we had like multiple opportunities to do research, but then the final research capstone, you would decide whether you'd want to collect data or your whole deliverable would be a research proposal. So I chose a research proposal track. So, and at this time, my mentor was also developing a clinical trial grant. So I developed a research proposal on a clinical trial for a vaccine clinical trial for TB. And this was my, my research proposal for my master's program. And after I graduated, I came back to MUHAS, and I was then employed as a assistant study director for the TB trial. So I worked in this TB trial for about 3 years. So it was a phase 2 TB trial looking at prevention of TB infection among adolescents. So we would screen adolescents for TB infection and would give the vaccine to see whether it would prevent them from getting TB. And this was our study team back then. And this is my mentor, Dr. Von Ryan, Professor Kisali, the PIs for this project. And yeah. So this project was funded by a collaboration from Japan. It's called GHIT. And this was the publication which came out. So Dr. Mose was also a PI in this project. And this was the first publication coming out from the vaccine project. So the publication came in August 2020, right? So earlier in 2020, if you would look at my PubMed and search my name, there was no record of my name in PubMed in early 2020 when I was working on this project. So I didn't have any publication which was cited in PubMed 3 years ago. So you couldn't Google me. Like if you Google me, as George said, you just find me on social media and Facebook. All right, so this was Dr. Museri's paper, and I wanted to try as a first author, based on the data that we collected in the vaccine trial, to write something. And this we were doing IGRAS, interferon gamma release assay on TB patients. So I was looking at the differences in IGRA in different populations. So that was the paper that we drafted, and I attempted to publish it. So it was first rejected in the Clinical Infectious Disease Journal. It was then rejected in the American Journal of Respiratory Medicine. It was then rejected in the Vaccine Journal. It was then rejected in Lancet Infectious Disease. So this took around 1 year and a half, going back and forth, getting rejected. Finally, it took 2+1. It took 1 year. They took their time, but they accepted it. So at least at that time, I had a publication. And then after that, in 2016, I saw, social media helps. So I saw an advert on Facebook advertising on a clinical trial placement at Harvard Medical School for 1 year. I applied for that and got in. So I spent 1 year in that blended program where I would spend some time there and here to do a training on clinical trials. So we were trained on clinical trial epidemiology, about statistics, and one of the deliverables was as a capstone project was an NIH clinical trial grant that can be funded. So through this 1 year fellowship, I developed my first draft NIH grant, and this was on sickle cell. So mine was, and it's supposed to be on clinical trials. So at that time, I was also working in hematology, and my interest was sickle cell, and I was being supported by Professor Makani. And I wanted to look at, I wanted to do a clinical trial to see if vitamin D supplementation would help reduce the number of crises in patients with sickle cell. So that was what my clinical trial was based on. However, I did not pursue further after this training. All right. So next, after I came back from Harvard and I was working on the clinical trial and as well working as an assistant lecturer in the Department of Community Medicine at that time, I decided to go back, to stop everything and go back to school. So I went to embark in a residency in internal medicine. So everything was going fine, but I said, okay, let me just torture myself one more time. So I went back to school to do internal medicine. And with my interest in TB, there are some cases on TB that I saw, and there was one clinical trial, one case report that we also managed to publish. And this was one of my very first publications. And the next was, so when I was in my internal medicine training, I got a grant through the HIV implementation science. This is a collaboration with Harvard School of Public Health. And my role is to look at outcomes of adolescents living with HIV. My mentor is here, Dr. Shayo and Prof. Mugusi. So this is a project that I was a consortia of 3 universities, MUHAS, and Kesemuko, whereby we'd be taken through 5 years of mentorship in research. And you'd also get a small grant to do HIV research. So my mentors, I had mentors from different institutions and from MUHAS. So we did get this grant, and one of the work that I did was look at adherence to ART in HIV patients. And we also did a systematic review with my colleagues on clinical trials. And last year was year 4 or 5 of our peer-to-peer mentorship. So the senior peers that we were graduating from this program, we decided to write a publication to write a story on how our mentorship experience was through the FET program. So this is a publication based on that. So during my 3rd year of residency, I applied for another grant. This is a CEDAR grant, small grant. And I was working on bone mineral density and serum biomarkers in patients with end-stage renal disease. Professor Furia is laughing, yes, so we submitted a publication, it was rejected. I've not really resubmitted again, but I will do so. So we performed DEXA scans to patients with end-stage renal disease at the Aga Khan Hospital. All right, so all those experience was working with small grants as I was trying to develop into NIH grant. So in 2019 now, this was my 3rd year in residency. I applied to go to Vanderbilt during the long holidays to do a training in NIH grant writing. So this was specific for NIH grant writing. So it's called the Vanderbilt Institute for Research, Development and Ethics, Verde. And so it's a consortium of different universities. And so with Nigeria, Zambia, and they collaborate with Duke, Cornell, and Vanderbilt. So MUHAS is not part of this collaboration, but through the MIDI grant with Dartmouth, I was able to get a sponsorship to go. So this was a 1-month-long training where you would be trained to write an NIH grant that can be submitted for funding. So this was back in 2019. All right, so Sienna talked about K43. The focus of this was, my focus specifically was on R series. My colleagues were also applying for K43. So R series, we have R21. So this is an exploratory grant for 2 years and with a maximum of up to $275,000. And R1 is one of the biggest NIH grants with up to 5 years worth of funding, with funding of $250,000 per year. So these are the grants that I was interested in. And one of the conditions to go to Verdi is to actually have a draft. So I applied to Verdi sometimes in June 2019, and the program was in October, and I had to come up with the draft. So from June, so this is a file that I had, like multiple drafts before even going to Verdi. So, and I was doing my residency at this time. So it's multiple versions from June. I'm trying to get a near-ready grant that I can actually go to Verdi. That would be ready to be submitted for funding, because that's the aim. You go there, you write, to submit. So I went, and this is how the program is put. So there's a slot for specific aims. So as Dr. Sienna said, this is a 1 page where you'd explain everything about your study and your aims. And then there's a page for significance. So in this training, we had time to do specific aims, significance, research environment, to work on the biosketch, to work on the budget and other materials that are related to the grant. And we're supposed to submit on October 18th, which was towards the end of the program. So while at Vanderbilt, so this was in October, I had like other multiple drafts. So the good thing about this project is that one, you are linked to senior colleagues that understand NIH grants and have written multiple grants, and they give you get access to grants that have been successful for you to read and to write your own. At the same time, you are linked to experts in the field. So my work was on TB. So I would have sessions with someone that knows how to write NIH grant, the language, the art of writing a grant, and then I'll be linked with the best in TB research at Vanderbilt. And so after multiple rounds, and when I was almost ready, and I went to the TB shot at Vanderbilt, he told me the research is not feasible and it cannot be done. So I was almost done with the program, but I had to change my whole topic. And he said, basically it cannot be done, you have to change your topic. So I came back to Tanzania, so I had to stay and complete and modify the topic while there. So this was October 2019. I started in June 2019. And then February the next year, I submitted to my mentors the modified version of the proposal. Okay. But at this point, few weeks later, there was COVID, and residency was really heating up. Wanasema any mambo alikuwa ni moto, so I had to stop. I had to stop with the NIH grant and focus on the residency program. So few months down the line, so now February 2020 until I graduated, sometime I finished my exam sometimes in August, September. I kept writing the grant up to February 2021. At this point I've had the drafts for like almost 2 years. And up to, I think I submitted sometime in February 2021. So this was the first submission that I actually sent to NIH. So from June 2019 to February 2021, that is when I submitted the grant. So the grant was rejected. So this is like 2 years worth of work and training. And one of the comments that I got from the grant, so some comments are based on myself as an investigator, that my weakness is that I have only 7 publications. I don't have much experience. Number of publications of first author minimal, etc. And then there are some weaknesses regarding the actual methodology, and the weaknesses like there's no innovation, it's not cost effective. So we had several comments and it was not even scored. So I had to work on those comments. Actually, I refused to work on those comments because I wanted to give up, but my mentor wouldn't let me, so he made me work on the comments. So one of the things that I had to do was publish as first author. So we decided to write a letter to the editor, so that would count as first author. And then at this time, the paper that I struggled, that got rejected 5 times, was accepted. And so when you send a resubmission, you send a 1-page explaining everything that you've changed. So it's called an introduction page. So within 1 page, you have to fit all those comments which were given in like 10 pages. They should be in 1 page. So by the time I was resubmitting, I had 3 first author papers. So it took 1 year to work on the comments to get the first authored publications in order to be able to resubmit. So this is February 2022 resubmission, because the cycle was in February 2021. And I had to wait 1 year to resubmit and of course to get the publications. Yeah, so that's my story. So first draft, June 2019, first submission, February 2021, second submission, February 2022. All right, so during, in 2021, I applied for a postdoc position at Harvard School of Public Health. And my mentors were Professor Bakari and Ellen and Fauzi. So during this time, I was working on a national database on HIV, but I also took classes on impact evaluation. So this is a skill that I also wanted to learn, implementation research, as well as because we were in the middle of COVID, I also took a class on investigating disease outbreak because I developed an interest in global health security. So I decided to take that class as well. All right, so when we came back, it was during this was during the COVID period. I was also involved in COVID-19 research. So this is grant number 4. So I applied, so now this is my first big research as an independent researcher. And in this grant, we were granted by UNICEF. And I was the principal investigator in this study, and I was also collaborating with Ministry of Health, PRALJ, KCMUCO, St. Francis, Ifakara, NIMRI, as well as AMREF. So it was a big study with collaboration of all those institutions. So this study, if you see the below are bolded, so this was a resubmission to ethics. So initially it was through MUHAS only. And the first 3 were my mentees at that time that completed internship, and they had developed this proposal, and it had no funding. And it was the time when we were about to introduce, so it was that when we wrote this, there was no vaccine in the country, and we wanted to see the acceptability of the vaccine before it gets here. We decided to embark on an online survey that would take to healthcare workers throughout the country. So since it was online, we wrote the proposal and we thought we might not need a lot. So it was self-funded. But luckily, there was a day I was complaining in the office and Professor Simba was there. And he said, how about you talk to this person? Maybe you'd get funding. And we did. So finally, we got this funding and it was funded by UNICEF and we were able to do this study. And through that study, we got about 5 or 6 publications. So this was the first one, second, third, fourth, fifth, and a policy brief. Oh, and there was another study which was also self-funded on mask efficiencies. So we're looking at cotton cloths, whether they would be helpful to prevent droplets. After that, we received funding from a family that wanted to support MUHAS faculty to conduct research on COVID. And through mentorship of Professor Bakari, I was working at this, I was a member of the steering committee to oversee these proposals. So 25 proposals were submitted and we were responsible to oversee the review of the proposal together with the independent reviewers. So this was an experience for me now on the other side, not as the one that's writing the grant, but also to review grants of my colleagues. All right, so now back to the NIH story. So I submitted it in February 2022, and in November 2022, I received a notice of award. So this was a 2-year grant, and it was funded, and I got a score of 21. So this is it's a good score. So the lower the score, that's it's a good thing. So this was the first grant that I received for 2 years. And then later on, I was discussing with my mentor on whether I would want to. So when I got this, I then decided to see whether I could apply for a K43. And that's what I wanted to do. However, as Dr. Siana mentioned, there is more research support to the researcher, but less in terms of funding for research material. And the nature of my study, it needed a lot of money for research materials. So we decided not to go for K43. When we were working, so by the time we were working on another grant, R1, I had not yet received the R21. So in July 2022, I submitted an R1. So this was a bigger grant so this is the biggest in the R series, and it's for 5 years. And this is a grant for independent researchers. So it's the biggest in the R series. So we submitted this in July. And so I got awarded last year. in 2023 in May for 5 years. And now we are in year 2 of the R01 grant. And this is my R01 research team. And as I mentioned, I was interested as well in COVID and global health security. There was an opportunity through the World Bank to apply to be a member of the technical advisory panel. So I did apply for this position 2 years ago. So now I also serve as a member of the technical advisory panel for the pandemic fund under the World Bank. So this gives me access to review multiple countrywide proposals. So at this time, we're looking at grants of 250,000, but this is grants of up to 60 million USD. So I get to be part of the reviewers and I get to learn the global perspective of big country proposals and regional proposals as well. So what has helped? Mentors. So I've had mentors throughout my career that have supported me and have guided me through and have helped me reach where I am. Mentees, there's one standing right there. So I've had multiple so most of this work is through collaborative work with my mentees. So some are students, some just finished school. So we usually work together in drafting these proposals, in writing manuscripts. So the support system has really helped. Even in the submission process, Nana there is very supportive when it comes to submitting grants. And what has helped me is to volunteer in research projects. So while my colleagues were employed, I was volunteering for 2 years to understand research, multiple application to grants. So I started with small grants of maybe $1,000, $500 to now I can apply for bigger grants, and application to short-term trainings. So there's a time I would apply for things which are not even relevant, but since it's there online, I would apply and figure out how to get funding later. So this has helped me to gain skills in research based on the number of short-term trainings that I've applied over the years. And there are a lot of opportunities available for low and middle income countries, research opportunities. And yes, as other colleagues say, there are funding opportunities available. Challenges, the application process is complex. So as Dr. Siana mentioned, there's the K43 in October, so now you can apply. But for me, it took me a longer time to apply. So it depends on the person, but it's not easy. So 4 months can be challenging. So if you want to apply for October, you better start writing the initial draft like right now, because it does take time. We have competing priorities. I'm also teaching. I have students. I also have other work, leadership positions at MUHAS. Navigating institutional and funding agency requirements can be hectic, as well as coordinating teams. So what are the next steps? What do you think? So I'm going back to school. So I've applied for a PhD position here at MUHAS. A few months ago in tuberculosis. All right, so these are the institutions that have helped me: MUHAS, Dartmouth, Harvard, NIH, Vanderbilt, Mewata, Kesimuko, and others that I might have forgotten to mention. So thank you all so much for listening. And I was told to inform you that there's a QR code here to scan for post-evaluation survey of this D43 symposium, so you can scan it.
Asante Mariam. Makofi tafadhali kwa Mariam. Bila kupoteza muda, naomba nimkaribishe Dr. Kasusu.
Good evening, everybody. Habarini za jioni na shikamoni. After those 3 stellar presentations from accomplished researchers, it is time for the naughty boy at the back of the classroom to come up here and confess his sins regarding mentorship. Wanasemaga ya kwamba mchawi mpe mwanao. So mentors and mentorship. We are running out of time and I'll try to be as quick as possible. But I think throughout the conversation, throughout the presentations, it has become absolutely clear that mentorship is critical in this journey from research or as a junior researcher as you're transitioning to an independent researcher. And this will be the flow of the presentation. What is mentorship? We all talk about mentorship. We've heard things about mentorship, but what exactly is it? Why is it important to pursue it? How do we pursue it? How can we leverage these opportunities? And I consider myself to be a relatively good, bad example of how mentorship should not be done, and then we will conclude. So we all talk about mentorship, and this is a quote from the Financial Times. Delivering and receiving impactful mentorship is critical. However, it is an enigma. It is very difficult to quantify it. We all know that this is good mentorship, but it is a bit unclear. How do we provide good mentorship, but more importantly, how do we receive it? I will try to be working on this. And therefore, I'll start with the mentors. We've been talking about mentors throughout this session, but who is a mentor? Ideally, when you close your eyes, when you think of a mentor, think of a sensei. So this is a person who is very knowledgeable, but more importantly, it has to be a person that has walked in the shoes that you're intending to walk upon. They have to be a role model. They have to be people that you think are morally upright, people that, in your opinion, uphold the values and the professionalism, and it is somebody that you would really like to aspire to become. And last but not least, they are people who are holding your hands. They're not exactly your teachers. They are people who are showing you the way. They are people who are empathetic of your needs because they know what it means, what it takes to get there. They can look at you with your dreams and laugh in their heads and say, it's okay, you can try, even though they know you might fail, but they have that understanding. So the qualities of a good mentor, again, this is kind of a repetition. They should be knowledgeable about their issue. They should be approachable, which means that not everybody who is knowledgeable in their field might be a good fit for you as a mentor. They should be supportive, but more critically, they have to be constructive. As much as possible, they should be there to uplift you because, believe you me, I'm an example. They're going to have many opportunities of being down. So they have to be there to pick you up, to constructively build you up. So that is what a mentor is. But why are we pursuing it? I think this has been the theme throughout the day. Connections. We have connections. And mentors are critical when it comes to that. We all know that there is a big gap between knowing something and doing something. There's an even bigger gap when it comes from somebody giving you money or funding for you to do something. So there's a lot of disconnect. So mentors are very important in the sense that they help shape or provide you with the skills in order to do certain things. Dr. Mariam and others have already spoken about the roles that various mentors have played. Skills in grantsmanship, skills in conducting clinical trials, skills in analysis. These are things that you need from your mentors, and they're very important. Secondly, professional growth. In this regard, I think I would refer to my brother and my boss, DVC, Professor Songoya. Sometimes all you need is somebody to give you some strategic advice. Look, maybe you should not do this, maybe do that. I'm learning from Professor Songoya, for instance, that in order to have more time, you need to have more people around you that you have capacitated, that you can offload some of your tasks to. So this is something that I had to be told, because out in the streets, I don't see this happening. But once you have a person who can tell this to you, then you know, kumbe mambo yanawezekana haya. Moral and emotional support. I cannot overstress this enough. I have applied for K43 twice,
First time, it wasn't even assessed. Second time, it was not scored. And you feel like the world is falling on your head because you have spent sleepless nights. Dr. Siana, by her nature, she's a very encouraging person. She's telling you that you have 4 months. Go ahead and apply for a K43. Please proceed at your own peril. There is a lot that needs to happen in those 4 months. My first attempt, I had to go for a vacation because I almost had a breakdown. I was working by myself with this K43, sleeping at midnight for maybe 2 months straight, and it was not even assessed. But more importantly, networking. By my very nature, I am a bit of a shy person. When I tell people this, they're like, hell, no way, you're not a shy person. But I actually am. But networking, making sure that people can put your face to your name, people to invite you to dinners. You see, we're going to have a scientific conference today and tomorrow. Please, if you see any of the professors going for a cocktail and there's a mentor that you're interested in, make sure you're invited to these cocktails. And networking is critical. It opens the doors that you otherwise do not have access to. It allows you to leverage their professional networks and collaborators to assist you in what it is that you want to achieve. So please, please, please network. So these are the importance of mentorship in academia. So how do you go about it? How do you build a strong mentorship relation? The very first thing is it starts with you. The onus is upon you. You have to do your homework, and you are your own first mentor. You have to critically evaluate yourself and look at yourself and ask yourself, what do I want to achieve? And then, who is likely to help me achieve this particular goal? And then, this can be a little bit tricky because you want as much as possible to have somebody who is supportive. So maybe you can use this opportunity to ask around, ask your friends, ask colleagues, who is likely to have, who has a good track record of good mentorship. So already we know Professor Bruno is pretty good at that. He might be one out of many in this room. Once you have identified the right mentor, you have to establish this relationship. Again, it is upon you. You have to take the first step. And the initiation of a contact, please don't, after you have identified that you would like to be mentored by Professor Sylvia Kaya, for instance, please don't take the liberty of picking up the phone and calling her. So usually just write a very good email that is very professional, specify who you are, what are your interests, and what you're looking for. All right, you initiate that contact. You give that mentor time to evaluate and determine or decide if there is some kind of alignment. Thereafter, you should start out your mentorship journey. You should set very clear expectations from the very beginning. The do's, the don'ts, the responsibilities, when are we going to be meeting, how frequently, what are the end goals from the very beginning. And then you have to have a mentorship plan. Something that says we are going to submit a K43 by October 12th. Fantastic. That's a lofty ambition. How are we going to do that? We're going to start with the specific aims page. Great. When are we going to be working on the specific aims page? This month. Fantastic. What are the deliverables? The first draft. Great. When should this deliverable be handed over? Because remember, your mentors at this point in time, they're very busy people. And so they are carving time out of their lives and everything else for you. So you have to give them very clear expectations and deliverables, and you also have to stick to that kind of agreement. Tatizo letu ni kwamba kuna watu wengine wanafanya, wengine wanafanya. Oh, unajua imeshindikana kutuma ile draft ya kwanza, unajua nitatuma next week. And then next week haiji, then the mentor actually has to call you and ask, where is the draft? Then you already know that this isn't going to work, and unfortunately that is the case to most of us. Now, once you have set or you have established that relationship, like every other relationship, the key component here is sustaining that relationship. Again, I must confess, I am not very good at that. I'm learning. Na unajua ni vigumu sana kumfundisha mbwa mzee new tricks, lakini najifunza kwamba it is critical to maintain these relationships. It is not enough to just maintain them, but to sustain them for time. And for this, you need to have really open channels that are very honest as far as communication is concerned. You need to respect the boundaries, the do's and don'ts. You are saying that you're going to be there at 4 p.m., be there at 4 p.m. And if you're supposed to have some drafts, please have it at hand. Show appreciation. So how many of you know that October 27th is the National Mentors Day? Pretty much nobody. So sometimes just saying, thank you very much for your guidance, even though it wasn't successful, I appreciate the mentorship that you have provided for me. I have grown so much. I'm looking forward to working with you a lot more and further. Even that's all that it takes, just a small gratitude. Last but not least, and again, this is something that I'm struggling with, it is your responsibility as the mentee to achieve the full potential of the mentorship relation. You need to be proactive. You know what it is that you need, so you go for it. Okay. So through this, you can leverage your mentors' networks. You can be involved in joint grant applications. It's a process of mentorship. Now, from this discussion, if you're going to forget everything else that I have rambled on about, one, clear communication is crucial in the mentorship process. Secondly, the expectations need to be set very well from the very beginning. What it is that you want, how the mentor can help you, and what is the end goal. Thirdly, schedule constructive and meaningful interactions with your mentors. Fourthly, have a mechanism, a very clear one, for feedback, because you want to do something and you very much would like to have some feedback. So you have to have a discussion on how you would like this feedback to be, but it has to be structured. And last but not least, the willingness for both of you to learn, both the mentor as well as the mentee. Now, let's move on to the learning from the worst. I have made a lot of mistakes, and I'm continuing to make a lot of mistakes when it comes to mentoring. And in introspection, one of the challenges, and maybe you can reason it, we are introverted, or perhaps I am a little bit introverted in nature, which makes being proactive doesn't come very naturally to me. So that is one of my first problems. The second one, I have received a lot of mentorship from many different people at many different times. But most of the times, this mentorship has been passive. Professor Kaya, please forgive me for this, but we just collided with Professor Kaya today, and we spoke and said, yeah, there's some data that we need to be working on. Please meet my coordinator, go analyze this data. And she's calling me over right now. But you see, it wasn't structured. It should not have happened this way, but this is the way that I operate. What if I hadn't met her today? That would mean that I would not have had this opportunity. So my mentorship has been passive in nature through happenstance. Thirdly, and maybe this is based also on the experiences because I'm also mentoring a few others, mentorship or mentees approach the mentorship relationship as a one-way street. Kwamba naenda kwa Professor Bruno, nahitaji kufanya hichi basi. Kimalizika, biashara imeisha. No. Mentorship is about reciprocity. It needs to be as rewarding to the mentor as it is to the mentee. No one wants to be feeling like they are being used. at least not very explicitly. Lack of a detailed mentorship plan. I'm guilty of this. I'm trying to rectify it. I'm guilty as charged, but I would say, yes, we need to have a K43 grant signed in right now. Oh, fantastic. How are we going to do about it? How are we going to go about it? Well, I don't have a plan yet. I make it up as we go along. This time during the resubmission, Sian, I'm not making the same mistake. Hesitancy in communication. Too many meetings. We feel like the meetings are not useful. They are critical. And last but not least, fear of self-exposure. At least me. Somebody spoke about the imposter syndrome. I think I have it. I feel like, do I really know what I'm talking about? So sometimes you feel like maybe you do not need to be so forthcoming. But a mentorship relationship is based on honesty and trust, with an understanding that that mentor has your best interests at heart, and you have selected them because they suit and align to your goals. So, to conclude, mentorship is critical for growth in academia and 5 times more important in research. Secondly, we all need to build mentorship relations. I need to build up my mentorship relations. I might seem like a relatively senior member of faculty, but if I look at myself, I feel like I'm fairly junior as far as the research journey is concerned. I really need to build up my mentorship network. And how do I do that? I need to find the right mentor. I need to establish this relationship, but more critically, I need to make sure that this spark does not go out. But last but not least, mentorship is not an exercise of externalizing your responsibilities. Many times you'd hear people saying that they want a mentor because they have a person to remind them of their obligations. That is the wrong way to go about it. Mentorship should not be a way of you externalizing or putting the onus or the burden of things to do on somebody else. That is not their duty. So, this week, I think it was on Monday, I was walking along the corridors at Chipe, and I encountered a very renowned researcher. And I know her, I know of her, I have seen her work. She's brilliant. And so we passed by, I said, hello, welcome to MUHAS. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's like, I think I've seen you before. I was like, yeah, we've seen each other. Okay, so who are you working with? That was the question she asked. Who are you working with? I did not have a clear answer. To me, that was a moment of introspection. It made me realize that as a researcher, I am seen amongst a network of others who are visible. And if I am not attached to any of those, then who am I? Who are you guys working with? Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, I think we're very much behind time, but I think I'll be doing them injustice if I don't get to ask them at least a few questions. So it is my pleasure, na napenda nitumie wakati huu to welcome on stage Professor Mohamed Bakari and Professor Sylvia Kaya for a short discussion. Karibuni. Okay, so we have two very distinguished guests with us. And I've been given an opportunity to ask them a few questions. And maybe to begin with, so we'll have two questions only. And my first question goes to Professor Bakari. If you can please tell us, what challenges have you faced in balancing teaching, research, and other responsibilities, and how did you manage them? And what other challenges have you faced along the way, apart from those? So if you can please respond to that.
So good afternoon to you all. And I think I should start by thanking the organizers and colleagues for having me here. And then let me try to go straight to the question. It's about the challenges. Yeah. And these challenges are supposed to be in research or just general challenges? Maana sina hela, that is a challenge. Let me start with the issue of mentorship and revolve the challenges around mentorship, because I think that is extremely critical. And having listened to all previous speakers, they have really done justice to the importance of mentorship. And I cannot emphasize even more that mentorship is extremely important. And I think I am where I am today because I was also very well mentored. And of course, I cannot feel shy to mention the name of one Kisali Palangio, who really mentored me when I was a very young doctor. So mentorship is important, but it has its challenges. It has its challenges. One of the difficulties of mentorship is you can identify someone. You say, huyu nikimwona navyomwona huyu, mambo yake yatakuwa mazuri nikiwa naye. And then you find what you think about him or her, and the way herself or himself thinks about him or herself, the oceans apart. That is very frustrating. And unfortunately, I've gone through that. I have the individuals whom I thought, this one would have been very good if we are together, I could mentor him or her, and then we can really move this ship a little bit much further. But then you fail. Mnamkuta mtu ana interest zake zingine kabisa. So that can be a challenge. But a career in research has challenges. And I think I've liked the presentations more or less from more or less all the 3 or 4 presentations today. Everything is not like bread and butter. Apply to K43, apply to D43. No. You need perseverance. You need a big heart to accept disappointments. So, Mariam, I liked your presentation of rejections, which you received having worked so hard. So that is the truth about career in research work. You need to persevere, you need to be tolerant,
And you need to be resilient because those things will happen. Of course, there are challenges also that relate to the day-to-day running of the research project that you have. They are there, and they can make you really lose your sleep. And I'll give you an example, something that was that happened to me, and it really disappointed me and stressed me a lot. So I was a coordinator of a large clinical trial involving many countries. And of course, I am supposed to follow the laid down financial guidelines, which sometimes can be, they don't make a lot of sense. So there came an audit, and in that audit, the auditors came here that was not acceptable. It's called the terminology they use, like non-allowable, whatever. And what was that expenditure? I traveled to a conference, and I was supposed to come back with a boarding pass, but I had lost it. So during the returning, the boarding pass was missing. And I was seated with this auditor telling me, oh, this is ineligible expenditure. And then I showed him a picture. I am in Barcelona. I'm in Barcelona presenting. He said, no, the evidence that you have traveled is a boarding pass. And that thing remained to be an ineligible expenditure. So that's an example that really stressed me. It really stressed me because I'm very careful when it comes to financial issues. So there are these operational challenges that you get when you conduct research. There are also some other operational challenges that, of course, they are still there in our institution. I realize the institution is now working extremely hard to try and overcome these challenges. But issues around the procurement, issues around the financial management, I think they will make you sleepless because things will not be moving the way you would like them to move. And you have deadlines, you have deliverables, so that becomes a problem. So maybe I should stop there and say the issues are around the practicalities and the issues of mentoring young people.
Okay, so the second question goes to you, Professor Kaya. What has been the key to success in your research journey? And what advice would you give to me and other early to mid-career researchers?
Okay, thank you for the question. Key to success. I think I started developing an interest in research when I was in my first year of medical school. So during that time, I looked around for who's doing research where. And also it was a way to get extra pocket money. So we started off, I think my first mentors were Professor Leshabari and Professor Kileo. And it allowed me to travel to several areas in Tanzania, Sumbawanga, and up in the north. I would never have gone to these areas. I think there was a infertility study going on, and we did a lot of collection of data for that study. And coming back, I think one of the greatest challenges I had was collecting this data that I could never analyze. So working as a research assistant, collecting data, it was important to know how to collect data, but it was also important for me to know how to analyze the data. So I think later on, we did our third-year projects, and I remember having this big argument with our male colleagues who thought that we should cook while they're analyzing data. That was a challenge. So there was that phase, and then moving on to becoming a faculty within the Faculty of Medicine at that time. There wasn't a lot of opportunity for research during that time. We had much less of an infrastructure to support research, but the interest continued. And I think what kept me going was latching onto a passion. And this really came about when a person walked in and was worried that her baby had HIV and she was severely depressed. And basically looking at all this, it allowed an opportunity to look at social determinants of mental health at that time. And I remember as a young resident being completely panicked when this lady seemed suicidal. I remember not being able to go home and calling her and saying, where do you live? Just to make sure she's alive and the baby's alive. And this got me into this interest in trying to understand a little bit more about perinatal depression. That's my first area of research. And I think my passion for that is what kept me in that field for so long before branching off to other areas. I also had great mentorship. I started off with Professor Kilonzo being my main mentor, and wonderful discussions about strategies, areas of research, perspectives, which determinants, are they culturally relevant? How do we adapt tools to be culturally relevant, particularly in the field of psychiatry, where we really need what a person tells you is what you actually utilize. And if you use a tool that has measures that don't make sense to your population, then cultural adaptation became a big part of the work that I was doing, either culturally adapting interventions for them to be relevant in mental health in the African context, but also culturally adapting tools, assessment tools for clients who are seeing. But I've had a great example of a wonderful mentor, and I feel that it is my obligation to also be a great mentor for other people. I still meet with my mentor. He insists on me meeting with him once a year. And this year, for the first time, he has allowed me to pay the lunch bill for the first time. So I think he thinks I've graduated. Thank you.
Okay. So I know we were supposed to have a panel discussion, but I think time is not on our side. And maybe in closing, starting with you, Professor Kahaya, what are the few words that advice that you could give to someone like me and all the audience that are sitting in this room right now?
I think this is a message to both you and people who have grants. We have a lot of data. We collect a lot of data. We analyze probably 1/10 or 1/5 of the data we collect. So I think for people who have grants, I think it is important when you feel this is an area that can generate information, but it's not our area of focus, please invite younger colleagues to come in and work with the data. If you don't, then our collaborators will look for students on their side to do that work. So I think it's really, really important for us to see how we can work with young researchers. For the young researchers, the people I have mentored so far I have been lucky. I have had good mentees, but I want to encourage mentees to sit in the driving seat. Do not expect me to tell you what it is you should research on, because research is difficult. It is the passion that keeps you going. So you have to choose what it is that you want to do. If you're going to really get there, you should be able to be persistent. I was really glad to hear Mariam's comments. I have one rejected proposal. I still think I'm going to resubmit that. Problem is I'm retiring next year. I don't know, but I still would like to resubmit it because it is in an area that I'm interested in. So I welcome young people to a team. Karibuni sana. I think you should look for teams, work with teams, be ready to do the work. I had a really unfortunate situation where I was asking someone to write a first draft of a paper, and he looks at me and says, "You want me to do your work?" And I'm sort of saying, "Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. Please don't bother to write it. Let it go." So sometimes for young people, when you're invited into a group and requested to do something, what the person is committing to is to mentor you through the process of writing. It is for you to agree or not. So when Dr. Kisusi was talking about a mentor and having people who can guide you through the process, it is difficult. Research isn't easy. So coming with those large grants is also a huge responsibility to make sure that that money is used correctly, but also a huge responsibility to generate the next generation of researchers at MUHAS.
Yes, I have advice in two fronts. One is to the young men and women. Embrace research. Research is interesting. Research is rewarding. Research is paying. You will not be rich through research, but you will survive through research. I also have a piece of advice to MUHAS management in order to encourage research. A lot has happened, and this institution is now at its really, really best shape. But please move on with ensuring that research environment at the institution is excellent. Not only good, it has to be excellent. So as I said earlier, I understand the efforts that are going on, and I would really encourage you to move faster with those efforts. And two, let's establish an even better research environment for the institution. Of course, I've been involved very much with clinical trials. And one thing really I would love to see happening in this very soil of Mloganzila is one day to have a clinical trials unit, a proper one. And I know we are trying. I know it is not very easy because there's that brick and mortar things. Most collaborators are not really interested in that, but I think we need to really work hard and force that we get resources and establish a good clinical trial unit. If we do that, this institution will fly. Thank you very much.
Makofi tafadhali kwa panelist. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chancellor. He has taken time to be with us throughout the day despite his very busy schedule. And I would like to give a round of applause for him. Asante sana. So with that, we've come to a close of our session. I hope it has been inspiring. And not only that, we've learned a lot through this. I, for one, has learned a lot through this. So thank you very much for taking time to attend this session. And we will be quickly transitioning to the next session. Asanteni sana. Na tafadhali naomba tuendelee kujaza zile form za post evaluation survey. Kuna kikaratasi cha QR code utakisign, and then kuna maswali ambayo tunaomba ujibu kwa ajili ya session yetu.
Naomba utangaze basi wanaopresent wasogee mbele ili watu washtuke wajue hivi venye natakiwa vinginevyo kukaa hapa.
Okay, sawa.
Kuna listi yao. Sema kwamba afu hapa sioni hiyo. Yes, kwamba
For those who are going to present, can you march forward? Dr. Swai. Dr. Swai, are you present? Okay. Dr. Ali Hamisi Amadi. Dr. Ali Hamisi Amadi. Dr. Gloria Zedi. She's here. Dr. Baraka Marco. Dr. Baraka Marco, are you present? And Dr. Alex Elius. Alex. Okay.
So, good evening. After a long day, we are happy now to have the last session of the panel from oral, ENT, and ophthalmology. So I now invite the presenter. The first presenter is Dr. Swai N from ophthalmology. You're welcome. So you should introduce yourself and we'll keep the questions and we'll ask at the end of the presentations. We have 5 presentations. So I give you 5 minutes. Is it okay? 5 minutes presentation and please observe time.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Nelson from Ophthalmology Department. I'm going to present to you a study which we did on the incidence of exposure keratopathy among the adult patients who are admitted at the ICU in Muhimbili Hospital. And normally, our eyes are protected by the eyelids and the tears. The tears that are distributed on the ocular surfaces. And because of several reasons, patients who are admitted in ICU, they may lose the control of the protection of the eyelids of the ocular surfaces, especially the cornea. And that may occur because of inability to close the eye or reduce blinking rate. But sometimes these patients who are unconscious or they are sedated, they may have swelling of the conjunctiva, which you call chemosis, and hinder the protection of the ocular surfaces. And it has been shown that following simple eye care protocols in ICU can prevent the occurrence of exposure keratopathy. And at Muhimbili National Hospital, it is not rare being consulted to see patients in ICU who have exposure keratopathy. And this exposure keratopathy may present as subclinical, where you don't see any signs unless you stain the ocular surfaces with special stains. And however, it can progress to frank corneal ulceration, may lead to eyeball perforation, and sometimes it may necessitate eyelid, the eye removal surgery. And the magnitude of this condition at Muhimbili National Hospital has not been previously studied. And we hypothesize that the exposure keratopathy could be occurring at Muhimbili National Hospital, and that could be being influenced by the presence of conjunctival edema, which we call chemosis, inability to close the eyelids, which is referred to as lagophthalmos, and patient demographics, age, and severity of the systemic disease, as well as duration of hospitalization in ICU and type of ventilation. And we aimed to determine the incidence of this condition and the factors that are associated with it. And we did an open cohort prospective study in 3 adult ICUs of Muhimbili National Hospital, the MIC medical ICU, the SICK surgical ICU, and maternal ICU. And we enrolled these patients who were newly admitted with no exposure keratopathy on admission, and we had a set of exclusion criteria. And we had a total of 108 participants who were enrolled consecutively, and these patients were examined on admission, and then they were followed up daily with ocular examination until when they had either developed signs of exposure keratopathy, they had died, or they were transferred out of ICU environment. And data was analyzed using Stata version 15, and logistic regression analysis was done to assess the factor that was stated with presence of exposure keratopathy. And Kaplan-Meier analysis was done for complementarity. And as I said earlier, we had a total of 108 participants who were involved in this study, in which majority were females, and about 35% were aged 26 to 44 years of age, and majority were married, and were coming from Dar es Salaam, was 78.3%. And 36% were pet business in terms of occupation, and majority had primary level of education. And in terms of duration of hospitalization in ICU, majority stayed in ICU for 1 to 7 days, before exit from the study. And majority, about 52.2%, were on invasive or mechanical ventilation. And those who had severe Glasgow Coma score of 3 to 8 were the majority, and about 26.1% and 23.3% had lagophthalmos, which is inability to close the eye, and conjunctival chemosis, conjunctival edema, respectively. And at the end of follow-up, about 30.6% had developed exposure keratopathy. And of those who developed exposure keratopathy, 65.45% had it in both eyes. There is no significant difference in terms of EK occurrence, whether it occurs on the right or on the left eye. And the eyes that developed exposure keratopathy, majority, 72.7, had exposure keratopathy in first grade, which is presence of punctate corneal epithelial erosions in the inferior 1/3 of the cornea. And the remained percent had grade 2, which is PE, punctate epithelial erosion, that in more than inferior 1/3 of cornea. And both of these are the early grades of exposure keratopathy, which is mainly subclinical until when you do special staining of the corneal surfaces when you see these signs. And that is, of course, what we did. None of the patients had developed severe grades of exposure keratopathy. And the incidence rate of occurrence of exposure keratopathy was found to be 47.9, which in a simple language is that when you have 100 patients who are admitted in ICU and they are followed up for 10 days each, it is expected about 48 cases will develop exposure keratopathy. And this is a scatter plot which is showing the timeline in which we found that majority of participants developed exposure keratopathy in less than 10 days. And we had determined the median time of onset of exposure keratopathy, and it was found to be 6 days with an IQR of 4 days. We found there was no significant relationship between the occurrence of exposure keratopathy and sex, age, as well as duration of stay in ICU. However, type of ventilation in which you have room air and invasive and invasive ventilation, such as endotracheal tube intubation, GSS score, inability to close the eye, and the presence of conjunctival chemosis were significantly associated with occurrence of exposure keratopathy. And further, in multivariate analysis, the being on mechanical ventilation, having a severe Glasgow coma score, and having conjunctival edema, as well as inability to close the eyelids, were associated with increased chances of having exposure keratopathy. And in Kaplan-Meier analysis, this factor were also shown to have reduced the probability of surviving in ICU without developing exposure keratopathy. So the incidence of weak in this study was found to be 30.6%, as have been seen. And this is quite higher than studies that have been done elsewhere. And we thought this could be because of lack of ICU eye care protocols in our setting. And the same to incidence rate was high. And this mechanical ventilation, conjunctival edema, inability to close the eyelid, and low Glasgow coma scores were associated with increased chances. And these findings highlight the importance of early screening, early identification of patients who have these features for early initiation of prophylactic measures. And the overall incidence was high, and we recommend efforts to reduce the occurrence of EK at Muhimbili National Hospital, which can be done by raising awareness of the condition among the healthcare workers in ICU, and more importantly, formulation of intensive eye care protocols in ICU at Muhimbili National Hospital. So thank you. I would like to acknowledge Muhimbili National Hospital and MUHAS for making this study possible. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Swai. Please keep the questions, which will be asked at the end of 5 presentations. And I now invite Dr. Ali for the second presentation, and I hope you will keep time because Swai promised me to keep 5 minutes, but he used 10 minutes. So please, Ali, keep time, 5 minutes. Or 1 more minute, it will be 6 minutes maximum. Thank you. So Dr. Ali's topic is craniofacial skeletal profile of the Tanzanian population. You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ali Hamadi, and I would like to present to you the topic of cranioskeletal profile of Tanzania population. For thousands of years, scholars have tried to divide human being into various ethnic groups based on the skin color, hairstyle, morphological feature of the head and neck, and the faces. However, this type of assessment, the ethnicity are often wrong, or at least odd, with what the patient consider themselves. So the one current in values, for example, Caucasian, Negroid, and Mongoloid were just one of many in which the size and form of facial skeletons varied from one to another. For example, the Negroid was found to have typical feature of the bimaxillary protrusion, while Latin America also shown the features of the skeletal pattern tending to prognatism, and the Jordanian prescribed as presenting the protrusion of the anterior teeth. So since the norms of specific population group shown a variety, we can't apply the same norms to the other population groups. So the researcher suggested considering ethnicity during the treatment of either ortho treatment or orthodontic surgeries. In Tanzania, it's estimated to have at least 125 ethnic groups, but they can be divided into 4 categories. We have Bantu, Kushites, Nilohamites, and San. And the majority are Bantus, which include the 95% of populations. Therefore, the purpose of our study is to determine the cephalometric values and then for future development of the software for analysis for ortho-related patients. The reason is demand of establishment of a standard, because most of us, we use the standard from white people or European people. The second rationale is because we need software. The majority of software we use modified for the white persons, and is very expensive. No one can afford. Almost one software could cost like 20 million shillings. So we can see that is the main problem. So the most of the analysis, as we said, of cephalograms of the ortho patients are designed according to the European. So we can't use the standard of Europeans. As we saw on the introduction, there's a variation of craniofacial skeletal. So we need to have our own standards. Our objectives is to establish pharmacokinetic values of Tanzania relations population with normal occlusion for later development of the affordable software for cephalometric evaluations. It was prospective analytical cross-section study, which involved, it was supposed to have at least 229 sample size, but was included like 309 volunteer. We had 142 males and 167 females. The criteria was pleasing facial profiles, angio class 1s, all teeth present, sometime a third molar could be presented or may not be presented, no history of ortho treatment of any surgery, natural born of Tanzania citizenships. The data was collected after non-invasive direct extra and intraoral examination. Each participant indicated radiograph, lateral radiographs, and all radiographs were taken by the same operator by using CBCT machines at MUHAS Dental Clinic. So this is among the sample of lateral cephalograms which have been obtained from different participants, and the tracing was the software which we have been used. We use QuickSafe Studio, and 40 cephalograms were re-measured and retraced in the interval of 5 to 10 days to make sure the reliability of the variable was constant. And here there's a cephalometric landmark being extracted from the radiograph. We can see we have Sela, Nazion, and so forth. And we use references, lines. We had vertical and lateral horizontal reference line. And within this, we selected 20 linear and angular measurements, and we divided them into 4 areas. We use sagittal-basal relationship by using these among them, for which determine the anteroposterior direction of the maxilla and the mandible. This one, we had the vertical basal relationship, vertical facial heights. We had some of them for dental alveolar relationships, which determine the position and inclination of the anterior teeth. We had the soft tissue. We use E-line, H-angle, and the nasolabial angle for the determination of protrusion of the upper and the lower lips. The analysis, first we had to determine the normality for the data, and after that we do the descriptive analysis so that the measurement central tendency, like mean and standard deviation, which represent the most common characteristic among the individual, were extracted. So this is the graph which shows the normality of the data. So we can see that from the output, there's the test was 0.083 on the corresponding p-value of 0.4. Since the p-value is less than 0.05, we accepted the null hypothesis. So we have sufficient evidence to say that the samples coming from the normal distribution. We use the student t-test for the to detect the difference between Tanzanian compared to the Caucasians, and we use one-way analysis for the comparison between the Tanzanian ethnic groups. And we did the analysis by using the ARA studios. Here is the summary of the amount or number of participants. We can see the majority were the female in all ethnic groups, and the majority of the participants come from the Bantu. Here we had the graphic the table which showed the norms or standard for our population, in general, all ethnic groups, and we had the minimum value and the maximum value. Over here we have the gender variation, the difference in craniofacial morphology between male and female, and we, according to our data, which it showed that there was no statistical, the majority, no statistical significant difference except for the SNA and the SNB in vertical. And we can see on the soft tissue, there's no significant difference between male and female. Over here, we have between the Bantu, Nilohamais, and the Kushites, which the significant difference was found only on the A and B, and in the soft tissue, we had the H angle. Over here, the majority of our variable were different from the white people, except for the only few. For example, the width analysis and relationship between anterior and posterior facial height.
Doctor, one more minute.
Okay, thank you. So during our analysis, we can see that our preferred vertical assessment was SGO and angular articulogonion menton, and we had dependent for instead of this spirometric point. The inclusion of additional anatomical reference point may lessen the probability of deviation that derived by the chance, but also the anatomical component is more sensible for parameter than structure that depend on the SN angle. In conclusion, we can see that the finding revealed most of the cephalometric mean value differ from the established Caucasian, which indicated that Tanzanian, we have bimaxillary protrusion with a normal relationship of maxilla and mandible and convex facial profiles. Our recommendation is this cephalometric norm for each group obtained in the study should be used as a reference for our population. And here we have the reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for the nice presentation. I now invite Gloria Rio. Welcome to the stage. So Tanzania, we have bilateral protrusion of maxilla. So we have round faces, yeah? Thank you. Uriel, back to you. 5 minutes, you promise? Okay.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Glory, and the title is Knowledge and Practices on Red Reflex Test among health workers in selected health facilities in Dar es Salaam. And these are the authors. And so, on introduction, red reflex is a simple, non-invasive, efficient test that is used for detection of ocular diseases such as retinoblastoma, cataract, refractive errors. And it is a simple test, and it is actually done, it could be done by any primary healthcare worker, and it is recommended to be performed to every child at birth and during each RCH visit. And this is by WHO recommendation, but it is also recommended in the retinoblastoma guideline. However, it has been underutilized, which could lead to delayed diagnosis, increasing visual impairment, blindness, and even death. And it is not a routine practice in most developing countries. And evidence from our setting, we have observed that in tertiary facilities like Muhimbili, children with retinoblastoma and other diseases that could be preventable present late. And if red reflex tests could have been done, these children could have been diagnosed early and treated early and prevent blindness. So this study aimed to determine knowledge practices on red reflex test, as well as factors associated with knowledge among RCH workers in selected health facility. It was an analytical cross-sectional study done in 7 health facilities, and it was a consecutive sampling technique, and it included clinicians from specialists and to clinical officers and nurses for all levels, working in labor ward, postnatal and pediatric wards, as well as RCH clinic. And data was collected by interviewer, structured questionnaire, and an observational checklist that was used to assess practice. And the result of this study, a total of 303 RCH workers were analyzed, and 73% were females with median age of 35 years, and majority, about half of them were nurses with median, the median duration of practice was 8 years. And so on awareness, 56% of the RCH workers were had awareness on what red reflex test was. And these are the places where they reported to have heard about the red reflex test. And regarding knowledge on red reflex test, about 50% of the RCH workers knew that red reflex tests should be conducted in a dim room, and also knew the correct distance at which red reflex tests should be done. And about 50%, that is 51.8%, knew the characteristic of a normal red reflex test. And 58.2% knew the instrument that is recommended for red reflex test. And maybe I could skip this. And regarding diseases that could be performed, that could be detected, majority mentioned retinoblastoma and cataract as diseases that could be performed by doing a red reflex test. With regard to the level of knowledge, the mean level of knowledge of participant was 57 with a standard deviation of 15, and half of the participants had adequate knowledge on red reflex tests. And with regard to practices, 0% of the health workers reported to perform a red reflex test at their workplace. And this was also supplemented by an observational checklist that red reflex test was not a routine practice in these facilities. And lack of instrument was the major reason that was mentioned by 66% of the health workers as reason for not performing the red reflex test. And with regard to factors which were associated with knowledge of health workers on red reflex tests, on univariate analysis, the age, qualifications, duration of practice, as well as history of formal training and area where they had their training were associated with good knowledge. However, on multivariate analysis, the history of formal training and area where training was done was significantly associated with knowledge, whereby those who had history of formal training on red reflex test had 1.55 times more likelihood of having good knowledge compared to those who did not. And this was statistically significant. Regarding where the training was done, those who were trained who reported to have been trained during their university or college training program had 0.83 less likelihood of having knowledge compared to those who reported to have received training during internship. So 56% of the RCH workers were aware of red reflex tests. Absence of red reflex tests in the RCH guideline, but also lack of emphasis on red reflex test training would have accounted for these low levels. But also more than half of the health workers didn't know the correct technique of performing a red reflex test, and this could have led to high likelihood of missing of these diseases that could have been prevented early if red reflex test was done routinely. And the overall level of knowledge of RCH workers was low, and actually it was lower than studies that were done in Egypt, which revealed 88% of the health workers had good knowledge on red reflex test. And this could be accounted by inadequate training of the RCH workers on the red reflex test. And as evidenced in this study, as 82% of the health workers had no formal training on red reflex tests. Practices were poor. This is due to the absence of red reflex screening protocol, and also training was significantly associated with adequate knowledge. And in conclusion, the level of knowledge on red reflex tests was low, and practices were poor, and formal training was associated with good knowledge. On recommendation, I recommend regular on-job training of RCH workers on red reflex tests so as to improve their knowledge on red reflex tests. But also the health facility administration should ensure availability of screening instruments so as to enable red reflex tests to be performed. Thank you.
So red reflex test is a simple, but yet most of the health workers are not aware and they do it in a wrong way. So thank you for the awareness. Now I'm inviting Baraka Marco, while the IT personnel is connecting the last presenter who will present online. So Baraka, get prepared. His topic is maxillectomy, indication, types, and the factors associated with its early complication among patients operated at Muhimbili National Hospital. Baraka is ENT resident, and we are proud of him. You are welcome, Baraka.
Recording in progress.
Baraka, I will be presenting maxectomy indications, types, and the factors associated with early complications among patients undergoing surgery at Muhimbili National Hospital. I have nothing to disclose. So maxectomy is one of the old surgical procedure of the head and neck that was first performed in 1829. And it's simply a resection of the maxilla bone. Depending on the extent of the disease, it can be partial, total, or extended maxillectomy. So for decades now, maxillectomy has been a gold standard for management of benign and malignant tumor of the maxillary sinus. However, despite of these benefits, some maxillectomy often result in some complications, with a high burden of complication ranging from 10.6 to 43.9% reported from literatures. However, Tanzania, little is known about the indication types and the factors associated with complications. And generally in Africa, the only literatures that are available are from Nigeria. So hence we conducted these studies to determine indication types, early complication of maxectomy, and its associated factors. This was a hospital-based cross-section study where we recruited patients who underwent maxectomy at Muhimbili National Hospital for 6 months in dental and ENT department. We employed a convenient sampling technique, and descriptive and regression analysis were performed. A p-value of less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. Now results. We recruited 62 eligible patients, that is equal to 100% response rate. We found a slight male predominance of 51.6%, and with a median age of 38.5 years. 16.1 of the participants were underweight, 33.9% had known comorbidities, 9.7 and 29% had positive history of tobacco use and alcohol consumption, respectively. On the first objective indication of maxectomy, we found malignant tumor were the most commonly indicated indication of maxectomy, as you can see from this pie chart, with the least being the invasive fungal rhinosinusitis. On the second objective type of maxectomy, we found partial mastectomy was the most common type of mastectomy that was performed by 79%. You can see in blue color there. And the least was radical mastectomy. Now, on the third objective, the early complication of mastectomy, the overall prevalence of complication was 56.5%, with wound infections being the most common complication by 33.3%. This is higher than global statistics. And the least was trismus by 16.1%. And the other complications are hemorrhage, communication, feeding difficulties, and the epiphora. Now, on the last objective, factors associated with complication of mastectomy from this pie chart, from this chi-square test, we found old age of more than 70 years, male sex, underweight, tobacco use, and alcohol consumption had higher proportion of complications in their respective subgroup. However, these were not statistically significant. Importantly, we found that malignant tumors, total mastectomy, and the duration of surgery of longer than 3 hours were significantly has higher proportions of mastectomy in their respective subgroups. However, after multivariate logistic regression, we only found that duration of surgery of more than 3 hours had 12.9 times odds of complication compared to those of less than 3 hours. And this was statistically significant. Conclusions. Early complications of mastectomy affect more than half of patients undergoing surgery at MNH, with wound infection being predominant by 32.3%. Duration of surgery of more than 3 hours has potential to increase the odds of complications to 2 times. Given this, antibiotic prophylaxis is necessary in all patients of less than more than 3 hours duration of surgery. Owing to the high burden of wound infection from our study, it's high time for the surgeon and the researchers to consider an endoscopic approach for mastectomy. Evidence shows that the minimally invasive procedure has fewer complications, especially the wound infection. Thank you, and these are my references.
Thank you, Dr. Baraka. Thank you for the nice presentation. So the last presenter will be from dental. The name is Alex Elias. Will be online. Is he on? Rosa. Alex, can you hear us? So, Dr. Machibia, if he is not on, you can present on his behalf. Okay, so I'm told he is not able to join. So the fourth one will be the end of our presentation. Now I invite the presenters to the high table to respond to the questions. Sioni audience, naomba maswali basi. You are welcome for questions to 4 presenters. The first one was Swai from ophthalmology. incidence of exposure keratopathy among patients admitted in ICU, Muhimbili National Hospital. The second one was Ali Hamisi, craniofacial skeletal profile of Tanzanian population. The fourth one, Gloria Urio, health workers' knowledge and the practices on red reflex tests in selected health facilities. And the last one was Baraka Marco from ENT, maxillectomy, indication types and factors associated with early complications among patients at Muhimbili National Hospital. Karibuni kuwauliza maswali. Professor Mbugi, you are not here, is it? Okay, thank you, Prof. You're welcome.
I think it's Baraka Malco, the maxillotomy business. You had some pie charts, but among pie charts, I didn't understand one pie chart which indicated sex. Then in the pie chart, you indicated 58, 53 point something. I didn't understand it. The last presenter.
Okay, so he will collect the questions and will respond accordingly.
Yes.
So Baraka, note that down about the table. He could not understand the percentage, the pie chart. Any other question? Jacqueline. Yes, Dr. Matilda Mtaya, the Dean School of Dental.
Yeah, thank you. My question goes to Dr. Ali. I just want to know if through literature review, you've tried to see the values you've obtained from our Tanzanian population from those of Caucasians, the cephalometric values. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean School of Dentistry.
Sorry, it seems that he has not heard properly the question. Can I repeat very fast?
Ali, did you get the question?
Yeah. You got it?
He's brainstorming.
Okay. I asked through literature review, did you try to see the variations in values of our Tanzanian population compared to those of Caucasians? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question to the presenters? Yes. I can see one hand up at the middle.
Thank you all for good presentations. Maybe for Dr. Ari, you used the word volunteers. Someone would wish to know how did you reach to the sample size? How did you get the samples? How did you do the sampling? Because it's very important if the study really involved the volunteer, then how we are reached. And again from you, what are you advising us, surgeons who are planning to start doing orthodontic surgeries? And from your study, of course. For my colleague from ENT, it's a very good study. Thank you very much. And maybe as you are going to dwell into practice now, what can you advise on the issue of prosthesis? Okay, when we do partial maxillectomy, for example, and we are not putting immediate prosthesis, but among the complications you have found, can you say if maybe if we would be doing immediate prosthesis, there are some complications maybe would have been reduced? I don't know. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the good questions. Any more questions? Maybe as a chair, I have very few questions to the first presenter, Swai. You studied about exposure keratopathy. Did you rule out any other confounders or any other factors which can cause keratopathy in this group of patients? That is one thing, but also a question to Baraka. Baraka, we know that sometimes maxillectomy is done by maxillofacial surgeons, but your study concentrated on ENT surgeons. Did you analyze if the complications are more when it is done by maxillofacial vis-a-vis otorhinolaryngologist? Thank you. I hope they can address the questions now. They can respond to the questions while we are waiting for the online presenter. I don't know if we can make it. Let us try. So I'll start with Ali. Can you respond to the raised questions? Followed by Baraka. You have a mic.
Thank you very much for your wonderful questions. We saw some variation between Bantu, but not exactly from Tanzania. It was a variation between Caucasian and Bantu, but the literature didn't specify this Bantu is coming from which country. And for the second question from Dr. About the volunteer, we use the sample size formula to calculate the sample size for our study, and we use the standard deviation which comes from the we did the analysis for it was like a pilot. We get the patient like a 40% of our study, and we use the standard deviation of 5.4 from the pilot. So we ask each patient which attended at the clinic for the participating in our study. If somebody wanted to participate, we explain everything, and everyone given a consent form to sign until we reach the number of our sample size, and then we stopped. Yeah. I'm not sure if I answered the questions.
So the respondents, you should go straight to the answer. Thank you, Ali. I think you got your answer. Are you comfortable with the answer? Your follow-up question. So you can start responding while Baraka. Baraka, are you ready to respond?
Yes, I'm ready.
Welcome.
So I had two pie charts. This was our first indication of maxectomy. So from this, on the blue, you can see this 50% was malignant tumor. That was the commonest indications, followed by benign, and the list was invasive fungal immunocytitis. The second pie chart was this, which was our second objective, types of maxectomy. We can see here in blue, this was partial maxectomy, which was a common indication, followed by this in colored in yellow, that was total, and the last was.
So Baraka, that was not a question. It was about 50%, is it? The previous one, answer.
Yeah, this we had just two pie chart. Yes. I didn't say that.
Maybe you were very far, but these were the pie charts.
No.
Ali, was it you? Okay, that one.
This was, yeah. That smells we found in our study that was slightly more predominance. That smell by 51.6. So there was no need to report of the other sex.
So Baraka, was it proportion of males or what?
Yeah, that is proportion of male. Okay, thank you. So another question was because this procedure is being conducted by our colleague oral maxillofacial. So Dr. Enika asked me, wanted to know if there was a analysis to compare between the two surgeons, oral max and the ORL. From the proposal development, my supervisor said that we cannot do that because it can bring something that is not. So I was advised from the beginning to leave it. Now, Dr. C, I wanted to know if there is anything you can do to minimize some complication. Yes, because one of the complications in our research is feeding difficulties due to oral antral communications. So obstetra placing, that's very important that can minimize that complications. So we recommend possible training to the surgeons so as to plan even pre-operative the way of reconstructions and prosthesis placement. That's very crucial in this patient.
Thank you, Baraka. You have answered all questions. So, Swai.
Thank you, Professor Enika, for that question. In our study, we had excluded patients who had ocular trauma or presentations such as Stevens-Johnson syndrome that may affect the eyelids and conjunctiva for the sake of controlling confound. But the main reasons why exposure keratopathy occurs is because of inability to close the eyelids, which leads to dryness of the ocular surfaces, especially the cornea. But dryness of ocular surfaces can also occur as a result of other factors such as age, sex, and presence of conjunctival chemosis, which you had looked at our study.
Thank you. I am satisfied with your answer. Glory, do you have any question? You're so lucky. Thank you so much. So members, should we allow online participants to present? Dr. Alex, can you hear me? 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 So, Dr. Alex, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
So kindly present for 6 minutes. Observe time. You're welcome.
Come on. I'm on. Okay, thank you very much.
Can
My
you
name-
put PowerPoint presentation from your PC? Yes, thank you. You're welcome. You can start.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Alex Erius. I am a third-year postgraduate student pursuing master's MDent in orthodontics. I'm going to present to you a topic, a presentation titled the third molar impaction pattern and associated sagittal malocclusions among patients who attend for OPG radiograph at MUHAS Dental Radiology Unit in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. My supervisors are Dr. Ferdinand Machivia and Matrida Mtaya Mlanga. Impacted teeth, those are my outlines. Impacted teeth are teeth which fail to erupt due to presence of clinically or radiographically visible barriers in the path of eruption. And the commonly impacted teeth are third molars, followed by maxillary canines and mandibular second premolars. The worldwide prevalence of impacted third molars is around 24%. In Tanzania, one study which was done in Dar es Salaam showed about 23% prevalence. Impacted third molars is one of the pathologies of dental arc which may affect the jaw function, occlusion, harmony, and aesthetics. They may also contribute to intraosseous lesions and increase the risk of mandibular fracture and orthodontic treatments problems. Impacted third molars have multifactorial etiologies, but space deficiency has been implicated to be the most important etiology of impacted teeth, including third molars. The third molars classification, there are different classification systems of impacted teeth, but the widely used classifications are Winter and Pear and Gregory classification systems. Winter classification classifies impacted molars based on the angulation relative to the long axis of the second permanent molar. Pear and Gregory classifies based on the depth and the ramus positions of the impacted molar. The broad objectives of our study was to assess third molar impaction patterns and associated sagittal malocclusions among patients who attend for PG at Odontology Unit of School of Dentistry at MUHAS in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. This was a hospital-based analytical cross-sectional study conducted between February and April 2024 at the School of Dentistry. It involved the clinical examination, radiological examination, and the lateral facial photographs. Okay. These are our results. These are distribution of participants' social demographic characteristics. And this indicates that a majority of the participants belongs to the age group 21 to 30 years. Were the majority of the participants. And the lowest age group was the age group 31 to 40. The sample consisted of 258 participants with 147 females and 111 males. The age of participants ranged from 19 years to 86 years. The mean age was 33 years with a standard deviation of 14.38 years. About 3/4 of the participants were below 40 years. Distribution of participants' third molar impaction. As we saw, third molar impactions were classified based on the Winters classification and the Pear and Gregory classification. So based on Winter classifications, we had mesioangular third molar impactions, horizontal impaction, vertical impaction, distal angular impaction, and the others. The others group was the group of the very rare impaction patterns, which includes the third molars, which are bacolingually inclined or inverted, and other rare impaction patterns. But also we recorded the people, the subjects who had no any impactions of the 4 third molars. Over 1/3 of all participants had no impacted third molars. Regarding Winter's third molar impaction angulation, the mesioangular impaction pattern was the most common. Vertical, distal, angular, horizontal, and other impactions were 18, 9.2%, 9.7, 5.8, and 1.6% respectively. Based on the Perrin-Gregory third molar impaction patterns, it was revealed that position B was the most prevalent, which made about 25.2%. And position A was 21.4%, and the last was position C. This was according to Perrin-Gregory depth position of the impacted third molars. Regarding the Perrin-Gregory Ramas classes of impacted third molars, class 2 third molar impaction pattern was the most prevalent, which made about 28.3%. And the class 3 third molar impaction pattern was the least prevalent. And this is the distribution of participants' third molars as we have explained. No, sorry, this is the distribution of the malocclusions. As you have seen, we are looking the patterns of third molar impaction patterns and the sagittal malocclusions. So this is the distribution of the sagittal malocclusions. According to sagittal malocclusions, we looked into angles, molar relationship, facial profile, anterior crossbite, and the overjet. Malocclusion which were examined in sagittal plane were angles, molar relationship, overjet, facial profile, and anterior crossbite, as we have explained. And the findings revealed that about 3/4 of the participants had angles class 1 malocclusion, and this was the most prevalent. The least prevalent was angles class 3, which made about 6.6%. And the sagittal skeletal patterns was determined based on the facial profile, which was determined by the lateral photographs. And based on this, majority of the subjects presented with straight facial profile, which made about 66.2%. And the concave and the convex facial profiles were almost the same, but slightly the concave profile was slightly higher than the convex facial profile. Overjet was also examined, and the increased overjet was high, which made about 32.9%. About half of all subjects, which was about 46.1%, had normal overjet.
So, Dr. If you have 1 minute, can you wind up?
Yes. Generally, there was a high prevalence of angles molar class 1, high prevalence of straight facial profile, and a relatively equal prevalence of convex and concave facial profile. In conclusion, mesoangular third molar impaction, position B, Perrin-Gregory and the class 2, Perrin-Gregory was the most prevalent. The prevalence of angles molar class 1 and the straight facial profile was high.
So, are you done?
Actually, that's in conclusion. comprehensive orthodontic treatment plan must incorporate the prognosis of impacted third molars using clinical examination and radiographs, especially of PE. When the need arises to extract the impacted third molars during orthodontic treatment, a favorably impacted third molars like vertical impactions, position A and class 1, impacted third molar patterns may be extracted at orthodontic clinic. And this is because in orthodontic daily practice, we usually do extractions. And sometimes we refer our patients to oromaxillofacial clinic for third molar extractions. So basing on the complexity of extraction, we may decide sometimes to extract the third molars at orthodontic treatment, basing on the findings of the data in this research, which gives us the patterns of third molar impaction. Thank you very much. Those are our references. This marks the end of our presentation. Sorry for all the inconveniences we have caused and the delay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alex. We have fewer members in the hall now. I hope there is maybe a question. The presentation was technical. Maybe the maxillofacial dental people. Do you have any question to Alex? Alex, stay on a few questions. No questions? Really? Okay, it seems your presentation was straightforward. I don't see any questions from the participants or the audience. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
So members, it's now 15, almost 50. I really appreciate your commitment of staying until this time. And I appreciate the effort of all presenters. Should we congratulate them by using 3 claps? Asanteni sana, nawatakia jioni njema, safe journey back home, and we reconvene tomorrow morning. You're welcome for tomorrow, day 2. Thank you so much.